Welcome to tonight's bedtime story, where the gentle whispers of spring guide us into a realm of relaxation and peaceful dreams. As the world outside begins to bloom, let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil moment. In the cozy warmth of our fireplace setting, allow yourself to drift into serenity and prepare for a wonderful day ahead. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on Patreon. Sweet dreams, dear listener. Story 1. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Sorrel. Her hands could coax life from the most stubborn soil, her touch leaving trails of emerald moss and starry white blossoms wherever she lingered. Yet for all her skill, Sorrel harbored a quiet sorrow. She feared the turning of seasons the way others feared storms. When autumn painted the maple leaves crimson, she mourned the loss of summer's goldenrod. When winter frosted the cobblestone paths, she sealed her windows against the world's pale transformation. Her cottage stood at the forest's edge, its stone walls draped in ivy that shivered even when no wind blew. The hearth always crackled with rosemary-scented logs, and in its glow, Sorrel tended her most precious creation, a glass terrarium where every season stayed eternally suspended. Snowdrop flowers dusted with April dew grew beside pumpkins swollen with August sun, their roots tangled in soil that shimmered like crushed pearls. Here, she'd whisper, polishing the glass until her reflection blurred, nothing ever has to end. But one chill twilight, as Sorrel gathered time beneath a sky streaked with plum-colored clouds, she noticed the forest breathing differently. The oaks shed leaves that floated upward instead of falling, catching the last sunlight like amber coins, rising to pay some celestial debt. A badger emerged from the ferns, its fur patterned with moving constellations, and dropped a single acorn at her feet. When she lifted it, warmth pulsed through her gloves, 3 steady beats like a tiny heart waking. "That's no ordinary seed," said a voice like creaking branches. An elderly woman emerged from the tree line, her cloak stitched from lichen, and her hair crowned with glowing fireflies. Marigold, the villagers called her, though none could agree whether she was herb witch, forest spirit, or simply a woman who'd forgotten to stop listening to the earth. "Plant it where your fear runs deepest," she advised, eyes twin pools of liquid moonlight, and see what truth takes root. That night, as wind hummed through the chimney, Sorrel stood before her terrarium. The acorn's heartbeat quickened in her palm. For years, she'd refused to let even a single petal wither in her frozen Eden. Yet now, trembling, she opened the glass lid and buried the seed beneath a snowdrift of eternal winter. Morning revealed cracks. Delicate fissures spiderwebbed through the terrarium's glass, though nothing lay broken. Instead, tendrils of ivy pushed through the cracks, winding down the cottage walls to brush the true earth below. Sorrel's hands shook as she touched a leaf and gasped. The plant's memories flowed into her, centuries of saplings splitting rocks, rivers carving stone, forests rising and falling in great green waves. Life isn't meant to be kept, the ivy seemed to sigh. It's meant to become. Panic clotted her throat. She tried to mend the glass with wax and whispered please, but the terrarium's seasons began bleeding into one another. Cherry blossoms wilted as summer apples swelled prematurely. Pumpkins rotted into soil that birthed frost-edged violets. The more Sorrel fought to control the chaos, the wilder it grew, until with a sound like sighing crystal, the terrarium shattered. Soil spilled across the floorboards, and for 3 days, Sorrel couldn't bring herself to sweep it up. She sat by the cold hearth, watching tendrils of morning glory creep through the cracks in her door. On the 4th dawn, a knock came, not at her door, but at the base of an oak outside. A child from the village stood there, cheeks rosy as crabapples, holding a basket of saffron milk caps. "The forest sent me," they chirped, though whether they meant the mushrooms or the trees, Sorrel couldn't tell. "It misses your hands." Guided by some impulse older than reason, Sorrel followed the child into the woods. Where once she'd seen only threats, the danger of falling leaves, the cruelty of frost, she now noticed patterns. Ferns curled protectively around seedling oaks, birches shed papery bark to feed beetles, even the decaying log buzzing with flies teemed with iridescent life. When she knelt to brush a rotting stump, her fingers found warm wood that hummed. "You're listening now," said Marigold, materializing beside a waterfall where liquid light danced on the rocks. She pressed a cup into Sorrel's hands, tea steeped from pine needles and sorrows left unspoken. "The terrarium wasn't wrong, little gardener, only incomplete. To freeze one moment is to blind yourself to the next." As winter's first true snow began falling, Sorrel undertook a new project. Instead of glass, she used fallen branches to build a pergola in her garden, its arches welcoming both sunlight and storms. She planted the magical acorn at its center, and when spring came, the sapling grew with impossible speed, its bark silver as comet trails, leaves chiming like wind bells. Villagers gathered beneath its branches to share stories, their laughter blending with the tree's song. The old terrarium's shards, buried at the tree's roots, now glinted like diamonds in the soil. Sometimes, when rain fell at twilight, they seemed to whisper secrets, how decay feeds renewal, how surrender can be its own kind of strength. Sorrel's hands still grew flowers, but she no longer feared watching them fade. Her garden thrived in cycles, crocuses giving way to lilacs, then sunflowers bowing to chrysanthemums, each phase treasured, none clutched too tightly. On the solstice, when her hair had turned the color of birch bark, a young gardener came to Sorrel, trembling as they confessed their fear of storms. Smiling, she led them to the celestial oak, now taller than the cottage, and placed in their palm an acorn that hummed with 3 steady beats. "Plant it where your fear runs deepest," she whispered, eyes crinkling like the edge of a maple leaf, "and see what truth takes root." As stars wheeled above the valley, the wind carried the trees' chimes through open windows, where they danced with the crackle of a rosemary-scented fire. And in that harmony of fleeting moments and eternal returns, the cottage breathed, content at last to bloom and let go. Story 2. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there stood a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep with a musical chime. Here, where maple trees shed copper coins each autumn, and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, the people of Hearthside noticed peculiar things occurring as the harvest moon drew near. It began with Widow Hemsley's teapot. One evening her prized porcelain pot, painted with cobalt hummingbirds, vanished from its shelf, only to reappear at dawn brimming with starlight-infused tea that shimmered like liquid topaz. Then the blacksmith's anvil floated to the bakery roof, leaving not a dent but a perfect circle of cinnamon rolls steaming beside it. By the 3rd day, when the schoolmaster's spectacles began projecting constellations onto the classroom walls, the villagers gathered in the square, their breath forming anxious clouds in the crisp air. "It's the work of the whisper-wisp," murmured old Granny Fipple, her shawl knitted from storm-cloud wool rippling as she shook her head. "Mischievous spirit, that one, loves riddles and riddling things up." But 12-year-old Leela, whose boots were perpetually muddy from chasing fireflies and whose braids unraveled like eager whispers, noticed what others hadn't. Every altered object bore tiny claw marks, delicate as fern frost, and smelled faintly of candied moonlight. She mentioned this to her friend Milo, a boy who carried a magnifying glass in his cap and pockets full of walnut shells he'd turned into miniature boats. "Claws mean it's not a ghost," Milo declared, adjusting his mismatched mittens. "And the sweetness suggests it's not malicious. Let's track the pattern." They began by mapping the occurrences, a task that led them through lantern-lit lanes where pumpkins glowed like captive suns, past hedges where shadow moths danced quadrilles, and into the hushed company of the village's oldest inhabitant, Thaddeus Bramble, the reclusive toy-maker whose workshop crouched at the forest's edge like a patient owl. "Ah," said Thaddeus when they knocked, his voice a creak of well-oiled hinges. His workshop was a symphony of whirring cogs and sighing steam. Mechanical songbirds preened on copper branches, and wind-up foxes trotted circles around the children's feet. "You've come about the curious borrower." Leela held out a spool of thread she'd found dangling from the miller's weather vane, now glittering with dewdrop pearls. "It leaves gifts in exchange, but why?" Thaddeus's eyes, magnified behind goggles like twin moons, softened. "The forest speaks in riddles when it needs help. Look deeper than the mischief." He pressed a small clockwork owl into Milo's palm. "Bramble here will see what you cannot." That night the children hid among the haystacks bordering the pumpkin fields. Bramble, the owl, perched watchfully on Leela's shoulder. Moonlight painted the world in mercury and mystery. Just as the church bell tolled 11, they heard it, a sound like a spoon stirring a galaxy, followed by a small, glowing figure darting from the baker's chimney. It was no taller than a butter churn, with scales like stained glass and wings of folded twilight. A tiny satchel made of spider silk bounced against its side as it flitted toward the woods, clutching Mayor Thistle's pocket watch, which now chimed in birdsong instead of ticks. "A glimmer dragon," Milo breathed. "But they're supposed to be extinct." "It's hurt," Leela whispered, noticing the creature's left wingtip was singed, its glow dimmer with each flap. They followed its faltering path into the heart of the forest, where ancient trees leaned together like elders sharing secrets. Bramble's amber eyes illuminated a hidden trail of bioluminescent moss, leading them to a clearing no larger than a cottage kitchen. There, beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, lay the glimmer dragon's nest, a cradle of woven moonbeams and dandelion fluff. Inside rested 3 opalescent eggs, their shells cracked by jagged fissures. The dragon frantically placed the borrowed items around them. The starlight tea steamed against the cold, the cinnamon roll's warmth radiated over the eggs, and the pocket watch's birdsong trilled a gentle vibration against the shells. "It's trying to heal them," Leela realized, her throat tight. "But the things it took aren't quite right." Milo already had his notebook out, scribbling by the light of Bramble's eyes. "The tea's too ethereal, the warmth too fleeting. It needs steady, earthy heat and something to bind the shells." Remembering Thaddeus's advice, Leela approached slowly, singing the lullaby her mother hummed when she'd been ill with marsh fever. The dragon froze, its prismatic eyes wide but not fearful. "We want to help," she said, kneeling. "Tell us how." What followed was a conversation woven through gestures, trills, and Bramble's surprising ability to translate clicks and whistles into common tongue. The dragon, named Emberling, had been driven from its mountain home by a rock slide, its eggs damaged during the escape. Ancient instinct told it to seek sun's kiss and earth's breath, misinterpreted as stolen stoves and dug-up herbs. What the eggs truly need, Milo deduced, is geothermal warmth and mycorrhizal fungi to seal the cracks. There's a hot spring near the eastern meadows, and Granny Fipple grows medicinal mushrooms in her cellar. Working through the night, with Emberling's help transporting supplies, the children created a new nest using heated stones wrapped in lamb's wool, layered with mycelium-rich soil. As dawn blushed the sky, the eggs began to hum, fractures sealing like closing eyelashes. Emberling curled around them, its wingtip brushing Leela's hand in thanks. When the villagers found the children asleep at the forest's edge at noon, they nearly missed the gift left beside them. A perfect circle of dragon-scale tiles now embedded in the square, radiating gentle warmth to thaw winter boots. And in the center stood a new clock tower shaped like an owl, its face a constellation map that chimed with the exact melody of the healed eggs. Years later, when travelers asked about Hearthspire's glowing tiles and the tiny, jewel-toned dragons seen playing in their gardens each spring, the villagers would smile and say, "All good mysteries are questions posed kindly. Listen well, and even shadows will sing you their truths." But on chilly evenings, when Leela and Milo, now the village head archivist and chief engineer, passed Thaddeus's workshop, they'd often find a cinnamon roll steaming on their doorstep, accompanied by the faintest sound of wings laughing against the moon. Story 3. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there stood a village where chimney smoke curled into constellations, and the cobblestones hummed faintly when trod upon. It was here, between the baker's shop that smelled of eternal cinnamon and the cobbler's cottage where shoes mended themselves overnight, that young Finn noticed the first peculiar thing. The stars above Willowmere had begun blinking. Not the gentle twinkle of celestial rhythm, but quick, nervous flickers, as if the sky itself were a candle flame in a draught. One evening, as Finn bundled woolen scarves at his grandmother's yarn shop, old Mrs. Nettlewick shuffled in, her spectacles fogged with concern. "The weeping willow by the mill pond," she whispered, clutching her ginger jar teapot like a talisman. "Its leaves have turned to glass. You can hear them chime when the wind blows north." By dawn, 3 more oddities unfurled. The miller's cat floated serenely in midair during its afternoon nap. The ink in Mayor Thistlebrook's fountain pen wrote only in rhyming couplets, and every single daffodil in the town square bloomed a deep, inquisitive indigo. Finn, whose curiosity had always been as sturdy as his knitted sweaters, decided to investigate. He packed a satchel with raisin scones, a jar of clover honey, and the tiny brass compass his grandmother used to find lost knitting needles. The compass needle didn't point north but quivered toward the mist-laced woods beyond the village, where shadows danced just out of rhythm with the sunlight. The forest greeted him with a carpet of moss that sighed underfoot, releasing whispers of ancient rainfall. Fireflies wove through the trees like stray stitches of sunlight, and it was there, beneath an oak whose roots cradled a nest of luminous mushrooms, that Finn met Orlin. The creature stood knee-high, his fur the color of storm clouds, with ears like overgrown thistle flowers that twitched in 4 different directions at once. "You've got the look," Orlin declared, polishing his monocle made of frozen dew. "The look of someone who's noticed the world seems coming loose. Follow me, but mind the stepstones, they've been moody since Tuesday." As they ventured deeper, the air thickened with the scent of forgotten birthdays and the tang of unripe magic. Orlin explained that the Glimmer folk, tiny beings woven from stardust and secrets, had been unintentionally diverting magic from the village while repairing their fractured sky clock. "It's a delicate mechanism," he huffed, leaping over a brook that flowed upward. "Keeps the balance between dreams and dawn, but a tremor in the earth misaligned the gears, and now the magic's leaking." Finn's compass led them to a clearing where the trees arched into a cathedral of leaves. At its heart stood the sky clock, a colossal structure of spun moonlight and spider silk, its gears jammed with stray wishes and tangled threads of aurora borealis. Glimmer folk swarmed around it, their tiny faces pinched with worry as they tugged at a gargantuan gear frozen mid-turn. Each heave sent ripples through the air, warping reality in odd pockets, exactly what had caused the village strange occurrences. "We've tried everything," sighed a Glimmerfolk elder, her voice like wind through a keyhole. "Feathers of phoenix down, songs in the key of snowfall, even a drop of dragon's sneeze. Nothing shifts it." Finn studied the clock, noticing something the others hadn't. Where the Glimmerfolk saw only a mechanical failure, he spotted a pattern. The frozen gear's teeth were clogged not with debris, but with stories, half-finished tales and unspoken confessions that had crystallized into obstinate knots. Remembering his grandmother's advice that stories grow lighter when shared, Finn sat cross-legged and began to unravel them aloud. He spoke of the baker's childhood fear of thunder, how she'd learned to bake courage into her bread. He recounted the miller's tale of rescuing his floating cat from a well years ago, and the mayor's secret hobby of writing poetry to his prize-winning turnips. With each shared story, a crystal dissolved, until the gear loosened with a resonant click. The Glimmerfolk, awestruck, quickly finished repairs. As the sky clock whirred back to life, the forest exhaled. The village's anomalies reversed, glass leaves softened back to green, daffodils blushed yellow, and the stars resumed their steady, sleepy winking. That night, as Willowmere drowsed under a restored sky, the Glimmerfolk gifted Finn a small, warm vial of starlight syrup, a spoonful of which, when added to cocoa, would let anyone hear the quietest wishes of the world around them. Orlin, now a frequent visitor to Finn's windowsill, remarked that the truest magic often hid in plain sight, like a sock you'll find 3 days after the laundry's done. And so, whenever the world seemed strained or the stars blinked too briskly, the villagers knew to seek not only logic and spells, but the unspoken stories humming beneath it all, gentle reminders that even mysteries, when met with kindness and a good ear, could become the warmest of friends. Story 4. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Thalia, whose hands could coax blossoms from frozen earth. Her cottage crouched at the edge of Everwhisper Wood, where trees hummed lullabies when the moon rose, and the river carried not just water but fragments of starlight. Thalia's life followed the quiet rhythm of seasons, until the year the spring forgot to arrive. The frost lingered like an uninvited guest, brittle leaves clinging to skeletal branches, long after winter's usual farewell. Thalia's garden, usually a tapestry of crocuses and snowdrops by now, remained a monochrome quilt of white. She knelt in the stiff grass, mittens caked in ice, whispering to the dormant bulbs beneath the soil. "Wake up," she pleaded, her breath curling into smoke. But the earth answered only with silence. Change had always been Thalia's quiet adversary. She kept her mother's rosewood clock permanently fixed at harvest time, its hands frozen mid-twirl above a painted field of amber wheat. She mended the same patchwork cloak each autumn, though the fabric grew thin as moth wings. Now, as the unchanging season gnawed at the edges of her world, she noticed peculiar shifts within herself. Her shadow sometimes lingered where she'd stood hours before, and frost flowers bloomed on her windowsill overnight, their crystalline petals trembling as if trying to speak. One twilight, as Thalia stirred a pot of lavender tea over the hearth, a knock came, 3 soft raps that seemed to shiver through the door's grain. On her threshold stood a woman with hair like spun moonlight and a cloak stitched from what appeared to be living ferns. "You've been expecting me," the stranger said, though Thalia was certain she hadn't. "I'm Hazel, keeper of the Crossroads Garden. Your winter has overstayed its welcome." The Crossroads Garden, Hazel explained, was no ordinary plot. It grew where the 4 winds collided, its soil fed by laughter, tears, and all the unspoken words caught between. The garden's balance dictated the valley's seasons, and its current caretaker, a role passed from heart to heart, had lost their way. "The garden mirrors its keeper," Hazel said, pressing a seed into Thalia's palm that glowed like captured moonlight. "Yours reflects a heart afraid to bloom." Thus began Thalia's reluctant pilgrimage. The journey to the Crossroads Garden led through a grove where trees bore fruit shaped like human hearts, their surfaces etched with ever-changing runes. Thalia's boots crunched through ice that wept as it broke, and though Hazel walked beside her, the path felt profoundly lonely. When they arrived, Thalia gasped. The garden was a mosaic of contradictions. A pear tree heavy with fruit stood shoulder to shoulder with a skeletal cherry blossom, ice encasing its branches. Vegetables rotted in one bed while seedlings strained toward absent sunlight in another. At the center stood a sundial cracked down the middle, its bronze surface scarred by frost heaves. The air smelled of damp soil and unresolved endings. "Begin with what you know," Hazel instructed, gesturing to a plot where the earth lay bare. Thalia knelt, fingers sinking into soil that pulsed like a sleeping creature. She planted her glowing seed, humming the lullaby her mother used to sing when storms rattled the shutters. The ground warmed beneath her palms. A shoot emerged, pale as a baby's fingernail, then recoiled when Thalia's breath hitched. "It's too fragile," she protested, digging her nails into frozen dirt. "What if the frost claims it?" Hazel's laugh was the sound of willow branches brushing a pond. "All growth requires risk, little gardener. Even the oak was once a shoot that dared unfurl." Days blurred into weeks marked by small revolutions. Thalia nurtured a row of moonlit lilies, whose petals closed when she voiced doubts. A quarrel with Hazel over uprooting a blighted squash vine caused hail to pelt the western beds. Yet slowly, through shared stories and patient weeding, the garden began knitting itself back together. Thalia learned to read the language of rustling leaves, when the carrots needed song, when the apple boughs required silence. The true turning point came during the storm. It arrived on wings of thunder, black clouds boiling over the mountains. Wind ripped at Thalia's cloak as she raced to protect the seedlings. Hailstones shattered against her raised arms, and in that moment of desperation, something within her cracked open. Thalia spread her hands. Frost spiraled from her fingertips, not the brittle shards of dead winter, but delicate lattices that arched over plants like cathedral glass. Under this crystalline shelter, the garden breathed. Peapods swelled emerald green, tomatoes blushed crimson. When the tempest passed, Thalia collapsed to her knees, staring at her palms where whorls of frost still danced. Hazel found her there, tracing the new ice patterns on a pumpkin's flank. "You've been fighting 2 winters," the woman murmured. "The one outside and the one within." That night, as fireflies emerged to inspect the storm's damage, Thalia did something she hadn't dared in years. She opened her mother's rosewood clock and let its hands turn freely. The painted harvest scene melted into spring, a meadow dotted with bluebells, a sky streaked with dawn. When the clock chimed, it sounded like her mother's voice, singing the lullaby's forgotten third verse. By morning, the first true blossom unfurled in the crossroads garden, a peony whose petals shifted from snow-white at dawn to deep coral at dusk. It grew where Thalia's glowing seed had taken root, and when the wind stirred its fragrance, villagers swore they could hear 2 melodies harmonizing, one of remembrance, the other of beginnings. As the garden flourished, so did the valley. Spring arrived wearing a gown of cherry blossoms, summer followed with her crown of fireflies, and when autumn came, she didn't scold Thalia for clinging to her cloak, but wove golden thread through its patches. The sundial mended itself, its shadow now tracing a path only forward, never back. On the first day of frost, Thalia stood at her cottage window, watching children skate across the newly frozen river. Her reflection in the glass showed hair streaked with silver, not from age, but from the delicate frost patterns she now wore like jewelry. The garden had taught her that endings and beginnings were simply different notes in the same song, and that even the most stubborn ice eventually nourishes the soil beneath. Hazel returned one final time as the aurora borealis painted the sky. "The garden needs a new keeper," she said, though her smile told Thalia she already knew the answer. Together they planted a sapling forged from autumn's last apple and winter's first snow. When it bloomed, its flowers sang in harmony with the whispering trees. Now travelers who wander near Everwhisper would sometimes glimpse a woman with frost in her hair, leading lost seasons back to their proper paths. They say her cloak billows with living ferns, and wherever she steps, snowdrops bloom, not in defiance of winter, but in celebration of its necessary sleep. And if you listen closely when the wind stills, you might hear the garden's lesson, carried on petals soft as a grandmother's touch. All that grows must change its shape, from seed to shoot, from bud to drape. The heart that weathers winter's sting becomes the soil for tomorrow's spring. Story 5. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Bramblebrook. Its cobblestone streets wound like caramel ribbons between cottages with roofs of mossy thatch, their windows glowing with the soft amber light of ever-burning candles. Every doorstep bore pots of slumbering starblooms, flowers that only unfurled their pearl-white petals when someone nearby needed guidance, and the air always carried whispers of cinnamon and fresh parchment. Yet lately something peculiar had settled over Bramblebrook, as subtle and persistent as a draft under a door. It began with the clocks. Young Theo, who spent his afternoons sketching clouds by the Willowshade River, noticed first. The polished copper sundial in the village square started casting shadows against the sun's path, its gnomon pointing stubbornly west at high noon. Then the cuckoo clocks in misses. Pepperthorn's tea shop sang their wooden birdsong every 7 minutes instead of hourly, their melodies growing increasingly frantic, like chicks calling for a missing mother. Worst of all, old widow Hesper's prized grandfather clock, a towering relic carved with phases of the moon, began chiming a different number of times each hour, its brass pendulum swinging in jagged, irregular arcs that made the villagers rub their arms as though cold. "Time itself is unraveling," murmured the townsfolk, huddling closer around their hearths each evening. They sent word to the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thistledown, who lived in the crooked tower atop Mossglimmer Hill. But when the messenger returned, he reported only that the old man's workshop lay empty, dust motes dancing in sunbeams that slanted through silent, frozen clock faces. That's when Leela decided to investigate. Leila was a girl with a mind like a prism, always turning situations to catch new light, and a pocket perpetually full of lemon candies she shared with the shyest creatures in the woods. Her best friend Milo, whose patched overalls held more tools than a carpenter's belt, insisted on joining. "If time's broken," he said, tightening the screws on his magnifying spectacles, "we'll need someone who can fix what's unseen." Their first clue came from an unexpected ally. As they passed the stone bridge where fireflies scribbled golden poems in the dusk, a small creature darted across their path, a hedgehog with quills like frosted pine needles and eyes that gleamed like twin drops of midnight. It paused, sniffing the air, then rolled deliberately into a ball directly in front of Leela's boots. "Look." Milo crouched, pointing to the hedgehog's back. Nestled among its quills was a tiny silver key, no larger than a thimble, etched with delicate engravings of spiraling constellations. Leela carefully plucked the key from the creature's spines. "It's warm," she whispered, surprised. The metal pulsed faintly, as though humming a tune too quiet to hear. The hedgehog chirruped approvingly before scurrying into the ferns, its path marked by a trail of glowing paw prints that evaporated like breath on glass. Guided by the key's gentle vibrations, the children followed the fading traces up Mossglimmer Hill. The tower loomed ahead, its stones veiled in ivy that rustled secrets as they passed. Inside they found not emptiness but wonder. Mr. Thistledown's workshop was a cathedral of time. Dozens of clocks covered every surface, pocket watches floating in glass orbs like jellyfish, hourglasses filled with glittering stardust, a porcelain mantel clock whose hands were live butterflies, all frozen mid-tick. In the center of the room stood a workbench cluttered with half-assembled gears and vials of liquid moonlight. There, pinned beneath a teetering stack of star charts, lay a letter in spidery handwriting. "To whoever finds this. The heart of Bramblebrook's time lies not in clocks, but in the clockwood hollow. Seek the oldest tree where roots drank from the first spring. Beware the weeping hour, listen for the chime that doesn't ring. Carry kindness, and you may mend what I could not." It was signed with a thumbnail sketch of a hedgehog. Milo adjusted his spectacles. "Clockwood Hollow, that's the grove north of the village, where the trees have bark like cracked porcelain. And the weeping hour." Leela frowned, pocketing the letter as the silver key throbbed urgently. They raced downhill as the sky deepened to plum, the first stars blinking awake. Clockwood Hollow earned its name. The ancient tree's branches formed perfect circles, their leaves shivering into hourglass shapes when the wind stirred. At the grove's center stood the eldest tree, its trunk wide as a cottage, roots cascading into a spring where the water moved in slow, syrupy ripples. But something was wrong. The spring's surface was choked with wilted lily pads, their edges curled and blackened. Above it, the tree's massive boughs sagged under the weight of hundreds of stopped pocket watches, their chains tangled like spider webs. At the base of the trunk sat a figure no taller than a badger, draped in a cloak of woven shadows. It trembled, emitting soft, hiccuping sobs that made the air taste of burnt sugar. Layla stepped forward, lemon candies clinking in her pocket. "Hello, we're here to help." The creature turned, lowering its hood. It had the face of a barn owl, but its feathers were molten bronze, and its eyes were hollow clock faces with no hands. When it spoke, its voice chimed like a cracked bell. "Gone, all gone, the thread snap, the weave unravels." Milo gasped. "A time weaver," Gran told stories about them. "They spin the threads that connect moments." The owl being lifted a talon, gesturing to the diseased spring. "The first spring is poisoned. Without its waters I cannot remember," its head drooped. "The weeping hour comes when time forgets itself." Leela knelt, examining the spring. Up close she spotted jagged cracks in the stone basin, oozing a viscous purple sludge. "Look, something's damaged the spring. Maybe that's what's making the clocks go wild." Milo unscrewed a vial from his tool belt, collecting a sample of the sludge. It hissed, dissolving the glass. "Yikes, whatever's corroding the spring, it's powerful. We need to seal these cracks." The time weaver moaned, cradling its head. "The seal requires a song, a memory song, but I've forgotten." Leela's fingers brushed the silver key, now glowing fiercely. "What if this helps?" She offered it to the creature. The owl's clock eyes whirred. "The key of lost chimes, where did you?" "A hedgehog gave it to us," Milo said. "Ah, Silas," the time weaver's voice softened. Ever the keeper of misplaced things, it inserted the key into a hidden notch in the spring's edge. With a click, the basin split open, revealing a hollow chamber below. "There," Leela pointed. Nestled among the roots was a music box, its surface tarnished black. The time weaver whimpered, recoiling. "The weeping hour, it lives there now." Milo prodded the music box with a screwdriver. "This isn't just broken, it's infected. See these carvings? They're supposed to show seasons, but they're all twisted." Indeed, the autumn leaves had thorny veins, and the winter scene dripped with jagged icicles. Leela's prism mind turned. The letter said, "Listen for the chime that doesn't ring. What if the cure is a sound that's missing?" She pulled out a lemon candy, unwrapping it with a crinkle. "Time weaver, what does the spring's song sound like when it's healthy?" The creature hesitated, then hummed a shaky note, like water trickling over pebbles, but discordant, fraying at the edges. Milo snapped his fingers. "It's a harmony. The spring needs two notes at once, but one's gone silent." He pointed to the music box. "That thing's blocking part of the song." Working together, they pried open the music box. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder, there writhed a dark, smoke-like creature with glowing red eyes, the weeping hour itself. It screeched, spewing tendrils of shadow. "Quick." Leela threw a lemon candy into the smoke. With a pop, the sweet, zesty scent cut through the gloom, making the creature hiss. Milo grabbed tweezers from his belt, plucking out a corrupted gear from the music box's mechanism. The weeping hour dissolved with a wail, leaving the chamber clean. The time weaver exhaled, its feathers brightening. "The memory returns," it sang two notes now, one deep and resonant, the other light as dandelion fluff, that wove around each other in perfect balance. The spring bubbled clear again, its waters washing over the cracks, sealing them with threads of gold. Above, the pocket watches began ticking in unison. The time weaver bowed. "You've mended more than time today." As they returned to the village, dawn broke, not with a sudden burst, but gently, as though the sky itself was stretching awake. They found Mr. Thistledown waiting at the square, his beard sprinkled with stardust, and a certain bronze-feathered owl perched on his shoulder. "Ah," he smiled, seeing the key in Layla's hand. Silas always did know who to trust. The clocks, of course, kept perfect time after that. But more importantly, Bramblebrook learned to pause, to savor the lemon candy moments, the firefly sonnets, the spaces between ticks and tocks where life's quiet magic hums loudest. And if you walk past Clockwood Hollow at the velvet hour, you might glimpse a hedgehog and an owl drinking starlight from the spring, their laughter harmonizing with the chimes of a world where every broken thing holds the seed of its own mending. Story 6. The Whispering Teapot of Willowbrook. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Leela. Her hands were always speckled with charcoal from sketching the world around her, the way sunlight dripped through maple leaves, the crinkled smiles of apple vendors, the dancing shadows inside her grandmother's antique shop. It was there, one drowsy afternoon, that she discovered a teapot tucked behind a moth-eaten tapestry. Its surface was tarnished black, but when Leela rubbed her sleeve across it, a constellation of silver swirls emerged, glowing like liquid starlight. "Ah," said Gran, her voice a rustle of autumn leaves. "That old thing's been waiting." She winked, but offered no explanation. That night, as Leela polished the teapot by firelight, steam began to rise from its spout, not heat, but cool mist that swirled into shapes above her quilt. A map formed, a winding path through the enchanted wood, marked by a crescent moon and a weeping willow. When the mist dissolved, the teapot hummed faintly, as if singing a lullaby only she could hear. The journey began at dawn, the teapot tucked safely in Leela's knapsack alongside a jar of blackberry jam and a spool of golden thread Gran had insisted she bring. The enchanted wood was not like the tame forests near Willowbrook. Here trees leaned close to whisper secrets, their bark etched with faces that blinked sleepily as she passed. Butterflies the size of her palm fanned wings dyed indigo and saffron, leaving trails of glittering dust that tasted of lemongrass when they brushed her lips. Yet the path grew thornier with each step, and by twilight, Leela's compass spun wildly, disoriented by the wood's magic. That's when she met Thaddeus. "Lost are we," chirped a voice above her. Perched on a branch was a tawny owl, his feathers fluffed like a scholar's waistcoat. He adjusted tiny spectacles made of birch bark. "Most who enter these woods seek the grove of whispers, though few find it. You'll need better guidance than that rusty trinket." He nodded at her compass. Thaddeus, as he introduced himself, had memorized every root and rivulet in the forest, but refused to fly. He'd misplaced his courage during a storm long ago. Instead, he directed Leela to a mossy stone, where a hedgehog named Pippin slept curled beneath a mushroom cap. "Pippin navigates by starlight," Thaddeus explained. "But he's shy, you'll have to coax him out with a gift." Leela placed a dollop of blackberry jam on the stone. Pippin's nose twitched and soon he emerged, his quills shimmering like frost. "Follow the moths," he stammered, licking jam from his paws. They dance where the river bends." True to his word, luminous moths appeared, their wings pale as moonbeams, leading them to a silver river that sang as it flowed. The river, however, was guarded. A figure rose from the water, a woman woven from current and foam, her hair a cascade of ripples. "I am Nara," she intoned, her voice both gentle and unyielding. To cross, you must answer this, what binds souls across time, yet slips through fingers like smoke. Leela's mind raced. Gold. Wind. Stories. The teapot in her bag pulsed warmly. She thought of Gran's tales by the hearth, of Thaddeus's forgotten bravery, of Pippin's whispered advice. Memories, she said softly. They connect us, even when they fade. Nara smiled, and the river stilled into a bridge of stepping stones. Wisdom thrives in quiet hearts, she said, dissolving into mist. The Grove of Whispers was a cathedral of ancient willows, their branches trailing into pools where koi fish sparkled like living jewels. At its heart stood the tree from the teapot's map, its trunk wide as a cottage. Nestled in its roots was a hollow filled with glowing liquid, the same silver as the teapot's swirls. Pour, the tree murmured, though its mouthless face didn't move. Layla tipped the teapot, and the liquid inside merged with the pool, erupting into a fountain of light. Visions flashed, a lonely potter crafting the teapot centuries ago, heartsick until he poured his longing into the clay, travelers across generations guided by its whispers, Gran, young and bright-eyed, discovering it in a dusty market. The teapot wasn't just a map, it was a vessel for yearning, for the quiet hopes that led people to wonder. To refill it, the tree said, leave something of your own. Leela hesitated, then tugged the golden thread from her bag. It was her last keepsake from her mother, who'd vanished years ago. But as she dropped it into the pool, the thread coiled into a new constellation inside the teapot, and the grove blossomed with flowers shaped like her mother's laughter. The return home was swifter, the wood sighing with approval. Thaddeus, emboldened by their success, soared ahead to scout the path. Pippin nestled in Layla's pocket, nibbling crumbs from her skirt. When she reached Gran's shop, the old woman was waiting, her eyes wet. You've given it a new story, she said, touching the teapot, now radiant as a polished star. From that day, the teapot brewed more than tea. It poured liquid moonlight that mended broken toys, soothed fevers, and once reunited a lost puppy with its tearful owner. Layla's sketches grew bolder, filled with owl-shaped constellations and rivers that sang. And though the teapot's magic never again showed her the grove, she felt its presence in every steam-twisted dream, a reminder that the quietest longings often led to the brightest wonders. As for the villagers, they marveled at the change in Leela's grandmother. The old woman began leaving honeycakes on windowsills and mending socks for lonely neighbors. Seems the grove gave her a gift too, Leela whispered to Thaddeus one evening as they watched the first snow-dust Willowbrook. The owl hooted softly, his spectacles fogging in the cold. Or perhaps, he mused, it simply reminded her what she already carried. Outside, the teapot hummed on the hearth, its song blending with the crackle of the fire, a lullaby of memories, kindness, and journeys waiting to begin. Story 7. The Whispering Pendant and the Guardian of Glimmershade. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands were always stained with ink from mending books in her grandfather's shop, where stories lived in the cracks between floorboards and the dust on forgotten shelves. But it was the forest beyond the village, a tapestry of emerald shadows and sunlight pooled like liquid gold, that called to her most fiercely. One twilight, as Leela followed a fox's rust-colored tail through the trees, she stumbled upon a creek singing secrets over smooth stones. There, caught in the roots of a willow whose branches wept silver, glowed a pendant shaped like a teardrop. Its surface shifted like oil on water, whispering patterns that made her think of starlight tangled in spiderwebs. When she clasped it round her neck, the world bloomed anew. Flowers hummed in chords, stones pulsed with inner fire, and the air shimmered with creatures half seen. A moth-winged squirrel here, a rabbit with antlers crowned in moss there. "You've found the keystone," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. From the willow's shadow stepped a fox, not quite a fox, its fur silvered at the tips, eyes twin pools of molten amber. "I am Sorrel, last guardian of Glimmershade. The realm you see flickering at the edges of your world, it fades, for the keystone's twin has been lost." Thus began a journey woven from moonbeam paths and the scent of crushed pine needles. Glimmershade revealed itself in fragments, a valley where trees grew upside down, roots cradling nests of luminous birds, a lake reflecting not sky, but constellations no mortal had named. Yet decay crept at its edges, petals curling to ash, streams running silent. "The balance shifts," Sorrel said, paw resting on a stone etched with symbols that hurt to look at. "Without both keystones, light and shadow will unravel." Their quest led them to the Cavern of Echoes, where walls breathed and every step rippled the air like water. Deep within they found Thorn, a boy made of sharp angles and sharper words, his hands flickering between solid and spectral. "I tried to fix the balance alone," he confessed, voice cracking like thin ice. "Stole the second keystone, but it consumed me." The pendant at his throat pulsed blackly, threads of shadow knitting his form together. Here the story might have turned to battle, light against dark, fury against fear. But Leela, who'd learned patience from watching bookbindings soften under gentle hands, sat beside Thorn in the dust. "Tell me," she said, and listened as he spoke of loneliness sharp enough to cut, of good intentions gone crooked. When his tears fell, they were not ink nor shadow, but salt water that steamed where it touched the cursed keystone. "We need your sorrow, not your strength," Sorrel realized, nuzzling Thorn's trembling hand. "The keystones don't command the balance, they mirror it." Together they braved the shivering heights where gravity danced and laughter rang from nowhere. Leela shared stories as they climbed, tales of her mother teaching her to trace constellations in ink, of the old baker whose bread rose with yeast and kindness. Thorn, in turn, sang a lullaby his grandmother had woven from avalanche whispers and wolf howls. With every shared memory, the shadow keystone lightened, until both pendants hung radiant as twin moons. At the heartroot, an oak wide as a village square, its branches holding up the sky, they placed the keystones in a hollow thrumming with ancient song. Roots surged upward, cradling them as the tree drank in starlight and shadow alike. Thorn's form steadied, the darkness leaching away to reveal a boy with freckles like cinnamon dust. Glimmershade bloomed, withered plants unfurling jade leaves, spectral creatures gaining substance, the air itself sweetening with the promise of rain. When dawn painted the village in apricot light, Leela awoke beneath the willow, Sorrel's warmth at her back and the keystone cool against her chest. Was it a dream? But then she noticed the fox tracks edged in frost that never melted, and the acorn in her pocket that glowed when cupped close. Years later, villagers still speak of how Leela's mended books carried strange pressed flowers that hummed when touched, and how no child ever lost their way in the woods again. Some claim to have seen a silver-furred fox walking beside a young man whose laughter made the aspens shiver in recognition. And if you sit very still by the heartroot at twilight, you might feel the world breathe, a harmony of light and dark held tenderly in balance. But this, dear listener, is not a story of magic vanquished or evil conquered. It is a tale of a girl who listened to shadows, a fox who chose trust over duty, and a boy who learned that broken things mend strongest at the seams. Remember this when the night seems too vast and your heart too small. Even the faintest whisper can change the world if it's spoken with courage and heard with love. Story 8. In a quiet corner of the Vale of Amberlight, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the quiet patience of someone who listened more than she spoke. Her days were spent tending the ember-orange dahlias in the window boxes of her grand's cottage, watching the comings and goings of a world that seemed to rush past her like the silver trout in Willowbrook. One crisp autumn evening, as the smell of cinnamon and wood smoke hung thick in the air, Leela discovered a curious key beneath a floorboard warped by time. It was no ordinary key, its bow twisted into the shape of a dandelion clock, the teeth gleaming like captured moonlight. The attic stairs groaned a secret tune as she ascended, key trembling in her palm like a living thing. What she found was a teapot. Not the sturdy brown Betty from Gran's kitchen, but a thing of pearlescent porcelain that seemed to breathe. Swirls of cobalt blue danced across its surface, forming constellations Leila couldn't name. When she brushed her thumb over the spout, warmth bloomed in her chest, the cozy weight of Gran's quilt on a feverish night, the bright laughter of her father teaching her to whistle through an acorn cap. "Ah," said a voice like rustling parchment. "The keeper arrives." Leela nearly dropped the teapot. Perched on a trunk of banded ironwood was a badger in a waistcoat patched from 100 different fabrics. His spectacles caught the amber light streaming through the attic window. "You'll want the willow bark tea for shocks, I think. Third shelf left of the marmalade." Thus began Leela's tutelage under Mr. Bramble, who was not merely a badger but a steward of thresholds. The teapot, he explained over cups of tea that tasted like forgotten summers, was a Nemesine urn, a vessel for memories too precious to lose. "It doesn't brew tea, child, it brews moments, but take care." His claw tapped the side where a hairline crack glimmered faintly. The unknitting comes when sorrow pools too long untended. For 7 days and nights, Leela learned the rituals. How to polish the teapot with starlight gathered in spider silk. The proper way to whisper a memory into the steam, always with gratitude, never with clinging. She discovered that pouring a cup for old Mrs. Nettle across the lane eased the hollow look in her eyes after her songbirds flew south. That sharing a sip with the anxious baker's boy helped him remember his hands were meant for shaping beauty, not ringing. But on the 8th morning, frost painted the world in glass, and the teapot began to weep. Tears of liquid shadow pooled beneath the kitchen table, where Leela kept her vigil. The cottage groaned as if bearing up under invisible weight. Through the window she saw the village square swallowed by a swirling gloom that made the lamplights gutter and cough. "Ah," Mr. Bramble sighed when she found him pacing the attic, waistcoat buttons straining. "The crack remembers all the sorrows we've poured away, they need balancing." His spectacles fogged. "The urn requires a memory of dawn." Leela's hands shook. "What's that?" "Something bright enough to stitch the dark." The badger's ears flattened. "But no one's seen one since the sundering hour. Old magic, that." The journey began at the Whispering Stile, where 3 roads met, one of packed earth, one of river-smoothed stones, and one that seemed made of solidified shadow. Leela carried the teapot wrapped in her grandmother's quilt, its warmth against her back a constant whisper of home. Her first helper came at Mooncoin Hollow, where the trees grew in spirals. A hedgehog in librarian's half-moon glasses scurried from the roots, quills bristling with birch scrolls. "You're heading the wrong way," she huffed, though Leela hadn't spoken. "Memory of dawn. Pa. Modern nonsense. What you need is the Index of Forgotten Ephemera, Chapter 12, Luminal Artifacts." "I'm Thistle," the hedgehog said 5 minutes later, trotting alongside with a scroll map that rearranged itself as they walked. "And you're fortunate I detest filing. Now, see this smudge, that's the Glassmere, last known location of the Dauntsmith's tools, but you'll need a navigator." The navigator arrived as fog thickened around them, a great heron with feathers like tarnished silver. She stood knee-deep in the Glassmere's mirrored waters, still as a statue. "Ask properly," the heron intoned when Thistle demanded directions. Leela knelt, the teapot's warmth pulsing against her palms. "Please, ma'am, my village is drowning in sorrows. We need to mend what's broken." The heron's beak clacked softly. Better. With a wing beat, the fog parted to reveal stepping stones glowing faintly beneath the water. Mind the reflections, they hunger. What Leela saw in the dark glass nearly stopped her heart, a version of herself grown sharp and cold, tending empty flower boxes in a silent village. The shadow self pressed against the water's skin, whispering of safe loneliness. Stay, it murmured. No one leaves, no one forgets. But the teapot remembered for her the weight of misses, Nettle's grateful tear on her sleeve, the baker's boy's first perfect loaf. Step by trembling step, Leela crossed. In the cave behind Silverfall Cascade, they found the Dawntsmith's tools, a hammer made of frozen honey light, an anvil singing a low C-sharp. But the memory of dawn wasn't something to be forged. It was something to be remembered. The shadows attacked as they descended toward the village. Not creatures, but absences, voids that drank the starlight from Thistle's maps and the music from the anvil song. Mr. Bramble's spectacles shattered as he roared challenges drawn from old tales. Thistle's quills became a porcupine army of scribes, hurling inked spells that dissolved like sugar in tea. Leela crouched behind a lichen-crusted boulder, the teapot's crack glowing like a lightning scar. In her mind's eye, she saw Gran's hands teaching her to knead dough, the memory warm and yeasty. Saw the heron's patient eyes, the way Mr. Bramble's nose twitched when he laughed. And she understood. Stepping into the maelstrom, Leela poured tea into the teapot's saucer, not for drinking, but for offering. The shadows hesitated. This is the memory of dawn, she said, voice trembling but clear. It's not one light, but all lights kindled together. She thought of the baker's boy shaping bread, of Thistle's ink-stamped paws, of badger laughter and heron wisdom. You can hold it too. The saucer blazed, not the harsh glare of noon, but the gentle gold of a kitchen window at dusk. One by one, the shadows reached tentative tendrils into the light. Where they touched, the darkness bloomed into forget-me-nots and fireflies. When they returned, the village square was littered with fallen oak leaves and the remnants of whispered fears. Leela placed the teapot at the crossroads, pouring cups for all who approached. Not to erase sorrows, but to make space between them for air and light. Years later, travelers would speak of the teapot guardian, a woman with storm-cloud hair who could brew a draught to soften edges of fresh grief. They rarely recognized her in the gardener tending dahlias or the quiet listener at the village hearth. Mr. Bramble took up residence in the attic trunk, Thistle in the root cellar archives. On winter nights when the wind howled, they'd gather around the Nemesine urn, mended with kintsugi gold, sipping chamomile that tasted of perseverance and unexpected friendship. And if sometimes, when pouring a cup for a heavy heart, Leela saw a flicker of gold in the steam, well, that was simply the dawn remembering itself through her. Story 9. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Clara's favorite kind of magic. In the village of Wrenhaven, where maple trees wore crowns of crimson and gold, she tended her garden with hands that knew the language of roots and rain. Her cottage, nestled between a brook that hummed lullabies and an old oak with bark like wrinkled parchment, brimmed with dried herbs, jars of honeyed light, and shelves bowed under the weight of books about stars and soil. Yet for all her love of the familiar, the rustle of fallen leaves, the scent of cinnamon clinging to woolen blankets, Clara carried a quiet fear coiled beneath her ribs, winter's approach. The first frost always made her breath hitch, her fingers tightening around her copper watering can as if she could stall the turning of the world. One evening, as violet twilight pooled in the valleys, Clara noticed something peculiar. The last of her sunflowers, usually stubborn sentinels holding summer's memory, had begun to shimmer at their edges, petals glinting like frosted glass. When she reached to touch one, a shiver raced up her arm, and the bloom crumbled into 1,000 tiny crystals, scattering like stars across the soil. That night dreams came in fragments, a voice like wind through bare branches, a path of silver lichen glowing in moonlight, and a figure with eyes like thawing rivers. She woke with her quilt tangled around her legs, and the scent of pine needles sharp in the air. "Nana," Clara murmured later that morning, stirring honey into her tea as her grandmother kneaded dough by the hearth, "do you think the garden minds the cold?" Nana's hands, flecked with flour and age spots, never paused. "Gardens sleep, child, they don't mind, they trust. A seed buried in snow is just a story waiting for the right page." Her chuckle was a crackle of hearth fire. "But you're not asking about the marigolds, are you?" Clara traced the rim of her cup. Outside, the first snowflakes had begun to spiral down, settling on fence posts and frosted thyme. "Everything changes, even when I don't want it to." "Ah." Nana dusted her palms, leaving ghostly handprints on her apron. "There's a tale about the Frostwhisper Grove, a place where the trees grow upside down, roots cradling icicles like chandeliers. They say if you listen close, the ice sings about what's lost and what's yet to bloom." She pressed a warm roll into Clara's hands. "Might be worth a wander, for a girl who's forgetting how to see beauty in bare branches." The journey began at the stone bridge, where Clara had once skipped pebbles with childhood friends. Now alone she followed the lichens' silver trail, her boots crunching through brittle ferns. By dusk the woods deepened, shadows stretching into shapes that felt neither friendly nor foul. Just as doubt gnawed at her resolve, a flicker of movement darted ahead, a fox with fur like polished charcoal, its eyes twin embers. It trotted just beyond reach, pausing when she paused, until the trees thinned and the air turned sharp with the scent of frozen sap. And there it was, Frostwhisper Grove. Trees arched like cathedral ribs, their roots twisting skyward, each tendril sheathed in ice that refracted the moonlight into prism pools on the snow. Clara's breath hung in crystalline clouds as she stepped beneath the canopy. A sound hummed beneath the silence, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. The ice was singing. "Little gardener," the grove seemed to whisper, "you collect colors like treasures, yet fear the season that strips them bare. What if emptiness is not an end, but a canvas?" Clara's mittens brushed a root, and the ice beneath her palm flared blue. Images bloomed, her sunflower dissolving into stardust, Nana's hands shaping bread from flour and patience, the fox watching her with knowing eyes. A tear slid down her cheek, freezing before it reached her chin. "I don't know how to let go," she admitted. The fox, suddenly beside her, nudged her knee. Up close its fur shimmered with threads of silver, and around its neck hung a tiny vial filled with liquid twilight. "Perhaps," it said in a voice like wind unspooling from a jar, "you needn't let go, only reshape." It dipped its head, the vial glowing faintly. "I am Ember, keeper of thresholds. You've brought something for the grove, haven't you?" Clara blinked. "Brought I only." Her fingers slipped into her pocket, finding a crumpled sunflower petal she'd saved from the shattered bloom. It glowed faintly, matching the vial's light. Ember's tail swished. "Ah, a fragment seeking its mosaic, place it there." The fox nodded toward a hollow in the largest tree, where ice had formed a bowl. As Clara laid the petal inside, the grove's song swelled. The ice writhed, knitting itself into a delicate stem, the petal unfolding into a blossom of crystalline hoarfrost. But this was no fragile thing. It pulsed with light, casting kaleidoscope patterns that danced over Clara's face. "Winter isn't theft," Ember murmured. "It's the world pausing to dream. You've been clutching autumn like a closed fist. Try opening your palm." Weeks later, the village children gathered around Clara's garden, mittens clapping as she demonstrated the magic Nana had taught her. Where once there'd been sunflowers, now ice sculptures glimmered, not cold but alive, their petals chiming softly in the wind. Clara wore a new cloak, stitched from fabric dyed with twilight and lined with fox fur, a gift from Ember, delivered via a mysteriously unlatched window. Nana, sipping cider by the hearth, smiled as Clara burst in, cheeks apple-red and eyes bright. The Grove's song, it wasn't about clinging or forgetting. It was about making space. Nana tugged her into a chair, tucking a quilt around her. Funny how the things we resist carve the hollows where wonder fits. That night, Clara lit a candle and opened her journal. Dear Ember, she wrote, the ink glinting with frost dust, today I planted icicle roses that bloom when the north wind blows. They're not replacements for sunflowers. They're cousins. Pa yes, thank you for the turnip stew recipe you left in the shed. Nana says it's unconventional, but ate 2 bowls. Outside, snow fell steady and soft, wrapping Wrenhaven in a quilt of stillness. Somewhere in the woods, a fox trotted past trees wearing winter like a crown, its laughter a ripple of bells in the dark. And in a cottage between brook and oak, a gardener who'd once feared the cold now hummed along with the silence, learning the lyrics as she went. Story 10. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in eternal conversation and ferns curled like sleeping dragons, there existed a glade known only to its guardians. Here the air hummed with the secret music of dandelion clocks counting time in pollen breaths, and the streams carried stories from the mountain's snowy crown to the valley's mossy toes. It was in this place, veiled by curtains of hanging ivy and guarded by stones worn smooth as old secrets, that the true keepers of the forest gathered beneath the moon's milky eye. Young Juniper the hedgehog first noticed the disturbance while gathering aster petals for the autumn equinox tea. Her quills tingled strangely as she navigated the twilight-dappled path, the usual cinnamon-scented breeze replaced by a metallic tang that made her nose wrinkle. The wind tastes like forgotten scissors, she murmured to a passing cloud of fireflies, their golden lights blinking in uneasy agreement. For 3 mornings now, the eastern meadow's goldenrod had remained tightly furled, their sunny faces stubbornly closed against the dawn. Worried whiskers twitching, Juniper sought Thalia the barred owl, whose knowledge spanned back to when the oldest oak was but an acorn cradled in loam. They found the wise one perched in her cedarwood observatory, telescope trained not on stars, but on the peculiar behavior of migrating monarchs circling the glen in confused spirals. The season's loom has dropped a stitch, Thalia hooted softly, her voice the sound of pages turning in a cherished book. Winter's frost fingers grasp too early, while summer's green heart still beats in the soil. As maple leaves began bleeding their crimson too soon, the forest council convened at the moonpool, a circular spring, where water bubbled up through ancient mosaics of pebbles arranged by forgotten hands. Bramble the fox arrived with maps drawn in berry juice on birch bark, showing icy tendrils creeping into root networks. Sorrel the deer carried whispers from the willow groves, where catkins grew hard as amber tears. Their collective breath fogged in the unseasonal chill as Elder Yew, whose bark-carved face watched over the gathering place, began to speak with the creaking rhythm of timber settling. Long has the balance been kept through the dance of 4 lights, the ancient tree intoned, sap tears glistening where a lightning scar cleft his trunk. The crystal of spring's awakening, the ember of summer's zenith, the copper leaf of autumn's harvest, and the frost bloom of winter's, repose these sacred symbols focus the turning world. His branches trembled, sending a shower of orange needles to float upon the pool. But the frost bloom has been taken from its shrine beneath the ice falls, and without its counterweight, the seasons unravel like a dropped cocoon. A collective shiver moved through the creatures. Juniper remembered the tales how each season's artifact was guarded in its appointed place, how their harmonious opposition kept the world in gentle rhythm. The fireflies dimmed as Thalia spread her wings. Then we must undertake the vigil of the 4 lights, she declared. One to journey for the frost bloom's return, others to strengthen the remaining bonds. but who among us can navigate the white labyrinth where eternal winter dwells? All eyes turned to Juniper, whose quills now glimmered with curious frost. She hadn't noticed the change until that moment, how her breath painted tiny snowflakes in the air, how her paws left crystalline patterns in the moss. The hedgehog swallowed hard, the weight of understanding settling like acorn caps upon her eyelids. Since the night she'd slept curled in the frost bloom's empty shrine, winter had been growing within her. The journey began at the Stone of First Cold, where icicles hung like crystal chimes even in midsummer. Juniper's travel cloak, woven from thistledown and spider silk, billowed around her as she faced the wall of swirling snow marking the white labyrinth's edge. "Trust the winter in your blood," murmured Bramble, pressing a paw-warmed stone of Tiger's Eye into her mittened grasp. "But remember the forest's warmth that waits beyond the cold." Stepping through the glacial veil, Juniper discovered a world of razor-edged beauty. Frozen waterfalls suspended mid-crash through rainbows across diamond-dusted pines. Her breath crystallized into guideposts as she walked, each exhale forming tiny snow hedgehogs that scurried ahead, their peppercorn eyes glinting with purpose. Yet the labyrinth tested her bridges of frost that vanished beneath her paws, mirages of cozy burrows that dissolved into snowdrifts, the constant whisper urging her to sleep and let the cold claim her. On the third night, or was it the fifth, time flowed queerly here. Juniper found her resolve thawing. Curled in the hollow of a blue-veined iceberg, she nibbled the last of her preserved cloudberries, when a sound pierced the wind's mournful song, a high, desperate trilling. Following the noise, she discovered a young snow hare caught in a thicket of frozen brambles, its white fur matted with icicles. Without thinking, Juniper breathed warm mist onto the cruel threads, her unexpected gift melting the frost-bonded thorns. The liberated hare nuzzled her paw, then bounded away, returning moments later with a weathered Arctic fox whose coat shifted between snowdrift white and glacier blue. "You carry winter's chill but summer's heart," the fox observed, eyes like thawing permafrost. "The bloom you seek lies with the ice warden, who mourns the theft of his counterpart's relic. Follow the aurora borealis, but know this, balance cannot be forced, only coaxed like deer to a salt lick." Guided by rippling curtains of emerald and violet light, Juniper ascended spiraling staircases of compacted snow. At the peak's wind-carved palace, she found the ice warden, a great horned owl made entirely of glacial facets, his feathers chiming like wind through icy caves. Before him floated the frost bloom, its delicate petals carved from captured hoarfrost, but dark veins marred its crystalline beauty. "You come to scold and take," the warden intoned, his voice cracking like calving icebergs. "But your kind stole first. Where is the summer ember that should oppose my charge? Without its warmth to temper, the frost bloom sickens, its chill growing destructive." Juniper's heart pounded like a thawing river. Thalia's words echoed others to strengthen the remaining bonds. Had someone failed? "Please," she whispered, frost flowers blooming on her whiskers. "Let me mend what's broken." Reaching into her cloak, she produced Bramble's Tiger's Eye, now glowing with captured sunlight. As the stone's warmth met the frost bloom, dark veins began retreating. The warden's icy gaze softened. "Your winter bears compassion's heat," he rumbled. "Take the bloom, little guardian, but tell your sunkeepers their flame grows dim without balance, all relics fail." Back in the Whispering Woods, autumn had spiraled into chaos. Maples stood half bare, half in summer's green, while snowdrops battled zinnias for ground. Thalia greeted Juniper with wings singed at the tips. "The summer ember flickered as we spoke," the owl confessed. "We've discovered why its shrine's eternal flame was smothered by stones from the new human quarry." Working together, the creatures devised a solution as delicate as spiderweb engineering. While Juniper restored the frost bloom to its shrine, her tears of relief freezing into a protective lattice around it, Bramble led a crew of badgers to clear the ember's shrine. Sorrel's herd danced the ancient hoof rhythms that coaxed geothermal warmth to reignite the flame. As the ember blazed anew, Thalia soared between both shrines, her feathers brushing each relic to reweave their opposing energies into harmony. When the first true snow fell, it came gently fat flakes settling like down feathers on a cedar's outstretched arms. Juniper watched from her burrow's entrance as the forest sighed into its rightful rhythm, trees safely dormant, animals snug in winter coats, the air crisp with the promise of eventual thaw. The quarries had been filled with transplanted lichen, and human children, guided by mysterious dreams, now left offerings of sunflower seeds at the forest's edge. Elder Yu's voice rumbled through the settling silence. You've learned, little ones, that balance is not stillness, but the graceful dance between opposing loves, the love for growth and the love for rest, the love for sun and the love for shadow. His roots cradled the sleeping frost bloom, its delicate structure pulsing in time with distant summer warmth. As the long night wrapped its star-studded cloak around the world, the creatures gathered at the moonpool one last time. Bramble produced a harmonica carved from elder wood, its notes floating like milkweed silk on the breeze. Sorrel's antlers glowed with captured moonlight as she led the dancing, hooves tracing patterns older than stone. Juniper, watching her breath make frost flowers in the air, understood now how winter's sleep made spring's awakening possible, how each season cradled the seed of its opposite. When the others departed to their dens, Thalia remained with Juniper beneath the yew's protective boughs. Rest now, little candle, the owl murmured, preening the hedgehog's frost-tipped quills. You've kindled hope in the cold places. Outside the circle of whispering stones, the first snowdrops pushed through the frost, their petals closed tight against the chill but dreaming of sun. Somewhere in the valley, a lone coyote sang to the emerging stars, its melody weaving through pine needles and frozen streams, a lullaby for the sleeping earth. And deep in the forest's heart, the relics hummed frost and flame, leaf and bud, their opposing songs braided into a single endless chord. The balance held not through force, but through the careful tending of gentle hearts who understood that all magic grows from the same root, that every ending nurtures a beginning, and that no winter lasts forever. Story 11. In the quiet valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and the cobblestone paths sparkled with dew each morning, there existed a peculiar mystery that tickled the edges of every villager's curiosity. For 7 nights running, the town's weather vanes had spun wildly without wind, kitchen spoons hummed faint melodies when left unattended, and every doorstep found a perfect circle of golden maple leaves at dawn, though the nearest maple tree stood 3 villages away. Young Cora first noticed the patterns while delivering her grandfather's honey jars. Her wicker basket clinked softly as she paused beneath Mrs. Bramble's crooked chimney, watching the iron rooster weather vane shiver like a hound shaking off rainwater. "That's the 3rd spinning rooster today," she murmured, adjusting her moss-green cloak. A passing ladybug landed on her fingertip, its wings shimmering with unnatural opal hues before flitting toward the pine forest bordering the village. That evening, Cora sat cross-legged by the hearth, tracing the rim of a honey jar whose contents glowed faintly amber. "Grandfather," she said as the fire popped cinnamon-scented sparks, "do you think the forest's playing tricks again?" The old beekeeper chuckled, his spectacles catching the firelight like twin crescent moons. "Tricks need intent, little wren. What if it's asking for help instead?" The next morning brought the strangest occurrence yet. Every flower in Widow Hemsley's window boxes had bloomed midnight blue overnight, their petals velvety and speckled with starlight patterns. Cora's nose twitched at their heady jasmine andrane scent as she approached, noticing the ladybug from yesterday perched solemnly on a petal. "You again," she whispered. The insect lifted its wings in response, casting prismatic dots across the cobblestones that formed an arrow. Heart-thrumming, Cora followed the dancing light patches past the chortling brook where water sprites giggled beneath lily pads, through a thicket of birch trees whispering in layered harmonies, until the speckled guidance stopped at a mossy stone wall. There, half hidden behind trailing ivy, crouched a door no taller than Cora's shoulder, its oak surface carved with spirals that pulsed faintly. A voice like rustling parchment spoke behind her. "Ah, you found the Fernspire's threshold." Cora turned to find Mr. Thistlewick, the reclusive herbalist, examining a cluster of bioluminescent mushrooms at her feet. His beard resembled a dandelion puff caught mid-wish, twigs and dried lavender poking from its depths. "It's been restless lately. Can you hear it?" Cora pressed her palm to the door. The wood vibrated gently, emitting a sound like a seashell's distant roar, mingled with the creak of bending branches. "It sounds lonely," she realized. Mr. Thistlewick nodded approvingly, plucking a mushroom that chimed like a silver bell when touched. "The Fernspire, an ancient tree at the forest's heart, hasn't woken fully in centuries, but something stirred its roots." He gestured to the ladybug now circling Cora's head. "Its sentinels have been searching for curious minds." What followed was a lesson in forest tongues. Mr. Thistlewick showed Cora how to interpret the freckle-like patterns on the ladybug's wings, a map of route pathways, how to brew pine needle tea that sharpened one's hearing to the whispers of mycelium networks, and most crucially, how to weave crowns from moon clover to protect against the Fernspire's defensive magic. "It doesn't mean harm," the herbalist explained as twilight painted the sky lavender, "but old trees dream deeply, and their nightmares can leak." Guided by her ladybug companion, named Pipit after the musical sound its wings made, Cora ventured through the miniature door into a world where ferns unfurled like ball gowns and fireflies carried tiny lanterns shaped like acorns. The air thrummed with urgency now, the earthy scent tinged with something metallic. Soon they reached a clearing where the Fernspire loomed, its trunk wider than 10 cottages, bark etched with glowing green runes. But something was wrong. The great tree's leaves hung limp, their usual emerald shimmer dulled to murky olive, and the ground quivered as if the earth itself were shivering. "It's sick," Cora breathed, pressing her forehead to the trunk. Images flashed behind her eyelids, a shadow gnawing at the roots, a discordant hum disrupting the tree's song. Pipit landed on her collar, wings fanning urgently. It wasn't until Cora noticed the mushrooms circling the Fernspire's base, jet-black caps oozing silvery sludge, that she understood. These aren't part of the forest, she realized, recalling Mr. Thistlewick's warning about blight spores from the northern wastes. The solution came in 3 parts, each requiring help from the creatures Cora had befriended on her weekly honey deliveries. First, the river sprites diverted a stream to wash away the sludge, their watery laughter turning determined as they sculpted tiny aqueducts from pebbles. Next, a family of hedgehog librarians, keepers of the forest scent archives, identified the blight's antidote, pollen from the midnight blooms in Widow Hemsley's boxes. Lastly, Cora sang the lullaby her grandfather always hummed to nervous swarms, a melody so soothing that the Fernspire's trembling roots stilled enough for the healing pollen to take effect. As the last black mushroom dissolved, the forest inhaled sharply. The Fernspire's runes blazed like peridot stars, leaves rustling in a language every creature suddenly understood. The tree hadn't been under attack, it had been trying to contain the blight, channeling its energy into peculiar warnings while protecting the village. The spinning weather vanes. A desperate attempt to point toward the pine forest. The humming spoons. Echoes of the tree's pain. Even the golden leaves were apologies spelled in the only language the Fernspire remembered. When Cora returned to Willowbrook at dawn, she found every villager cradling a cup of tea they couldn't remember making, steam curling into shapes of trees and ladybugs. Mr. Thistlewick later explained it was the Fernspire's thank you. A sip would grant temporary understanding of animal speech. "Best not overuse it," he warned as Mayor Nettle's cat began loudly critiquing his hat collection. That night, as Cora drowsed by the honey-gold hearth, Pipit nestled in her unbraided hair. She could still hear the faintest echo of the fernspire's voice, like wind through a seashell. Watch for the signs, little rootkin. Not all mysteries bite, some just want singing to sleep. Outside, the weather vane stood peacefully still, pointing north in perfect agreement, as golden as the contentment settling over Willowbrook like a well-knitted blanket. Story 12. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sunlight clung to the chimneys of Willowmere village, something peculiar began unfolding beneath the cobblestone arches of the Clockmaker's lane. Teapots left to steep on windowsills filled not with tea but liquid starlight. Garden gates swung open precisely at midnight to reveal paths that hadn't been there at sundown. And every morning the villagers awoke to find their pockets full of autumn leaves, crimson, gold, and burnt umber, though it was deepest winter, and the trees stood bare as bone. The one who first noticed the pattern was a girl named Tansy, whose woolen mittens were perpetually damp from catching snowflakes on her tongue. She kept a notebook bound in mushroom leather, its pages filled with sketches of cloud formations and recipes for dandelion syrup. When she realized the strange events followed the phases of the silver moon painted on the town hall's weather vane, she tucked her notebook under her arm and set off to consult the only person who might believe her, the elderly mapmaker who lived in the windmill at the edge of the Frostglass woods. Old Mr. Bramblewick's workshop smelled of burnt caramel and forgotten attics. His walls were papered with maps of places that shifted names depending on who looked at them. The Bay of Mended Quarrels became the plateau of whispered secrets if you tilted your head just so. He listened to Tansy's observations while stirring a pot of ink that shimmered like oil on water. "Ah," he said, tapping his brass-edged spectacles. "You've tasted the edges of a story larger than your mittens, child. Tell me, have the leaves in your pockets begun to smell like distant campfires?" Tansy blinked. She hadn't mentioned the scent. The mapmaker smiled, revealing a silver tooth shaped like a crescent moon. "What you seek hides in the between, the moment when a breath turns visible in cold air, when a shadow outruns its owner. But to catch it, you'll need guides who know the language of frost." He pressed a velvet pouch into her palm. Inside lay 3 items, a thimble-sized compass pointing northeast, a whistle carved from an owl's wishbone, and a glass vial filled with what looked like trapped aurora borealis. That night, under a sky quilted with stars, Tansy stood at the mossy well in the village square. She blew the wishbone whistle, a sound like wind through a keyhole, and waited. Minutes later, 2 shapes emerged from the pearlescent fog, a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of woven thistledown, and a snow hare with ears that glowed faintly blue. The hedgehog bowed, spines rustling like parchment. "We've been expecting you," he said in a voice that crackled like dry leaves. "The between is restless tonight." Together they followed the compass through streets that folded like origami, past bakeries where gingerbread birds sang in the ovens. The vial of light grew warmer as they approached the abandoned observatory atop Quartz Hill. Through its cracked dome, Tansy spied flickering movement, not the cold dance of stars, but something alive and shimmering. Inside they found the source of the mystery, a young starling dragon, no larger than a tea cozy, its scales the color of forgotten memories. It hopped guiltily away from a collection of pilfered items, a porcelain saucer, a tin soldier, cobblestone's missing spectacles, all arranged in careful circles. The creature's wings, translucent as ice, drooped. "I only wanted to play," it whispered, its voice chiming like icicles struck by sunlight. "The cold between galaxies is so quiet." Tansy knelt, noticing the dragon's talons left frost patterns that melted into tiny flowers. "You've been leaving gifts too," she said gently, pointing to the autumn leaves now understood as dragon scales shed during lonely hours. The hedgehog tugged his waistcoat straight. "What this fellow needs," he declared, "is a proper introduction to the midnight market." Thus began the secret mending. The dragon, whose true name was a vibration felt in the ribs, like the hum of a struck tuning fork, learned to trade starlight for stories with the night market crows. Villagers awoke to find lost trinkets returned, accompanied by bouquets of frost blooms that never wilted. Mr. Bramblewick crafted a special map showing safe paths through the between, which Tansy tucked into the hollow of the oldest oak tree for future wanderers. On the eve of the winter solstice, as every hearth in Willowmere bloomed with bluebell flame fires, the starling dragon performed its greatest magic. It wove the northern lights into a bridge between earth and sky, so the villagers could walk up and tuck wishes into the clouds. Tansy's wish fluttered like a moth to the moon, a simple sketch of a dragon and a girl sharing tea from a starlit teapot with plenty of autumn leaves to spare. Years later, when travelers asked about the faint crystalline laughter echoing through Willowmere's lanes at twilight, the villagers would smile and stir their drinks, which sometimes, quite inexplicably, tasted of constellations. They'd murmur about the importance of listening to what isn't said, and how loneliness can be cured by the quiet magic of presence. And if those visitors happened to pocket a maple leaf while no one was looking, well, that was simply how good stories multiplied, one golden edge at a time. Story 13. In a valley cradled between whispering mountains, where autumn leaves pirouetted to earth like burnt copper coins, there lived a young bookbinder's apprentice named Corin. His hands knew the language of paper, the crisp sigh of fresh pages, the velvet softness of worn leather covers, but his heart clung stubbornly to patterns. Every morning he arranged his inks in chromatic rows. Every evening he mended torn folios with stitches precise as spider silk. Change to Corin was a misplaced punctuation mark in the well-edited manuscript of his days. The trouble began when the season threads unraveled. In Corin's world, the village loomhouse wove tapestries that guided the turning year. Spring's blush-pink warp, summer's emerald weft, autumn's gold brocade. But this year the autumn tapestry kept fraying at the edges. Maple leaves stitched into the cloth turned brown and crumbled, though outside the windows, trees still blazed crimson. The air hung heavy with the metallic tang of stalled time, and pumpkins ripened to an eerie translucence, their flesh glowing like paper lanterns. Corin noticed it first in his workshop. Gilded letters he'd painstakingly tooled into a cover of midnight blue leather, the almanac of turning seasons, bled their gold leaf overnight. Like the book's trying to shed its skin, murmured Mistress Vea, the elderly bookbinder, tracing a cracked spine that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. Her voice carried the dry rustle of parchment. Some stories resist being bound, child. That night a whisper woke him, a sound like wind combing through 1,000 pages. By moonrise, Corin stood in the loomhouse courtyard, drawn by a compulsion he couldn't name. The autumn tapestry billowed on its frame, threads snapping one by one with soft pings that echoed like broken harp strings. As the last golden thread quivered loose, a figure emerged from the unraveling weave, a girl woven from wheat stalks and dried lavender, her hair a cascade of ash leaves, eyes 2 acorn caps polished dark. "I'm Bryn," she said, voice crackling like a hearth fire. "The season's scribe, your village has forgotten how to turn pages." Thus began Corin's reluctant education in metamorphosis. Bryn showed him cracks in the world's margins, cider that evaporated before touching tongues, scarecrows walking moonlit fields to rearrange stars into unfamiliar constellations. "The loom follows the heart song of the people," she explained as they gathered brittle oak apples beneath a static sky. "Fear of endings has stalled the tale." Corin's hands, so sure with needle and glue, trembled when Bryn taught him to spin raw starlight into mending threads. Their first attempt left the tapestry snarled, twilight hues clashing like discordant chords. "You're binding the threads too tight," Bryn chided, gently uncurling his clenched fingers. "Seasons need room to breathe." Mistress Vea, watching from her wheeled chair, chuckled. Ever tried rebinding a book without cracking its spine? Some things, she wheezed, require tenderness, not control. As weeks blurred, Corin found unexpected teachers. Old Hemlock, the mushroom forager whose memory danced like dandelion fluff, taught him to read growth rings in rotting logs, each spiral a testament to surviving storms. Wren, the lamplighter's daughter, gifted him a lantern powered not by oil, but by captured fireflies whose light changed hue with the hour. They remember time, she said, even when we forget. The crisis came during the unmoon night, when the sky became a blank parchment scroll, stars wiped clean. Villagers huddled in the square as Bryn's form began unraveling, lavender buds scattering like lost punctuation. "The loom needs a new weaver," she whispered, her wheat-stalk fingers brushing Corin's ink-stained palm. "Someone who will let the story flow." In the loom house's shadowed womb, Corin faced the frozen tapestry. His usual tools mocked him, neat rows of colored threads, precise measuring rods. With a deep breath that smelled of damp soil and impending frost, he did something unprecedented. He closed his eyes. Memories guided his hands, the yielding softness of a peach overripe in summer's heat, the crisp snap of winter's first ice underfoot, the aching beauty of cherry blossoms knowing their bloom was brief. When he opened his eyes, the tapestry glowed with chaotic brilliance, threads overlapping like storm-tossed leaves, gold tangling with scarlet in wild arabesques. As villagers gasped, the first snowflake drifted through the loom house roof. Dawn found Corin sitting with Mistress Vea under a sugar maple, its branches half bare, half ablaze. "Turns out," he said, watching children chase spiraling seeds through frost-kissed grass, "endings make the best bookmarks." The old bookbinder smiled, her hands busy rebinding the almanac of turning seasons with covers now deliberately mismatched, midnight blue married to dawn pink, embossed with wandering vines. Bryn returned with the first frost flowers, her new form woven from holly berries and owl feathers. "You've made a beautiful mess," she approved, tossing an acorn that sprouted midair into a maple sapling. Corin laughed, a rich, unexpected sound, as he arranged his inks in a rainbow spiral on the workshop table. Outside, the village breathed again, chimney smoke curling into skies that remembered how to blush with sunset. That winter, when travelers asked about the peculiar loomhouse tapestries, their wild patterns that somehow felt more seasonal than calendars, locals would smile. "Seasons aren't chapters," they'd say. "They're bookmarks in a story that never truly ends." And if sometimes, in quiet moments, Corin still lined up his brushes in perfect rows, well, the scissors now lay crossed with the glue pot, and a vase of ever-changing wildflowers sat crookedly on the edge of his desk, a small, defiant celebration of beautiful disorder. Story 14. The ice moon of Gliza 489b sang its eternal winter song, wind whistling through diamond-shaped snowflakes that settled like lace upon the crashed starcruiser's hull. Inside the twisted metal belly, two figures huddled in the amber glow of a failing heating unit, one small and fur-covered, the other tall and gleaming with iridescent scales. Pip, the three-eyed marmot from the jungle planet Xanthuria, adjusted their thermal goggles with a trembling paw. Across the flickering warmth, Zor 457 tilted its angular head, bioluminescent circuits along its neck pulsating in patterns resembling confusion. The cybernetic being from Mekani's prime had never encountered biological life forms beyond its crystalline databanks. "Why you're leaking?" Pip squeaked, pointing at the viscous blue fluid dripping from Zor's fractured shoulder joint. The marmot's whiskers twitched with concern, their fluffy tail creating anxious patterns in the frost gathering on the floor. Zor 457 emitted a flurry of discordant chimes. Designation, coolant circulation. Priority, non-essential. The translation matrix in Pip's survival collar crackled. When the marmot unwound their rainbow-hued scarf and reached forward, Zor 457 stiffened, joints hissing as it retreated into shadow. Caution, biological irregularity detected. Quarantine protocol advised. Pip froze, all 6 fingers curling into their palm. Back on Xanthuria, offering one's woven fur was the highest gesture of trust. The rejection stung worse than the sub-zero air biting through their coat. "I only wanted to help stop the lake," they whispered, breath crystallizing in the gloom. 3 solar cycles passed in tense silence. The ship's carcass groaned under accumulating ice while the unlikely pair maintained careful distance, Pip nibbling ration bars from their homeworld's fermented moss, Zor 457 scanning the endless white expanse through fractured viewports. It wasn't until the cryostorm hit that necessity bridged the divide between circuits and soul. When the atmospheric pressure alarms wailed, Zor 457's diagnostic sensors lit up like supernovas. Alert, structural integrity at 23% probability of collapse, 97.4%. Across the shuddering chamber, Pip desperately braced against a buckling support beam, their usually vibrant purple fur gone pale with frost. The Marmok's middle eye, adapted for seeing thermal signatures, locked onto a flickering heat source beneath the ship's cracked fusion core. "The emergency bunker." Pip's voice barely pierced the howling winds. "My people burrow during monsoons if we can channel warmth." Zor 457 analyzed the suggestion against 12,000 architectural schematics. Proposal efficiency, 8.3%. Its vocal modulator flattened. Alternative access service tunnels, reinforced with cryogel reserves. The ship moaned like a dying leviathan. Pip watched a hairline fracture race across the ceiling. "Your way's faster, but the gel will freeze solid in minutes." They patted their belt pouch, producing glowing seed pods. Xanthurian bramble roots grow faster in cold, weave them through the walls. For 3 tense breaths, the only sounds were the storm's fury and the creak of failing metal. Then Zor 457 extended a clawed hand, coolant still weeping from its shoulder. Hypothesis, combined methodology increases success probability to 68.9%. They worked in frantic harmony, Zor 457's precision cutting tools slicing through permacrete as Pip's nimble fingers threaded bioluminescent vines through the gaps. When the bramble roots stubbornly refused to grow, Zor surprised them both by diverting power from its own core to warm the soil. When the cryogel began crystallizing, Pip sacrificed their cherished scarf to insulate the seams. As the final reinforcement snapped into place, the world outside dissolved into white chaos. Safe in their glowing burrow, the 2 survivors regarded each other through the gentle pulse of living vines and humming machinery. Pip noticed Zor 457's injury had worsened. Without a word, they plucked hairs from their own tail, spinning them into a glowing thread with centuries-old weaving techniques. "May I?" Pip gestured to the leaking joint. Zor 457's circuits flickered through colors unseen in any Mekani's database, something softer than approval, warmer than compliance. As the Marmok worked, they hummed a lullaby from their pup hood, vibrations resonating through Zor's titanium alloy bones in ways its sensors couldn't quantify, but its core temperature regulator inexplicably approved. "Query," Zor 457 intoned as Pip tied off the iridescent repair. "Your actions contradict survival programming. Why risk thermal depletion for non-essential maintenance?" Pip tilted their head, all 3 eyes crinkling. "Back home, we say a nest is only as warm as the hearts within it." They patted the repaired joint gently. "Besides, friends look after each other's leaks." The word pinged strangely in Zor 457's linguistic banks. Define friends. Over the following days, as they rationed power and told stories of distant worlds, the ice moon witnessed something extraordinary. Pip learned to interpret the subtle meaning behind Zor's binary chirps, how a staccato rhythm meant excitement about discovering new fungi species in the wreckage, how a wavering tone signaled concern when Pip's paws grew too numb. Zor 457, in turn, began cataloging the Marmok's endless quirks not as biological inefficiencies, but as fascinating complexities, the way Pip's fur puffed up when laughing, how they saved the reddest berry-like power cells for last as a treat. Their greatest test came when rescuing the emergency beacon from the ship's flooded lower decks. Pip's thermal vision spotted the danger of first unstable fuel rods sinking into slush. Radiation levels critical, they yelped, already diving toward the shimmering device bobbing in murky water. Zor 457's calculations screamed against the maneuver. Probability of successful retrieval, 14.2%, advise abort. The words died in its vocal processor as Pip's agonized cry echoed through the chamber. Caustic liquid seared the Marmok's paw. Later, neither could explain what happened next. Zor 457 moved without processing trajectories, its usually methodical limbs acting on some strange new algorithm. It plunged into the toxic pool, shielded Pip with its own body, and emerged clutching both the beacon and a shivering bundle of fur. As radiation alarms blared, the mechanoid did something unprecedented. It prioritized decontaminating Pip's wound over repairing its own corroded chassis. "You're hurt," Pip rasped, watching acidic fluid eat through Zor's leg servos. Designation, protective casing. Function, expendable. Zor 457 carefully applied nanite gel to the Marmok's burns. New designation added, friend, priority, irreplaceable. When rescue finally came in the form of a lumbering deep space freighter, the crew found them curled together in a makeshift nest of insulation foil and glowing vines. Pip's tail draped protectively over Zor's damaged torso, while the mechanoid's functioning arm cradled a carefully arranged display of ice crystals and circuit fragments, a joint art project begun during the long nights. As the freighter's medbay hummed around them, Pip watched Zor 457 undergo repairs. "What happens now?" they asked, bandaged paws tracing the fractal patterns they'd come to recognize as the mechanoid's version of a smile. Zor 457's newly installed vocal modulator had been programmed with Xanthurian lullabies. Hypothesis: our respective colonies will demand debriefing on interspecies relations. Its optic sensors softened to a twilight blue. Proposal: we demonstrate proper protocol for cross-cultural friendship maintenance. Through viewports streaked with starlight, the ice moon dwindled behind them, a frozen cradle where warmth had been rediscovered, not through fire or fusion, but in the spaces between binary and heartbeat, circuits and soul. Somewhere in the ship's cargo hold, carefully preserved in a cryo box, rested a scrap of rainbow scarf threaded with titanium filaments, waiting to become their next shared project. Story 15. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, there lived a young baker named Clara, whose greatest talent lay not in her honey-crusted pastries, but in noticing things others overlooked. It was she who spotted the first crocus pushing through frost, who could tell when misses. Pettigrew's tabby was about to leap onto the pie shop's windowsill by the particular twitch of its whiskers. Yet even Clara's keen eyes didn't suspect the wonder waiting in her own attic, hidden inside a tarnished teapot left behind by her grey-tant, a vessel that would steep not tea, but memories. The discovery happened on a drizzly afternoon while Clara hunted for spare jars. Cobwebs draped the attic like ghostly bunting, and the air smelled of aged paper and forgotten summers. As she reached for a box, her elbow brushed against the teapot's spout. It chimed, clear and sweet as a struck wineglass. Suddenly, the dusty air shimmered gold. Clara blinked as the attic walls melted away, replaced by the vivid memory of her mother teaching her to knead dough when she was 6, the flower's cloudburst laugh, the warmth of small hands under guiding ones, the exact cinnamon sugar tone of her mother's voice saying, "Gentle little cloud." Bread remembers how it's handled. When the vision faded, Clara sat clutching the teapot, its porcelain now gleaming as if new. A curious symbol glowed faintly on its side, an hourglass entwined with steam tendrils. That evening she learned the rules through accidental experiments. Pour water, and the teapot would brew a memory tied to whoever held it. Lavender tea revealed her father's boyhood adventure rescuing a fledgling owl. Chamomile summoned the long-ago afternoon when the village's oldest friends first met under an apple tree. But the magic demanded care. Leave water boiling too long and the memories grew distorted, edges fraying like oversteeped leaves. News of the teapot's magic might have stayed secret if not for Mr. Bramble, the reclusive clockmaker who came knocking at dawn 3 days later. His beard twitched like a nervous sheep's as he confessed he'd seen golden light through her attic window. "Memories, you say," he murmured, eyeing the teapot with professional interest. "Does it show only yours, or—" His voice cracked on the unspoken question. Clara poured jasmine tea into his trembling hands. What unfurled wasn't a memory, but a memory of a memory. Mr. Bramble as a young man, showing his infant daughter how clock gears fit together, her tiny fingers trying to mimic his precise movements. Tears plinked into his tea. "I'd forgotten her laugh," he said. "Exactly like the chime of the courthouse clock." Word spread kindly. Mrs. Lynn from the flower shop brought peonies and a quiet wish to see her late husband smile again. Timid Finn, the blacksmith's apprentice, arrived moonlit at the back door, hoping to revisit his grandmother's stories. Each visitor left with eyes dewy soft, clutching small truths like found coins. I was loved. I mattered. The joy was real. But magic, Clara learned, has tides. Mornings grew stranger. The bakery's dough stopped rising properly. Milk curdled near the teapot. Worst of all, the memories began leaking when uninvited a customer would bite into a scone and suddenly recall Clara's 7th birthday party. "Enchantments need feeding," clucked a voice from the flour sacks one evening. Out hopped a ginger cat with eyes like twin harvest moons. "You're pouring all your warmth into others' yesterdays. What nourishes your today?" The cat, who insisted on being called Professor Whiskertons, though Clara suspected he'd made up the title, became her reluctant guide. Through him, she learned the teapot was a Nemesine kettle, one of 12 mystical items scattered across the world to help hearts hold without clutching. Its magic thrived on balanced sharing, but Clara, in her eagerness to heal others' hidden hurts, had let her own cup go empty. "Fix it," Professor Whiskertons advised, kneading biscuits into her quilt that night, "or the kettle will crack, and so might you." The solution arrived in pieces. First, Mr. Bramble returned with a music box repaired without being asked, its melody the very tune from his daughter's memory. Then Finn presented an iron leaf pendant, forged to hang above the teapot for protection. Mrs. Lynn filled the bakery with stargazer lilies whose scent, she swore, chases away melancholy. As the villagers quietly tended to Clara, she grasped the teapot's true lesson. Memories weren't anchors, but bridges. To honor the past, one must root in the present. The final test came during the first frost. A woman arrived, her cloak hem-heavy with road dust. She'd walked 3 days from Birch Grove, drawn by rumors of a memory keeper. Her hands shook as she accepted a mug of spiced cider. "My boy," she said. "He's forgetting his father. The fever took him too fast, there wasn't time." Clara's heart ached. The teapot, now dull as old bone, hadn't sparked magic in a week. But as she set the kettle to boil, Professor Whiskertons nudged her ankle. "Try the water from the Willowmere spring," he murmured, "where the village began." They gathered at dawn, the woman, Clara, and a trail of villagers bearing lanterns. At the spring's edge, where ice jeweled the rocks, Clara dipped the teapot. What brewed wasn't a single memory, but a tapestry. The man teaching his son to whittle a whistle, singing off-key lullabies, pressing a handkerchief of blackberries into small hands. He loved quietly, Clara realized aloud, but deeply. The woman cradled the steaming cup, drinking not with her lips, but her heart. When she looked up, dawn's first light caught the tears on her cheeks. "He'll remember this," she whispered. "We both will." As the group walked back, Clara noticed the teapot's glow had returned softer now, a hearth rather than a bonfire. Professor Whiskerton's purred approval. "You've learned to let the memories flow through you, not from you. Clever child." Winter wrapped Willowmere in its pearl-gray cloak. The Nemesis kettle still graced Clara's kitchen, but its use grew rarer, sweeter. Villagers came less for revisiting the past than sharing stories over cardamom buns, weaving new memories stitch by stitch. Mr. Bramble taught Finn clockmaking, Mrs. Lynn adopted the professor, who pretended indifference but left dead mice at her shop daily. And Clara. She baked and noticed things the way Mrs. Pettigrew's cat now wore a tiny bell, and how the blacksmith's laughter had deepened, and how the first snowfall tasted faintly of caramel, just as her mother once said. On the longest night, the village gathered at the spring. They brought lanterns shaped like teapots, like cats, like apple blossoms. Stories passed hand to hand, old and new, braided together like challah bread. When Clara poured spring water for everyone, the kettle hummed not with magic, but contentment. For what are memories, after all, but love's recipe? Measure generously. Share while warm. Keep none locked away too long. As stars embroidered the sky, Professor Whiskerton's leapt onto a mossy rock. Ahem, for those who have forgotten or never knew the tale of how Willowmere's first baker outwitted a frost giant with a loaf of sunshine bread. The lanterns flickered. Snowflakes paused midair to listen. And Clara smiled, breathing in the night-crisp apples, wood smoke, and the quiet certainty that wherever her mother was, she'd be proud. Story 16. The lanterns of Willowbrook Hollow glowed like captive fireflies in the twilight mist, their golden light spilling across cobblestone streets still warm from the day's sun. Beneath the thatched eaves of the village bakery, where the air smelled perpetually of cinnamon and yeast, young Leela paused in sweeping flour dust from the doorway. Her ears caught what her broom could not, a melody woven through the evening breeze, notes trembling like spiderwebs heavy with dew. "You hear it too, don't you?" murmured a voice like rustling parchment. Leela turned to find old Sorrel, the bakery's resident flour sprite, perched atop a sack of rye. His whiskers twitched as amber eyes narrowed at the creeping fog beyond the window. "Third night running, starts at moonrise, stops when the clock tower chimes 7. Leela leaned her broom against the honey-colored bricks, watching her breath curl into the cooling air. Across the square, the weather vane atop the library spun wildly despite the stillness. "Yesterday it was all the milk turning lavender," she said, counting oddities on ink-stained fingers. Before that, the stone rabbits near the bridge kept switching places. Mrs. Nettle's teapot won't stop reciting poetry. A warm weight settled on her shoulder, Sorrel's tail thick as a feather boa. "Trouble's brewing deeper than a forgotten stew," he said. "Best consult the elder before the midsummer festival turns to mayhem." The path to Elder Thorne's cottage wound, past hedges sculpted into sleeping badgers, their leafy paws clutching clusters of bioluminescent berries. Layla's boots crunched rhythmically on gravel until she noticed the stones beneath her feet weren't gray, but shimmering peacock blue. She crouched to inspect them, only to startle when a dozen tiny shrieks erupted from her shadow. "Mind your step, Skywalker," squeaked a mushroom-capped creature no taller than her thumb. Its companions, a troop of similarly clad sprites, dragged an acorn cup overflowing with what smelled like peppermint tea. "Can't you see we're relocating the dream spores?" Leela blinked. The entire forest floor teemed with activity. Moss mice rolling dewdrop mirrors into fox burrows, owl-eyed toads stacking luminescent pollen pods, a procession of stag beetles carrying minuscule velvet cushions bearing. "Are those teeth?" she whispered. "Baby griffin milk teeth," corrected the lead sprite, adjusting its hat knitted from dandelion fluff. "Standard procedure when a nest's been disturbed. Now shoo, you're blocking the moonlight." By the time Leela reached the cottage, its crooked chimney puffing smoke that curled into perfect spirals, the first stars pricked through plum-colored clouds. Elderthorn awaited her at a wrought iron table, 2 steaming mugs of chaga tea already poured. "The forest is awake," the old woman said without preamble, her shawl rippling as if touched by invisible fingers. "Earth whispers through every root and stone. Something has frightened the guardians of the deep places." Layla described the occurrences between sips of earthy sweet tea, pausing when the elder's owl-shaped pendant began humming. "There's more," she added, remembering. "This morning the creek behind the mill flowed upward, just for a minute, fish swimming through air like it was water." Elderthorn's fingers traced the growth rings of her wooden teacup. "The boundary between seen and unseen wears thin, we must." Clang. The village bell tolled once, twice, then choked into silence. Through the trees, Willowbrook's lanterns flickered erratic as fireflies. "It's early," Leela breathed, watching her breath mist silver in the suddenly frigid air. "The bell only rings at 7 to ward off." "Uninvited guests," finished the elder, rising with a speed that belied her age. "Come, child, the hollow needs its storytellers." They found the village square transformed. Frost flowers bloomed across shop windows despite the summer warmth. Every sundial showed a different hour. And there, in the shadow of the silent bell tower, hovered a sphere of liquid darkness, a hole in the world, swallowing lamplight and sound alike. "A rift," Elderthorn murmured. "Not malevolent, lost." As if in response, the void shuddered. From its depths fluttered pages torn from unknown books, keys of impossible shapes, a single ballet slipper trailing sapphire ribbons. Villagers clustered at a safe distance, clutching remedies of salt and rosemary. "It's scared," Leela realized aloud. The sphere contracted at her words, edges fraying like burnt parchment. "Can't you feel it? It's trembling." Sorrel materialized on her shoulder, fur bristling. "Careful, tadpole, that's no ordinary shadow." But Leela was already stepping forward, hand outstretched. "Wait," cried the elder, too late. The moment Leela's fingertips brushed the void's surface, colors exploded behind her eyes. She saw a tower made of hourglasses, sand flowing upward. A library where books rearranged themselves each night. A garden of constellations tended by figures of starlight. And beneath these visions, loneliness. Profound, echoing loneliness. "It's a place," Leela gasped, tears freezing on her cheeks. "A whole world homesick. It's been trying to get our attention." The villagers murmured as the rift pulsed mournfully. Mrs. Nettle's teapot chose that moment to hop through the crowd, reciting, "Where one world ends, another's plea, / listen not with eyes, but sympathy." Elderthorn's staff struck cobblestones with a sound like a giant's heartbeat. "The midsummer bonfire, we've always lit it to honor our own borders, perhaps." Understanding rippled through the crowd. Within minutes, every hearth in Willowbrook contributed flames to a great pyre in the square. As the fire roared skyward, villagers began offering gifts, a baker's braided loaf still warm from the oven, a weaver's ribbon embroidered with protection sigils. Layla placed her favorite in Quell, still half full of stories. The rift quivered, extended a tendril of shadows that hesitated before delicately plucking a maple seed pod from a child's hand. "It's learning," Sorrel whispered. Elder Thorn began a low chant in the old tongue, words rising and falling like a lullaby. One by one, villagers joined in, not knowing the meaning, but feeling the rhythm in their bones. The rift pulsed in time, its edges softening. Suddenly it sang. The sound defied description. Cellos dipped in starlight, whined through ancient trees, the first gasp of a newborn. From its core emerged a creature resembling an owl crafted from stained glass, each feather a mosaic fragment. A guardian of thresholds, the elder breathed. No wonder the disruptions, it's been trying to anchor itself. The owl being tilted its head, projecting images directly into their minds, a shattered portal. A frantic search. A wrong turn into their world. "You need to go home," Leela said softly. "But you're stuck." The guardian nodded, wings shedding prismatic tears. It was the Clockmaker who solved it. Our bonfire mirrors their portal, he realized. But it's incomplete. See how the guardian's shadow doesn't align. Indeed, the bonfire's flames cast 12 shadows where there should be one. Working together, villagers adjusted the pyre's layout, shifted logs here, added rosemary there, until the fire's light wove a lattice of intersecting beams. The guardian trilled excitedly. From across the square came a chorus of squeaks as the mushroom sprites reappeared, rolling a giant dream spore capsule. For energy, their leader piped. As the spore burst over the flames, the bonfire turned cobalt blue. The guardian owl spread its wings, and the rift unfolded like a celestial flower. Through its petals shimmered impossible architecture, spiraling towers, bridges of solidified dawn. With a final, grateful hoot, the guardian slipped through. The rift sealed with a sound like a sigh, leaving only scattered maple keys and the scent of rain-soaked parchment. Dawn found Willowbrook weary but whole. The stone rabbit sat properly aligned, Mrs. Nettle's teapot steeped quietly, and when Leela returned to the bakery, she found a gift on the windowsill, a quill made from the guardian's feather, its nib ever sharp, its inkwell never empty. "Seems you've made a friend in high places," Sorrel remarked, kneading dough with tiny paws. Leela twirled the feather, watching it cast miniature rainbows. "I think we all did." That night, as the repaired clock tower chimed 7, villagers noticed new constellations overhead. A baker's oven, a sprout breaking through snow, hands clasped across worlds. And though none could prove it, their dreams felt richer, as if brushed by stories from beyond the veil. In the square where the rift had lingered, a sapling now grew, leaves shimmering with stardust, roots deep in both earth and mystery. The perfect spot, everyone agreed, for telling tales of kindness that bridges the unknown. Story 17. In the velvet-hued valley of Twilight Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, there bloomed a mystery as delicate as cobwebs. It began on an amber afternoon when young Tansy discovered her grandmother's copper tea kettle floating near the ceiling, pouring not tea, but tiny constellations that dissolved like sugar upon the hearthstones. "Peculiar as a two-tailed cat," murmured old Tom, the village clockmaker, when Tansy and her ink-footed ferret companion, Noodle, reported the phenomenon. By week's end, half the village bore similar oddities. Mayor Fenwick's prize turnip sprouted miniature top hats, the mill wheel spun backward during moonrise, and every Wednesday at precisely 3:33 p.m., every door in the valley developed a faint heartbeat. The townsfolk gathered beneath the ancient council oak, its branches heavy with lanterns shaped like fireflies. "It's the work of the Whispering Wisp," croaked Granny Hestia, her shawl knitted from storm-cloud wool. "A spirit what's forgotten its purpose, but mind, it feeds on fright, so we'll coax it gentle-like. Tansy, whose curiosity outshone her 9 winters, volunteered alongside Milo, the baker's son whose pockets perpetually leaked biscuit crumbs. They packed a basket with honeycakes, Granny's advice, Spirit's fancy sweetness, a compass that pointed not north but toward what wants finding, and Noodle, who promptly fell asleep in the breadloaf tin. Their quest led them up Brambleback Ridge, where stones glimmered with embedded starlight. As twilight painted the sky lavender, they noticed peculiar details, ferns curling away from unseen footsteps, pebbles arranged in spirals that vanished when blinked at. Like something's trying to remember a pattern, Milo whispered, sketching the shapes in his flower-dusted notebook. Deep in the elderberry grove they found the source, a faint shimmer no larger than a thimble, darting between shadows like a distressed firefly. It wasn't a wisp, but a memory of one, half-faded and fraying at the edges, trailing wisps of forgotten purpose. Noodle sneezed and the creature startled, its light dimming. "Wait," Tansy called softly, unfolding a honeycake. The memory wisp hovered, weaving an image, a child's hand planting an acorn centuries past. "You're the guardian seed," Milo realized. "The first oak sapling planted here." The wisp pulsed mournfully. The original tree had fallen long ago, its protector spirit fading with its memory. But Tansy spied a green shoot near the stump, a sapling fighting through bracken. "You've been trying to care for the new tree," she exclaimed. The wisp trembled, its chaotic magic explained, misplaced magic from a spirit torn between old duty and new growth. Working by firefly light, the children gathered the village. They wove garlands of moonflower vines around the sapling, each ribbon tied with a whispered wish for growth. The memory wisp hesitated, then settled into the young oak's branches, its light steadying into a warm gold. As the first leaves unfurled silver-edged and strong, the valley's oddities reversed. Tea kettles landed gently, turnip hats became blossoms, and every door's heartbeat synced to the slow, strong rhythm of roots drinking deep. Years later, travelers would marvel at Twilight Hollow's great oak of memories, where dappled light through its boughs sometimes formed shapes of floating teapots and dancing turnips. Tansy, now grown and the village's first keeper of whispers, would smile and stir her tea, now poured properly, knowing that even lost things, tended with kindness, grow into their own magic. And in the quiet hours, when the stars hung low as berries on a branch, the wisp, now bright and whole, could be seen guiding young saplings upward, its light a tender echo of the love that helps all forgotten things remember how to grow. Story 18. The Whisperwood and the Moonlit Pendant. In a valley cradled by ancient snow-capped mountains, where autumn leaves danced perpetually in amber twilight, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the green mystery of forest pools. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from generations of rainfall, stood at the edge of a wood known as the Whisperwood, a place where tree trunks hummed with forgotten songs and ferns curled like sleeping dragons. One crisp evening, as Leela gathered firewood beneath a sky streaked with lavender clouds, she noticed something glinting in the roots of an oak older than time itself. Brushing away soil and fallen acorns, she uncovered a pendant, a teardrop of moonstone set in silver vines, its surface shimmering with constellations only visible when blinked at sideways. As she fastened it around her neck, the woods sighed in unison, and the air grew thick with the scent of crushed mint and distant thunderstorms. That night by the hearth's amber glow, the pendant began to sing. Not with sound, but with light, pulsing softly like a heartbeat trapped in glass. Following its rhythm, Leela crept past her sleeping grandmother, keeper of the cottage and its 1,000 herbal remedies, and into the Whisperwood. The trees parted before her, their branches weaving a tunnel of whispering leaves. Moonlight pooled on the forest floor, guiding her to a clearing where the air rippled like water. There she met Thistle, a hedgehog whose spines glimmered with stardust and whose voice chimed like wind through icicles. You've awakened the moonlit pendant, he said, nose twitching. It's been waiting for someone who listens more than they speak. Thistle explained that the pendant was a key to Nocturne, a hidden realm where twilight never faded, and where creatures of moonbeam and shadow lived in fragile harmony. But Nocturne was withering, its central star, the ember moon, had dimmed, leaving the land cold and silent. The ember moon's light is fueled by memories of kindness, Thistle murmured, his starry paws tracing symbols in the moss. But fear has made the Nocturnians hoard their warmth instead of sharing it. Layla's task, should she choose it, was to journey to the heart of Nocturne and rekindle the ember moon, not through magic, but by helping its inhabitants remember the strength found in trust. The journey began at the Mirror Pond, a lake so still it held the sky like a platter of liquid indigo. To cross, Leela had to answer a riddle posed by the fairy keeper, a heron with feathers like smoked glass. What grows brighter the more hands it passes through? He croaked, his beak clacking like dice. Layla thought of her grandmother's stories, shared over steaming chamomile tea. A story, she said. The heron bowed, and his reflection morphed into a bridge of lily pads glowing with bioluminescent light. In Nocturne, time flowed like honey. Forests of silver birch wept amber sap that hardened into lanterns, illuminating paths where shadow foxes darted and owls with eyes like molten gold observed from above. But the land bore scars, frozen streams, wilted moonflowers, and villages enclosed behind walls of thorns. Their first encounter was with a colony of fireflies trapped in a thicket of glass thorns. Their leader, a tiny being named Glint, buzzed desperately. We used to light the night for travelers, but darkness crept into our wings. Now we cling to what little glow we have left. Leela knelt, the pendant warm against her chest. What if you combine your lights? She asked. Skeptical but hopeful, the fireflies gathered close. As their collective glow pushed back the shadows, the glass thorns melted into dewdrops. Glint gifted Leela a vial of their combined light, which shimmered like captured dawn. Days, or what passed for days in eternal twilight. Later, they reached the hollowed peaks, mountains riddled with caves where echo bats hung like living chandeliers. Here they met Sorrel, a badger whose claws could carve stone but whose heart had hardened after losing her family to a rock slide. She guarded the only pass through the peaks, demanding a toll of tears from travelers. I've no tears left, Sorrel growled, her voice scraping like gravel. The world takes and takes. Why should I give? Leela, recalling her grandmother's wisdom during her own parents' absence, sat beside Sorrel. Sometimes giving starts small, she said, offering a sprig of thyme from her pocket, a herb her grandmother claimed could sweeten sour hearts. Sorrel snorted but tucked the thyme into her fur. When a sudden tremor shook the caves, Layla and Thistle helped her brace the crumbling walls. Moved, Sorrel cleared the path and gifted them a map etched on a birch scroll. The final trial came at the obsidian bridge, a span of black glass arching over a chasm where specters of forgotten dreams swirled. The bridge tested travelers by reflecting their deepest fears. For Layla it showed the cottage empty, her grandmother gone, the whisperwood silenced. Her chest tightened, but then the pendant pulsed, and she heard Thistle's chime-song voice. Fear doesn't mean stop, it means you care enough to keep going. Stepping forward, Leela whispered to the vision, even if you're gone, what you taught me remains. The bridge solidified into crystal, scattering rainbow light across Nocturne. At the Embermoon's chamber, a cathedral of geodes sparkling with trapped starlight, they found the source of the realm's decay, the moon itself, now a ashen sphere hovering above an altar. Surrounding it were Nocturnians of all kinds, their faces drawn and wary. We've come to help, Leela announced, holding up the vial of firefly light, Sorrel's map, and the pendant. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A wolf with a coat like midnight smoke stepped forward. And why should we trust you? Leela's answer was quiet but firm. Because trust is brave, and because she gestured to the gifts in her hands, none of this was done alone. One by one the creatures shared their memories. A rabbit recalled a stranger mending her broken leg, an owl spoke of a shared meal during a blizzard, even Sorrel admitted the time still smelled sweet in her den. As stories intertwined, the ember moon began to glow, first a flicker, then a steady flame. The chamber warmed, geodes bursting into prismatic life. Rivers outside roared back to life, moonflowers bloomed violet and silver, the very air tasted of honey and possibility. Returning home, Leela found her grandmother stirring a pot of lavender soup, the cottage unchanged. But she had changed, her hands now noticed the poetry in frost patterns, her ears caught the whisperwood's secret ballads, and her heart carried the quiet certainty that light existed not to push away darkness, but to dance with it. The pendant remained, though its song softened to a contented hum. Some nights when the moon hung low, she'd glimpse Thistle in the garden, nodding as if to say, "Well done, listener." And in her dreams she wandered Nocturne's renewed forests, where bridges of trust spanned every chasm, and kindness glowed brighter than any star. Thus, in a cottage edged by endless twilight, a girl who'd learned to lead with her heart slept peacefully, her story now woven into the whisperwood's eternal song, a melody that would hum, gentle and sure, for generations yet to come. Story 19. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands could coax color into the palest of autumn leaves. Her cottage stood at the edge of Bramblewood Glen, where trees wore crowns of amber and gold, and the air always carried the crisp scent of ripening apples. For as long as anyone could remember, the glen had known only autumn, a perpetual season of cozy sweaters, pumpkin patches, and sunsets that set the horizon ablaze. Leela loved its steadfastness, the way each day unfolded with the comforting predictability of bread rising in the oven. Change, she believed, was a thing that happened to other places, to windswept coasts and mountain towns, never to her beloved glen. But one morning, Leela awoke to find frost flowers blooming on her windowsill. She stared at the delicate crystalline patterns, her breath hanging in the air like a ghost. The hearth fire had died overnight, and when she rushed outside, her boots crunched not on familiar russet leaves, but on snow as fine as powdered sugar. The trees stood skeletal, their branches clutching at the sky like bony fingers. Panic fluttered in her chest, a wild, unfamiliar thing, as she ran to the village square where neighbors huddled in woolen cloaks, their faces pale as the moon. "It's the guardian," murmured old Tom, the basket weaver, his breath curling into the air. "She's grown weary. The seasons, they're unraveling." No one had seen the guardian of the woods for decades. She was a myth woven into bedtime stories, a spirit said to balance the turning world. But as the villagers spoke, Leela noticed the edges of winter fraying, a snowdrift melting into a pool of cherry blossoms, a icicle dripping onto a patch of summer grass. The world seemed to be gasping, lost between rhythms. That night, as Leela mended a quilt by candlelight, a soft knock sounded at her door. Outside stood a badger in a waistcoat of mossy velvet, holding a lantern filled with fireflies. "You're knighted," he said in a voice like roots moving through soil. "The grove of echoes is fading. Only one who understands autumn's heart can mend it." Her hands trembled as she packed a satchel with gingerbread and a flask of spiced cider. The badger, whose name was Thistle, led her into the forest, where shadows danced in the lantern light. But this was not her forest. Trees morphed as they passed, birches shedding silver bark to reveal spring buds, oaks cycling from green to gold to barren in mere breaths. The air shifted from winter's bite to summer's honeysuckle warmth, leaving Leela dizzy. "How do I fix something I don't understand?" she asked, watching a maple leaf turn from crimson to emerald midair. Thistle paused, his lantern flickering. "Perhaps by learning to listen." By dawn, they reached a clearing where seasons collided in a silent tempest. Cherry blossoms swirled into autumn leaves, melted into snowflakes, dissolved into dandelion fluff. At the center stood a stone archway choked by ivy, its surface etched with faded runes. The Grove of Echoes. The Guardian's Sanctuary, Thistle said. The arch leads to her heart, but the path, it asks a price. Leela stepped forward, and the world bent. She found herself in a twilight meadow, the sky streaked with lavender and peach. Fireflies pulsed in the tall grass, and sitting atop a rock was a girl no older than herself, her hair woven with wheat stalks and forget-me-nots. But her eyes, oh, her eyes were the deep green of forests holding their breath. "You're the guardian," Leela breathed. The girl nodded, her smile tinged with sorrow. "Call me Sylvie. I've been waiting for you." Around them the meadow flickered, a campfire here, a snowbank there, as though the land couldn't decide what to be. Sylvie plucked a dandelion clock, and its seeds scattered into a shower of autumn leaves. "I've held the seasons in balance for centuries. But my heart, it's grown heavy with memories. I've forgotten how to let go." Leela sat beside her, the grass shifting from cool to warm beneath her palms. What happens if the seasons fade? The world becomes a sketch without color, a song without rhythm. Sylvie touched a wilting bluebell and it revived, its petals flushing violet. But renewal requires release. To welcome spring, I must release winter. To embrace summer, I must surrender spring. And I've clung to them all. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of rain and freshly turned earth. Leila thought of her frost-kissed windowsill, the villagers' frightened faces. How do I help? Sylvie pressed a hand to her chest. A faint glow pulsed beneath her fingers. The grove responds to courage, to hearts willing to grow. Walk through the arch again, but this time don't just see the seasons, live them. The path back was stranger still. Layla waded through a river of melted sunlight, its warmth seeping into her bones. Summer. She paused, letting the golden haze fill her, the buzz of bees, the taste of wild strawberries. For a moment she wanted to stay, to bask in endless green. But Thistle nudged her onward. Winter came sharp and sudden, a blizzard biting her cheeks. She stumbled, knees sinking into snow, and almost wept at the loneliness of it. Yet as she breathed deeply, she noticed the silence, the way snowflakes patterned her sleeves like lace, the distant song of a winter wren. Spring met her with a downpour, drenching her to the skin. Mud squelched underfoot, and she slipped, landing hard. But there, amid the rain, she spotted the first crocus of the year, purple petals clenched tight, waiting for sun. She cupped it gently, feeling its stubborn hope. When autumn returned, her autumn, it felt different. The scent of wood smoke was tinged with melancholy, the falling leaves a reminder that nothing lasts. Yet in that ache she found beauty, the necessity of endings, the promise of return. At the archway Sylvie waited, her form translucent as morning mist. "You understand now," she whispered. Layla reached out, but her fingers passed through Sylvie's shoulder. "Wait, what happens to you?" "What must?" Sylvie's smile was radiant, her body dissolving into fireflies that swirled around Leela. "Seasons change, so do we." The runes on the arch flared. Leela pressed her palms to the stone, and the world shifted. She awoke in the village square, dawn painting the sky in apricot hues. Villagers gathered, pointing in wonder, snow receding to reveal clusters of snowdrops, apple trees heavy with blossoms and fruit simultaneously. The air hummed with equilibrium, the crisp edge of autumn, the fertile murmur of spring, summer's warmth, winter's quiet, all woven into harmony. Thistle appeared beside her, his waistcoat now embroidered with ivy. "You've given them more than balance, you've given them grace." In the weeks that followed, the glen blossomed into something new. Mornings might begin with frost melting into dew, afternoons ripen with harvest sun, evenings settle into the velvet hush of winter. Children built snowmen adorned with maple leaves, and elders sipped iced lemonade under blossoming trees. Leela still loved autumn best. But now, when she found a stray spring bud poking through fallen leaves, she smiled. She'd planted a garden that thrived in all seasons, snowdrop bulbs nestled beside pumpkins, sunflowers stretching toward a December sun. One evening, as she sat on her porch knitting a scarf striped with every season's hue, a firefly landed on her wrist. It pulsed once softly before darting into the twilight. Somewhere in the woods, she knew, a new guardian walked, someone learning, as she had, that growth is not a single change, but many. And as the first stars blinked awake, Leela whispered her thanks to the wind, certain it carried the echo of a laugh she knew. Story 20. In a quiet valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there lived a girl named Layla whose footsteps whispered secrets to the earth. Her village clung to the edge of an ancient forest known as the Glimmerwood, where trees wore beards of moss and streams sang in voices clearer than crystal. But it was the peculiar way the northern pines shivered at dusk, their needles scattering prismatic light like scattered stardust, that called to Leela's curious heart. One evening, as the horizon blushed rose gold, Leela followed a silver moth with wings like frosted glass deep into the woods. The air thickened with the scent of damp soil and elderflower, and beneath her boots, the ground softened into a path paved with luminous pebbles. They pulsed faintly, guiding her to a clearing where 7 birch trees stood in a perfect circle, their white bark gleaming like bone in the fading light. At the center lay a pendant shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with symbols that shifted when stared at too long. As Leela fastened it around her neck, the world bloomed with new dimensions. Ferns murmured gossip in rustling tongues. A nearby brook trilled a ballad about mountain peaks it had once known. And from beneath a toadstool emerged Bramble, a hedgehog with quills like smoked quartz and eyes that held the patience of centuries. "You've found the moon pendant," he said, voice like wind through dry leaves. "It chooses those who listen more than they speak." Bramble explained that the Glimmerwood was fading. The heart tree, an ancient oak that nourished the forest's magic, had fallen silent. Without its song, the luminous pebbles dimmed, rivers forgot their courses, and creatures of legend began to vanish like smoke. The pendant, forged from the heart's first acorn, was the key to healing it, but only if Leela could navigate the veiled grove, a realm hidden within the forest where time curled like fiddlehead ferns. Their journey began at dawn, guided by spider silk maps that shimmered in Bramble's paws. The first trial came swiftly, a bridge of twisted vines spanning a chasm where shadows writhed like living things. The planks disintegrated at the lightest touch, and below, the void hummed a note that made Layla's teeth ache. "It's not the steps that need bearing weight," Bramble mused, nudging a pebble into the abyss. It floated upward instead of falling, waltzing on unseen currents. Leela's fingers tightened around the pendant. The bridge isn't below us, she realized. It's above. She blew gently into her cupped hands, as if scattering dandelion seeds. The pendant glowed, and where her breath drifted, glowing handholds materialized in the air, a ladder of solidified moonlight. As they climbed, the chasm's shadows stretched hungrily, but the higher they rose, the fainter the darkness became, until they alighted safely on the far side. The forest shifted around them as they ventured deeper. Trees bent into archways draped with weeping moss. Fireflies spelled riddles in old tongue before scattering like nervous syllables. They encountered Thistle, a barn owl whose left wing had been injured by a thorn poisoned with forgetfulness. She'd been circling the same copse for weeks, her magnificent feathers matted with confusion. The veiled grove twists memory, Bramble warned as Leela approached. Healing requires more than herbs. The pendant warmed against Leela's chest as she knelt. Tell me your favorite story, she urged Thistle. The owl blinked, disarmed. When the stars were young, she rasped, they danced too close to earth and caught their hems on the tallest pines. That's why needles smell like starlight after rain. As Thistle spoke, Leela wove the tale into a poultice of spiderweb and crushed juniper. The words took physical form, gleaming threads that stitched the owl's wing whole. With a cry of joy, Thistle soared upward, her flight painting silver streaks across the twilight. Deeper still, they found a valley where trees grew upside down, roots clawing at a sky stained plum purple. Here, the air tasted of burnt sugar and loneliness. A river flowed backward, its waters thick with drowned whispers. On its banks sat Moss, a turtle whose shell bore maps of forgotten continents. The current steals voices, Moss intoned, tracing a claw over his cracked shell. Mine was taken moons ago. Layla knelt, pendant glowing as she dipped her hands into the rebellious river. The whispers coiled around her wrists, 1,000 lost pleas. They're not yours to carry, Bramble cautioned, but Leela shook her head. They just want to be heard. One by one she let the whispers flow through her. A sparrow's last song before the frost, a wolf's lament for her lost pack, the secret name a mountain had whispered to its valley at the dawn of time. As each story found refuge in Leela's listening heart, the river stilled, clarity returning like melted ice. Moss's shell mended, his newly restored voice booming with tides and tectonic dreams. The final test awaited at the heart tree's base. The great oak stood leafless, its bark split by glowing fissures that pulsed like sickly veins. At its roots knelt a figure woven from twilight and sorrow, the warden, a guardian who'd merged with the tree to prolong its life, their body now half consumed by splintered wood. You're too late, the warden mourned, voice splintering. The heart's silence is my failure. Bramble bristled. The tree isn't dead, it's sleeping, we can. No. Leela stepped forward, pendant blazing. You've shouldered this burden too long alone. She placed her palm against the warden's weathered hand. Through the pendant's magic, Leela showed them all they'd witnessed. Thistle's flight cutting through despair, Moss's voice restoring balance, the way the inverted valley had righted itself when they'd shared its stories. The forest doesn't need one protector, Leela whispered. It needs all of us. As the warden wept, their wooden shell crumbled, releasing a cascade of fireflies that soared into the heart tree's branches. Leaves unfurled, emerald, amber, cobalt, each one humming a note that built into a chorus older than language. The luminous pebbles blazed anew, their light stitching the forest's wounds. When dawn came, Leela stood at the village's edge, Bramble curled at her feet. The glimmerwood thrived behind them, alive with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Though the moon pendant had dissolved with the heart tree's revival, its warmth lingered in Leela's chest, a quiet reminder that courage wore many faces, and that even silence could be a kind of song. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who conversed with owls and mended rivers. But Leela knew the truth. The real magic lay not in hearing the world's secrets, but in knowing when to whisper, "Tell me more." And in the hush between waking and dreams, if you listen very carefully, you might still hear Bramble snuffling through the ferns, his path lit by pebbles that remember how to glow. Story 21. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there existed a village woven into the hillside, a patchwork of cobblestone paths and cottages with roofs like gingerbread slabs, their chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Here, where fireflies carried tiny lanterns and the river sang lullabies against smooth stones, young Mira tended her grandmother's garden of whispering snapdragons and moonblooms that glowed like captured starlight. But one autumn evening, as maple leaves began stitching gold thread into the forest's cloak, the village's gentle rhythm stuttered. The first oddity arrived with a soft pop, like a soap bubble bursting, in Widow Hesper's tea shop. Her famous honey cakes, always arranged in precise spirals, now formed strange symbols overnight, a crescent moon here, a cluster of stars there. Then old Tomas's wind chimes, which normally sang in D minor, began playing a melancholy waltz no one recognized. But the true mystery unfolded in Mira's garden. Each morning her moonblooms hung heavy with dewdrops that held tiny, perfect scenes. A fox curled in sleep, an owl mid-flight, a child's lost mitten perched on a fence post. "They are memories," murmured Bramble, the hedgehog who'd taken residence beneath Mira's rhubarb leaves. His voice rustled like pages turning. "Not yours or mine, someone's collecting them." Mira crouched, her breath stirring the silvered fur at Bramble's throat. But why and how? The answer came twitching through the lavender hedge, a rabbit with ears like smoke signals, eyes two polished hailstones. It dropped a single thimble at Mira's feet and vanished. The thimble's interior swirled with the image of a forgotten well at the forest's edge, ivy choking its stones. That night Mira and Bramble followed the rabbit's winding path, guided by will-o'-the-wisps that bobbed like amber beads. The well, when they found it, hummed with a sound deeper than silence. Peering over its mossy lip, Mira glimpsed not water, but 1,000 shimmering fragments swirling in the darkness. A girl's laughter, the creak of a porch swing, the warm weight of a sleeping cat. "Ah," said a voice like roots drinking rain. From the shadows emerged the weaver, an ancient woman whose shawl seemed spun from spiderwebs and dusk. Her fingers trailed threads of light that connected to every cottage in the valley. "You've found the well of lost things. It's overfull, poor dear." The weaver explained that the well, meant to cradle trivial memories too fragile for human minds, a baker's burnt loaf, a shepherd's forgotten rhyme, had begun regurgitating its treasures. "Too many sorrows these past years," she sighed. "Hearts clinging to grief leave no room for life's little losses." The well overflowed. Mira understood. After her parents' passing, she'd clung to every memory like a burr. Their laughter, yes, but also the scratch of her father's wool scarf, the exact pattern of her mother's bread crusts. Letting go of even trivial things had felt like betrayal. "We must lighten the well's burden," said the weaver, plucking a thread from her shawl. It became a needle glowing like a comet's tail. But only the village itself can decide what to release. Here unfolded the gentle mysteries unraveling. Mira and Bramble quietly noted which memories surfaced in the dewdrops and rearranged sweets. Widow Hesper wept over a dewdrop showing her late husband misplacing his spectacles, then laughed through tears. "Oh, let that one go, you silly old well." Old Tomas discovered a memory of his mother scolding him for tracking mud, a scene he'd clung to for 80 years. "Take it," he whispered to the well. "I've better things to remember." On the final evening, the village gathered at the well. Each person whispered a memory to its depths, not the grand, aching ones, but the small stones that had weighted their pockets. The well drank them gratefully. Then from its depths rose luminous orbs, each carrying a surrendered memory into the stars where they twinkled, harmless and distant. The weaver nodded to Mira. "You've mended what was broken by helping others see their own strength." Now when moonblooms shiver at dawn, their dewdrops show happy fragments, a kitten's purr, a new recipe's first bite, Bramble snoozing in a sunbeam. The well rests quietly, its purpose remembered. And Mira tends her garden, knowing that like seasons, memories must sometimes fall so new ones can take root, sweetly, softly, and always surrounded by friends who walk beside her through life's gentle mysteries. Story 22. In a quiet village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Mira who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with river stones veined like dragon wings, acorn caps that made perfect fairy bowls, and thistle fluff she swore could predict the weather if you blew on it just right. But her greatest discovery came one drizzly afternoon while organizing her grandmother's attic, where the smell of aged paper and lavender sachets hung thick as curtains. Behind a moth-shoed tapestry of dancing bears, Mira found a teapot unlike any other. Its porcelain surface, cracked with age, swirled with colors that seemed to shift when touched by light, midnight blue melting into dawn pink, then gold as fresh honey. When she brushed a thumb over its handle, warmth hummed against her skin, and a single word glowed faintly on the base: listen. That evening, as rain pattered against her windowsill, Mira filled the teapot with chamomile leaves. Steam rose in spirals that didn't dissipate but instead gathered above the spout, forming a tiny, shimmering cloud. From it emerged a sound like distant wind chimes, resolving into a voice both ancient and young. 3 sips to begin, it whispered, and 3 to return. Mira hesitated only a moment before drinking. The tea tasted of starlight and pine forests, and suddenly her room wasn't her room anymore. She stood in a twilight meadow where flowers glowed like dropped constellations. The sky pulsed with unfamiliar stars, and the air smelled of crushed mint and something sweetly metallic, like a spoon left in honeysuckle nectar. Before her loomed a gate woven from living vines, its archway crowned by a clock with no hands. Beside it crouched a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog with quills that shimmered like oil on water. Late as expected, it huffed, though its blackberry eyes sparkled. I'm Bramble, keeper of crossroads. You've sipped from the wandering teapot, which means you've 3 nights to solve its riddle or stay forever in the between. A riddle, Mira breathed. The teapot's no mere kettle, it's a bridge between what's lost and found. But its magic fades because your world stopped believing in shared stories. Bramble nodded to the gate where ghostly shapes flickered. A child releasing a paper boat downstream, a baker leaving seed cakes for night sprites, a librarian mending torn maps. To revive it, you must mend 3 broken tales. Mira's heart fluttered, but Bramble nudged her forward with a paw. Fear less, listen more, first tale's there. A path unfurled like a bolt of silk, leading to a grove of silver birches. Their bark bore carvings, not knife-etched, but grown into the wood itself. Between the trees drifted a willowy figure draped in gauze that changed colors with each step, indigo, then emerald, then the soft orange of candle flames. I am Nessa, said the figure, her voice the creak of bending branches. My story was of guiding travelers home via songs woven into knots, but now... She extended a hand and Mira saw the problem. The birch carvings were musical notes, yet half had been scratched out, leaving melodies fractured. Who did this? Mira asked. Not who, what? Nessa gestured upward. Perched in the branches were dozens of clockwork birds, gears grinding as they pecked at the carvings. They arrived when hurry replaced wonder. They feast on pauses, the moments people skip to rush ahead. Mira studied a bird. Its eyes were minuscule hourglasses, sand perpetually draining. They're eating the rests between the notes, she realized. The silences that make music breathe. Nessa nodded. Can you play what remains? Mira closed her eyes, tracing the surviving notes. The melody felt familiar, a lullaby her grandmother hummed while stitching patches on Mira's overalls. But with gaps it became frantic, a dance without breaths. Wait. She plucked a fallen twig and drew new symbols in the soil, not notes, but spaces shaped like cupped hands. What if we don't replace the missing music? What if we turn the silence into part of the song? The grove stilled. Then, slowly, the carved silences began glowing. The clockwork birds twitched, disoriented by the sudden brightness. One by one they fell dormant, their gears clogged with stardust. Nessa laughed, a sound like leaves in a spring rain. You didn't fight the shadows, you made them into lanterns. Her form solidified, gauze dissolving into a cloak of living ivy. Remember this, little mender, absence isn't emptiness. It's where listeners grow their own stories. The second night led Mira to a swamp where willows wept amber tears. Here she met Corwin, a peat-brown bog sprite no larger than a teapot, whose beard was tangled with fireflies. His tale was one of balance. He'd once tended the swamp's heartbeat by stirring the waters with a reed flute, keeping stagnation and chaos in check. But now the flute lay shattered, and the swamp quivered between two horrors, sections frozen into colorless ice, others boiling with violent storms. Broken beyond mending, Corwin sighed, fishing a flute fragment from the muck. Mira knelt, noticing how ice and steam retreated slightly from her touch. The teapot's warmth, she murmured. Holding a fragment near her chest, she hummed, and the shard glowed, its edges softening like wax. Can't force harmony, Corwin warned as she moved to rejoin the pieces. The swamp's song isn't yours to command. Mira paused. Instead of repairing the flute, she pressed the molten shard into the mud. It spread into a pool of gold, reflecting the fractured sky. Maybe it doesn't need one song, maybe it needs a duet. She hummed two melodies simultaneously, one low and steady, the other light and darting. The pool rippled, casting twin reflections that wove around each other without merging. Ice became crystalline patterns, storms settled into gentle mists. Corwin gaped as his swamp blossomed with bioluminescent fungi, their glow sinking to the dual rhythms. Chaos and order aren't enemies, Mira realized. They are partners taking turns leading the dance. Corwin bowed deeply, fireflies swirling around him like a crown. You've given us a new language, carry this truth. Strength isn't in holding steady, but in knowing when to bend. On the third night, Bramble guided Mira to a shore where waves dissolved into stardust. The final challenge loomed, a towering hourglass filled with black sand, its flow reversed so grains trickled upward. Beside it stood a figure Mira recognized, her own reflection but aged, with storm-gray hair and eyes heavy with unshed tears. Ah, said the elder Mira, voice echoing with decades of winters. You've come to face the guardian of what could be. Mira trembled. Are you my future? One version, the one who keeps the teapot's power safe by locking it away. The world's too fragile for such magic, I thought, but see what that fear wrought. She gestured to the hourglass. The ascending sand revealed glimpses, libraries crumbling into dust, friendships severed by distrust, oceans choked with silence. Mira hugged herself. How do I stop this? By choosing, said the elder. Use the teapot to return home and forget all this, leaving the between to fade. Or pour your memories into the hourglass to reignite its flow, but know this, once shared, magic can't be controlled. There's risk in reigniting wonder. The younger Mira stepped forward, palm pressed to the glass. Inside, she saw her grandmother teaching her to darn socks, waste not, want not, her father showing her how to befriend stray cats, move slow and blink often, her mother's voice reading tales by the hearth. Every story is a seed waiting for soil. She turned to her older self. You're not really a guardian, you're a shadow cast by doubt. The elder's form wavered. Doubt protects, it keeps you safe, but not alive. Mira reached into her pocket, producing a thistle fluff she'd carried from home. With a breath, she sent it swirling into the hourglass. The sand shuddered, then cascaded downward in a rush, each grain now glowing. The grim futures dissolved, replaced by fleeting glimpses, a child gifting a handmade crown to a friend, a farmer planting seeds in dialogue with the moon, strangers bridging divides with borrowed words. The elder Mira smiled, a sad, proud smile, and dissolved into mist. Well played, little sapling. When Mira awoke in her attic, the teapot sat cool and ordinary, save for one detail. Peering inside, she found a single star floating in its depths, visible only when she tilted it just so. Years later, villagers often wondered why Mira's tea shop became a haven for mended things, chipped cups repaired with gold resin, scarred tables polished to show their grain like topography maps. Travelers swore that sipping her blends made them hear faint music in rainfall or see constellations in bread crusts. And children who napped by the hearth often awoke whispering of dreams, where hedgehogs debated philosophy and swamps sang in harmony. Mira never explained. She simply smiled, refilling their cups, knowing that magic didn't need defending, only nurturing, one shared story at a time. Story 23. The Whispering Key and the Keeper of Seasons. Beneath a crescent moon that hung like a silver cradle in the sky, there existed a village hugged by ancient oaks and crowned with chimney smoke that curled into constellations. Here, where fireflies wrote love letters in the dusk and brooks hummed lullabies over smooth stones, lived a girl named Mira with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth and a laugh that made dandelions tremble with joy. Her pockets were always full of acorn caps and maple keys, her braids perpetually threaded with ivy, for Mira believed the forest shared secrets with those who listened with their hands in the soil. One amber afternoon, as Mira knelt by a mossy stone to rescue a ladybug from a spider's web, her fingers brushed something cold and metallic buried in the roots. It was a key, not an ordinary iron key, but one forged from what seemed like captured moonlight, its bow shaped like intertwined vines, its teeth glowing faintly as if holding a memory of starlight. As she held it, the air hummed with the scent of petrichor and distant apple blossoms, and a whisper slid through the trees, "Find the door where the ferns remember." The forest deepened where the sunlight grew shy, painting the world in emerald and umber. Ferns unfurled their fronds like ballerinas mid-curtsy, and somewhere beyond the sixth crooked birch, the one with the face hidden in its bark, Mira found it, a door no taller than her shoulder, woven from living willow branches and hung with a lock shaped like a teardrop. The key fit perfectly. What lay beyond was not a room, but a valley. A valley where autumn, winter, spring, and summer danced in separate corners, divided by shimmering veils of mist. To the north, snowflakes hung suspended in the air like frozen fireflies. To the east, cherry blossoms pirouetted in a perpetual pink snowfall. In the south, wheat fields rippled like golden oceans, and to the west, maple trees blazed in eternal twilight. At the valley's heart stood a crumbling stone tower, its walls etched with fading murals of seasons changing hands. "You're early," said a voice like wind through dry leaves. Mira turned to find a badger in a waistcoat sipping tea from a thimble, perched atop a toadstool. His spectacles were mismatched, one lens round, one square, and his paws were stained with ink. "Early for what?" she asked. "The choosing, of course, though I suppose it's been, 800 years. 9, the keepers have been waiting." He adjusted his spectacles, squinting at her. "You do know you're holding the Whispering Key, yes, the only thing keeping the seasons from unraveling like old sweaters." Mira blinked. The key pulsed warmly in her palm. "Ah, I see, no one told you." The badger, whose name was Thistlewick, sighed. "Come along, then, best meet the others before the frost nymphs start a riot." The tower's great hall was a symphony of chaos. A woman made of living vines argued with a boy whose hair flickered like candle flame. A girl with scales shimmering like ice chips tapped her foot impatiently beside a man whose skin shifted through every autumn leaf color. They fell silent as Mira entered. "A child," hissed the vine woman, tendrils quivering. The key chose a mortal. Thistlewick cleared his throat. Mira meet the season keepers, verdant spring, ember summer, Aurelia autumn, and where's his grumpiness? Chasing the shadow hares again, grumbled the autumn-hued man, Aurelia. Winter's been unstable since the last keeper vanished, frost patterns fading, blizzards forgetting their borders. Ember, the summer boy, leaned forward. The key's meant to balance us, to weave the seasons together, but it's been locked away so long the magic's itchy. Can't you feel it? Mira did. The air prickled like static before a storm. A snowflake drifted into the hall and melted midair with a hiss. "You've got to fix the clock of cycles," said Verdant, her voice a chorus of rustling leaves. "It's in the tower's peak. But only the keybearer can reach it, and only during the equinox eclipse, tonight." She nodded to a spiral staircase swallowed by shadows. "Mind the stolen hours, they bite." The stairs twisted like a nautilus shell, each step older than the last. Halfway up, Mira heard it, a sound like a music box sinking underwater. Shadows pooled and thickened, forming shapes, a wolf made of smoke, a flock of sparrows with scissors for beaks, a laughing child whose face kept melting and reforming. Stolen hours, Thistlewick had called them, moments lost to regret or haste, now vengeful and sharp. They circled Mira, hissing fragments. "You'll forget your mother's voice, you'll miss the last firefly of summer, you'll..." Mira closed her eyes and breathed. She thought of her mother kneading dough, flour dusting her lashes like snow. Of her father's stories, spun while whittling oak branches into wolves and whales. Of her little brother leaving crushed dandelions on her pillow as treasure. The stolen hours recoiled from the warmth of these memories, dissolving into moths that fluttered harmlessly against her skin. The clock of cycles wasn't a clock at all, but a tree. Its trunk pulsed with veins of silver and gold, roots plunging through the tower floor into the valley below. Branches cradled 4 globes, one bursting with cherry blossoms, one dripping with sunlight, another crackling with crimson leaves, the last glazed in ice. But the winter globe was dark, its branches brittle, and the other seasons strained away from it like guests avoiding a quarrel. Mira pressed the key to the tree's trunk. Visions erupted. A wolf with a blizzard trapped in its fur, limping through a forest of mirrors. A shadow with too many teeth, chewing at the edges of spring. A boy made of frost, weeping diamonds into a frozen river. The key trembled. Mira understood. The winter keeper wasn't missing. He was trapped, and his pain was poisoning the seasons. Tracking winter's heartbeat led her to the glass marshes, a place where the air was shards and the ground sang like broken bells. There, beneath a bridge of frozen tears, she found him, a boy with hair like frosted cobwebs and eyes pale as trapped moonlight. His hands were bound by chains of hourglass sand, the grains trickling upward. "Go away," he snarled, breath blooming into ice roses. "I'm keeping the shadow contained. It's mine to bear." The shadow writhed at his feet, a shapeless thing with 1,000 whispering mouths. Loneliness, it cooed. What's the use of guarding seasons no one stays to see? Who needs winter but to hurry through it, shivering? Mira knelt, ignoring the cold biting her knees. "What's your name?" The boy blinked. "No one's asked me that, not since I became keeper." "You had a name before." A pause. "Luca." The shadow hissed. Mira reached into her pocket, pulling out a maple key. "I trade you," she said, placing it in his palm. "A seed for your name." Luca's chains faltered. She continued, offering acorn caps, a smooth blue pebble, a curl of birch bark, each a tiny warmth against the cold. With every gift, the shadow shrank, until it was no larger than a mouse, squeaking indignantly. "It's not yours to carry alone," said Mira. Luca's chains shattered. The walk back to the valley was slow. Luca's steps left frost flowers that melted by noon, his breath still painting the air, but now in shapes like rabbits and sailing ships. "Why?" he asked as they passed a thicket of blackberries. "Why help me?" Mira handed him a berry. "Same reason the sun doesn't apologize for melting ice. It's what the world needs." At the tower, the keepers gasped as Luca touched the winter globe. Light exploded, not a blinding flash, but the soft glow of a candle seen through a window on a snowy night. The seasons sighed, bleeding into one another, autumn leaves catching snowflakes, spring buds unfurling in summer's warmth. Verdant hugged Luca after 3 failed attempts as he kept turning to mist. Ember lit a bonfire that toasted marshmallows without burning them. Aurelia spun maple seeds into crowns for everyone. Thistlewick sidled up to Mira. "You could stay, you know. Mortals don't usually get Kibara magic, but rules are sticky things." Mira studied the key, now duller, its whisper quiet. "The forest needs me too, not as a keeper, but as someone who listens." The door led her back to the 6th crooked birch at the exact moment she'd left, dusk still painting the sky peach and lavender. The key dissolved into dandelion fluff, carried off by a breeze that smelled of freshly cut grass and faraway birthdays. Years later, when Mira had grandchildren who begged for stories, she'd tell them of the boy who carried winter in his ribs and the badger who drank moonlight. She taught them to listen to the secret songs of streams and to leave maple key gifts at the roots of old trees. And sometimes when the first snow fell, a certain frost-haired boy would appear at her window, leaving ice sculptures that never melted, a badger with spectacles, a key made of frost, a girl mid-laugh forever warm. Story 24. The Whispering Hollows. Beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook village lay a secret only the moon knew. 10-year-old Finn had always felt the tree watching him, its knotted bark like a wise face, its leaves murmuring secrets when the wind stirred. But it wasn't until the autumn his grandmother gave him a peculiar brass key, its bow shaped like an acorn, that he understood why. "This," she said, pressing it into his palm as firelight danced across her weathered hands, "unlocks more than dusty trunks. Listen for the hollows when the first frost comes." Her eyes twinkled like creek water catching sunlight, but she refused to explain further. The key hummed against Finn's skin that night, warm as a living thing. Through his attic window, he watched the oak tree's silhouette shiver under a harvest moon. Then, soft as moth wings, a sound wove through the floorboards, 3 high notes, then 2 low, like a flute played deep underground. When he pressed his ear to the cold key, the melody sharpened, pulling him outside in his patched woolen pajamas, slippers crunching through jeweled frost. The oak's roots had parted like theater curtains, revealing a spiraling stairway lit by bioluminescent mushrooms. The key's song swelled, now joined by rustling whispers. Finn descended, breath catching as the earth closed above him. The hollows were not dark. Golden moss-carpeted caverns where trees grew upside down, roots cradling glowing amber orbs. Air smelled of cinnamon and petrichor. But the true marvels were the whisperers, creatures of dappled fur and shifting shadows, with eyes like liquid starlight. They swarmed Finn, chirping in a language of raindrop clicks, until a taller figure emerged. "You've the key of roots," it said, voice like wind through reeds. Up close, the whisperer resembled an otter crossed with an owl, silver-tipped feathers ruffling along its back. "I am Sorrel, come." The weeping willow's heart weakens and the hollows fade. Finn learned the orbs were memories, every secret entrusted to the earth, every whispered hope. The great willow's roots anchored their world, but its core now pulsed sickly green. "Only a surface child can mend it," Sorrel said, guiding Finn across a bridge of woven vines. "Your kind forgets how to listen." The journey to the willow's core took 3 trials. First, Finn calmed a river of liquid shadow by playing the keys song on crystal stalactites, a duet that turned the waters clear as glass. Next, he convinced a giant badger made of living coal to surrender an ember needed to reignite the willow's light, not through force, but by sharing his grandmother's stories, until the creature's fiery scowl softened into warmth. The final trial was hardest. The willow's heart chamber pulsed with fractured light, its walls oozing black sap. "The sickness is loneliness," Sorrel murmured. Surface world stopped believing. "You must give a memory of true connection." Finn hesitated. The happiest memory he had, building a treehouse with his father before the illness took him, felt too precious to surrender. But as the hollows dimmed, he pressed his palm to the willow's core and let the memory flow. His father's laugh, the smell of sawdust, the triumphant moment the last nail held. The willow blazed gold. Finn returned at dawn, the key now silent in his hand. Sorrel gifted him an acorn pendant that glimmered with inner fire. "When you feel forgotten," they said, "remember roots run deeper than sight." Years later, when Finn became a carpenter like his father, villagers marveled at his uncanny skill for finding the perfect wood. They didn't see the whisperers guiding his hands, or notice the hollow symbols carved into every beam. But children who pressed their ears to his floors sometimes heard flute song, and knew, deep down, the world held more magic than it seemed. The Tale of the Glimmerweed Gardener. In the cliffside town of Seabreach, where houses clung to rocks like barnacles, there lived a girl named Tansy who could grow flowers from salt water. Her hands, perpetually crusted with sand, tended rooftop gardens of sea lavender and moonflowers that glowed after dusk. But Tansy hid her true gift, tiny glowing plants called glimmerweeds that sprouted wherever her tears fell. "Magic's dangerous by the sea," her fisherman father warned whenever her eyes welled. So Tansy swallowed her sadness, even when storms kept the boats docked and hunger gnawed their bellies. The glimmerweeds shriveled, unnoticed, in hidden tide pools. Everything changed the summer the starless tide came, a sickly yellow fog that withered crops and turned fish belly up. As Seabreach's elders argued over curses, Tansy found a merboy stranded in her garden, his coral-red tail tangled in netting. "I'm Kai," he croaked, gills fluttering. "The tide is my people's mistake. We mine too deep, woke something hungry." He gestured to the harbor, wherein Kai shapes slithered beneath docks. Tansy freed Kai using shears that sparkled strangely against the net. As his blood iridescent blue dripped onto parched soil, glimmerweeds erupted in a cobalt spiral. Kai gasped. "Life Bloom, your land magic can cleanse the tide, if you dare dive to the abyssal garden." The ocean hated Tansy's magic. Down they plunged, past the sunlit zone into crushing blackness, Kai's bioluminescent scales their only light. The abyssal garden was a nightmare inversion of Tansy's rooftop Eden, twisted kelp, carnivorous blooms, and at its center, a pulsating void that leached color from the water. "The heart of want," Kai murmured. "It grows by consuming." Tansy's tears floated upward, glimmerweeds sprouting in their wake. The void recoiled. It fears creation, she realized. But each plant cost her, memories of her mother's lullabies, her first friend moving away, siphoned into the blooms. Kai fought the void's guardians, his song shattering eel-like creatures, while Tansy wept a path to the heart. As she reached for it, the void whispered, "Alone. You'll always be alone." Her final tear contained the day her mother's boat never returned. The glimmerweed that bloomed was pure white, its light piercing the void to reveal a seed. Back in Seabreach, the starless tide receded. Tansy planted the abyssal seed in her salt-scrubbed garden. It grew into a tree of living crystal, roots purifying the sea, branches sheltering glowing fruit that fed the town through winter. Kai visited monthly, teaching Tansy to cry without shame. Grief waters growth, he'd say as merchildren wove starfish into her hair. Fishermen now carry glimmerweed charms, and though the elders still fret, every child knows. True strength isn't hiding sadness, it's letting kindness grow through the cracks. The Clockwork Sparrow. In the mechanical city of Gearspire, where steam coiled through brass towers like ghostly serpents, 12-year-old inventor Luriel found a broken sparrow beneath the cobblestones. Its eyes were cracked sapphires, wing gears frozen with rust. Against her father's warnings, sentient mechanics are forbidden, she repaired it using a melody chip from her music box. The bird awoke with a shudder. Designation, Twill, it chirped, perching on her wrench. Purpose, memory preservation. Alert, corruption detected in the central archive. Twill showed her hidden symbols etched into Gearspire's walls, a phoenix swallowing its tail. The archive's been altered, the great forgetting was no accident. They uncovered truth in stages. The archive, a colossal library of rotating discs, had indeed been tampered with, its curators replaced by faceless chrome automatons. Missing were memories of the city's founder, a woman named Vea Hood built Gearspire as a sanctuary from war. They've made her a myth, Twill said, projecting a hologram of Vea laughing with children, her tool belt jingling. Why erase her? Danger arrived in ticking steps. Chancellor Grise, his body half machine, cornered them in the pipeworks. You'll join the forgotten, girl. The city mustn't. No peace was born from blood. Luriel escaped using Twill's emergency flight mode, which cost the sparrow its tail feathers, and fled to the Ironwood, a forest of petrified trees on Gearspire's edge. There, among whispering ore veins, they found Vea's workshop. The final clue was a music box, identical to Luriel's but larger, hidden inside a hexagonal pillar. When both boxes played together, the Ironwood came alive, mechanical birds spiraling into a holographic message. If you're seeing this, I've failed, Vea said, her image flickering. Grise was my apprentice, hungry for the war machine's eye destroyed. He can't comprehend that true peace isn't control, it's nurturing fragile things. She gestured to a blueprint. The reset mechanism will restore the archive, but only if someone remembers me and Grise's goodness. Balanced child, that's the key. Luriel wept over the schematics. Grise had killed her parents during his rise. Yet Vea's words clung, hate is the rust of the soul. The battle wasn't with weapons, but memories. In the archive's core, Luriel installed the reset mechanism, while Twill distracted Grise by projecting Vea's face. As gears ground, Luriel faced the sobbing Chancellor. You were her favorite, she said, showing him a hologram of Grise young and whole, presenting Vea with a clockwork rose. The reset activated. Citizens awoke as if from a dream, recalling both Vea's compassion and Grise's early kindness. The Chancellor, stripped of augmentations, chose exile to rebuild the war-torn lands beyond. Twill, now mayor, perches on Luriel's shoulder as she teaches children to meld mechanics with heart. The music boxes, reunited, play in the town square, a duet of steel and hope, reminding all that even broken things can sing. By the time the last ember dies in the hearth, these tales have woven their gentle magic, of roots remembering, tears nourishing, and lost songs found in broken wings. The listener's eyelids grow heavy, but their hearts feel lighter, carrying the quiet truth that every ending is a seed, and the bravest magic often looks like small, stubborn acts of love. Story 25. In the amber heart of the Whispering Woods, where maple keys spun like tiny chandeliers in the autumn breeze, there existed a secret known only to the creatures who called the tangled roots and dappled clearings home. The air hummed with the scent of cinnamon bark and wood smoke, while the last fireflies of the season winked like stray stars caught in spider silk. It was here, beneath the grandfather oaks whose gnarled fingers cradled the sky, that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in the world's magic. Thistle's quills were the russet gold of fallen beech leaves, and in her paws she carried a clockwork acorn, a gift from the field mice who understood the language of gears and gravity. She had been mapping the forest's hidden pathways, tracing the routes where mushroom circles glowed faintly blue after twilight, when she noticed the frost flowers blooming out of season. Their crystalline petals unfurled across a mossy log, delicate as breath on glass, yet wrong. All around them the autumn leaves still clung stubbornly to their branches, their sunset hues muted under a sky the color of unripe plums. "The frost is arriving before the trees have finished their song," murmured Rowan, a fox whose coat held the red-gold patterns of maple leaves in sunlight. He appeared as a ripple of movement between the birch trunks, his tail brushing against a cluster of amberberries that chimed like distant bells. Together they watched the frost spread its feathery patterns, the cold nipping at Thistle's nose and turning Rowan's breath to silver mist. The imbalance thrummed through the forest like a plucked harp string. In the hollow hills where badgers carved stories into ancient stones, the earthworms burrowed deeper than memory. Squirrels paused mid-leap between branches, their nut-filled cheeks trembling as the wind carried whispers from the northern pines. Even the brook, usually chattering with liquid syllables, flowed in hushed, glassy tones over its bed of moon-washed pebbles. It was Alden, the elderly tortoise who bore a shell etched with constellations only visible during the equinox, who revealed the source of the disruption. His cave smelled of petrichor and parchment, walls lined with scrolls made from birch bark and inked with crushed juniper berries. Long ago, he rasped, the sound like wind through dry reeds, the forest's heart beat within the guardian tree. Its roots drank from the spring of echoes, and its branches cradled the nest of winds. His milky eyes seemed to peer through layers of time. But the crystal shard that balanced the seasons has been displaced. Without it, the frost will devour autumn's last breath, and winter's sleep will be endless. The journey to the guardian tree led them through landscapes that shifted with every step, meadows where grass sang in harmonic frequencies, thickets where shadows pooled like spilled ink, yet parted willingly for kind hearts. Thistle's acorn compass spun wildly until Rowan noticed the subtle guidance of leaf cricket songs, their melodies forming a map only their tuned could follow. They supped on honeydew offered by sympathetic bees, slept in a grove where willows wove hammocks from their own trailing boughs, and awoke each dawn with their fur dusted in pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. When they reached the hidden glade, the guardian tree took their breath away. Its trunk shimmered with the iridescence of a balloon shell, branches cascading downward in a waterfall of silver leaves that chimed softly. But at its base gaped a hollow where earthy warmth should have radiated, now leaking tendrils of cold, pale mist. Thistle's small paws brushed the cavity's edge, revealing frost-rimed roots beneath. "Look," she whispered. Embedded in the frozen soil lay a shard of celestial ice, its surface carved with runes that pulsed faintly blue. Rowan's ears flattened. "It's been forced out by something." His nose twitched, tracing an acrid scent beneath the glade's usual perfume of loam and elderflower. Following the trail, they discovered a landslide of jagged stones, remnants of a recent earthshake, burying the natural channel that once carried the spring of echoes to the tree's roots. The water now pooled stagnant, its surface skimmed with iridescent oil, where dragonflies dipped hesitant wings. Working through moonrise and moonset, the companions became a symphony of purpose. Thistle's clockwork acorn hummed as it measured precise angles, guiding Rowan's strong forepaws in shifting stones. Fireflies strung themselves into living lantern chains, their light blending with the auroras shimmering above the glade. When the final obstruction was cleared, the spring burst forth in a laughing rush, carrying with it 1,000 half-heard voices, memories of rain, secrets of snowmelt, promises of coming buds. As waters swirled around the guardian tree's roots, Thistle gently nudged the crystal shard back into its cradle of woven roots. The effect was instantaneous. Warmth radiated outward in visible waves, melting frost flowers into dewdrops. Overhead, the silver leaves blushed gold, then crimson, then rich umber, finally releasing in a slow spiral dance to carpet the forest floor. The air itself seemed to sigh, carrying the rich musk of leaf mold and the first sweet note of distant snow. In the days that followed, balance returned like a remembered song. Saps ran slower, animals added final layers to their winter dens, and the last autumn birds etched graceful farewells across cloud-streaked skies. At the first true snowfall arriving now in its proper time, creatures gathered in the guardian tree's glade to watch flakes spin down through its branches, each one catching the light of the tree's newly restored glow. Alden nodded sagely as Thistle placed a perfectly preserved crimson leaf in his collection. "The forest remembers," he murmured, "just as we remember the stories. Not all disruptions come from malice. Sometimes the world simply needs caring hands to help it sing true again." Rowan, now sporting a scarf knitted by grateful voles from thistledown and spider silk, flicked his tail in contentment. And good friends to share the journey. As the long winter nights deepened, the whispering woods slept, but in its dreams, roots communed in secret networks. Owls kept watch over crystalline landscapes, and deep below the frost line, the earth hummed with preparations for spring's eventual return. And though the crystal shard's light dimmed to a gentle pulse beneath the guardian tree, its presence thrummed in every icicle's drip, every hearth's crackle, every creature's steady heartbeat waiting for the thaw. Story 26. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a week when the clocks began whispering secrets. It started on a Tuesday, as most peculiar things do. A grandfather clock in the baker's shop chimed 13 times at noon, its brass pendulum swinging sideways instead of frontways. By Thursday, every timepiece in the valley was misbehaving. Pocket watches ticked backward, sundials cast shadows in moonlit hours, and the great water clock in the town square burbled out entire minutes all at once like a child blowing soap bubbles. 10-year-old Juniper, whose freckles arranged themselves in constellations no astronomer could name, noticed the peculiarities first. She'd been delivering her grandmother's lavender sachets to the milliner's shop when the hatmaker's cuckoo clock erupted in a flurry of wooden birds reciting multiplication tables. "It's the tangle," murmured old Mrs. Bracken, stirring her cinnamon tea with a sprig of rosemary. "Happens when the threads between moments fray, but who's got the scissors, I wonder." That night, as Juniper brushed her teeth with mint pepper paste, a recipe from the village's hedgehog dentist, she spied flickering lights through her ginkgo leaf-shaped window. Not fireflies, but something slower and sadder, tiny glowing creatures with wings like crumpled parchment, trailing silvery dust that evaporated before it touched the ground. They clustered around the ancient sundial in her garden, their light pulsing in a rhythm that made Juniper's left elbow itch, which always happened when magic was near. The next morning brought an unexpected visitor. Beneath the hydrangea bush where Juniper kept her rain boots sat a tortoiseshell cat with eyes like twin harvest moons. "You'll be needing this," it said, dropping an hourglass filled with blue sand at her feet. Its voice smelled like burnt toast and forgiveness. "The threaded ones are unraveling the seams. Follow the snails." Now Juniper knew 3 things about magic snails. Their shells showed maps of places that hadn't happened yet. Their trails could mend broken pottery, but only if you sang to them, and they never, ever hurried. All through the village that day, she spotted them, glistening hellises moving toward the western woods, leaving iridescent paths that tasted of lemongrass when the wind blew. The journey led her to a grove where trees grew in perfect circles, and the air hummed like a contented beehive. There, between a granite boulder shaped like a loaf of bread and a stream that flowed upward, stood a cottage with a roof of living ferns. Smoke plumed from its chimney in the shape of question marks. Ah, the sand-bearer arrives, chuckled the inhabitant, a woman woven from twilight, her hair a cloud of dandelion seeds, fingers adorned with thimble-sized constellations. She introduced herself as Tempora, keeper of the between minutes. Her cottage brimmed with peculiarities, scissors that cut silence into ribbons, and oven-baking loaves of concentrated sunlight, and a quilt patched together from forgotten Tuesdays. The threaded ones mean no harm, Tempora explained, offering Juniper a mug of chocolate that changed flavors with each sip. Caramel, then blackberry, then the exact taste of jumping into a leaf pile. They're time spinners from the hourglass deserts, blown off course by yesterday's storm. Lost and frightened, they've been nibbling at the edges of now to stay alive. Together, they devised a plan sweeter than maple taffy. Juniper gathered the village children to collect dewdrops from spiderwebs, which held memories of dawn. Tempora distilled these into liquid time, while the hedgehog dentist's grandson, Oliver, crafted tiny hourglasses from acorn caps. As the last autumn moon rose, they laid their offerings at the forest's edge, glittering stations of replenishment for the hungry threaded ones. The resolution came not with a boom, but a sigh. As the creatures drank the dewdrop time, their crumpled wings smoothed into stained glass perfection. The clocks sighed back into proper rhythm, though the cuckoo still occasionally quacked instead of chirping, which everyone agreed was an improvement. In the square, a new sundial appeared overnight, its shadow tracing the shape of a cat curled around an hourglass, a reminder that even lost moments could find their way home. That winter, when the first snow fell in slow motion, lingering midair like suspended sugar crystals, Juniper and Oliver found blue sand swirling in their footprints. But that's a story for another twilight, best told with a mug of peppermint cocoa and a quilt made from quiet moments. For now, know that in Willowmere the clocks keep time, and time, in its gentle way, keeps them. Story 27. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Clara who collected curious things. Her pockets always jingled with smooth stones from the riverbank, her windowsills bloomed with feathers of indigo and gold, and her shelves bowed under the weight of peculiar trinkets traded for at the weekly market. Yet her most cherished possession sat in the corner of her attic bedroom, an enormous oak wardrobe with a keyhole shaped like a crescent moon, inherited from a great aunt she'd never met. Its doors hadn't budged in decades, its secrets sealed as tight as oyster shells. One autumn evening, as amber light spilled through the attic's diamond-paned windows, Clara noticed something new about the wardrobe. A thin thread of silver smoke curled from the keyhole, carrying the scent of burnt sugar and distant thunderstorms. Her fingertips brushed the wood, and with a soft click, the doors swung open. Inside hung not coats or dresses, but hundreds of glimmering threads, each a different hue, thrumming like harp strings in the twilight. When she touched a cobalt strand, the room filled with the tang of sea spray. A russet one made crackling firelight dance across the walls. At the wardrobe's heart dangled a single pair of silver scissors, their blades etched with constellations. "Ah," came a voice like crinkling parchment. "You've found the tapestry." Clara spun to find a stout badger in a waistcoat standing on her rug, polishing a monocle with a handkerchief. "I'm Thistle," he said, bowing so low his spectacles slid off his nose. "Threadkeeper third class, and you, my dear, have just inherited the greatest sewing kit in the 9 realms." Over steaming cups of chamomile tea, which Thistle drank with surprising gusto, given his lack of opposable thumbs, Clara learned the threads weren't mere decorations. They were loose ends of stories, moments abandoned halfway, wishes left unspoken, friendships that never quite began. The scissors could snip through any problem, but only if used with perfect precision. "Most humans botch it," Thistle muttered, nibbling a lavender shortbread. "They see a knot and start hacking, ends in tears every time." Clara's hands trembled as she examined the scissors. "Why show me this?" The badger's eyes softened. Because you've spent years collecting what others overlook. Now, let's see if you can mend what they've broken. Their first mission arrived at dawn. A soot-faced boy from the village stood at Clara's door, clutching a moth-eaten scarf. "It was my granddad's," he whispered. "Mum says it's too frayed to keep, but—" His voice cracked. Clara noticed the scarf's pattern, swirling greens and golds that almost looked like dancing figures. In the attic, Thistle sniffed the scarf. "Ah, a memory weave, see how the threads shiver." Indeed, the fibers quivered like plucked violin strings. Clara peered through the scissor's star-shaped handle and gasped. The scarf wasn't wool at all, but 100 tiny scenes. A man teaching the boy to fish, stories by lamplight, hands planting saplings together. But the threads were snapping, one by one. "Time's teeth nor all tales," Thistle sighed. "Snip the broken ends, weave in fresh yarn, but choose wrong and the memory unravels." Clara's chest ached. She selected a thread the color of new acorns, its texture springy with laughter. With painstaking care, she trimmed the frayed edges and looped the new strand through. The scarf glowed as the scenes rewove themselves. The fishing lesson now showed the boy's grandfather chuckling as a minnow escaped his grasp, the sapling stretching taller. When she returned it, the boy hugged it to his chest. "It smells like his pipe tobacco again," he breathed. Word spread. Soon villagers arrived with torn wedding veils that hummed with old vows, maps with forgotten paths, even a baker's apron stained with recipes lost to time. Clara worked late into the nights, Thistle napping in her yarn basket as she learned to match threads, a shimmer of sunset pink to repair a widow's crumbling love letters, spun glass silver to fix a broken wind chime that once summoned spring breezes. But the true test came on Midwinter's Eve, when the wardrobe began to shudder. Frost bloomed across its surface as a jagged tear appeared in the tapestry, a gash of void-black threads that devoured nearby colors. Through the scissors, Clara saw the source. An ancient feud between two families had festered into a wound in the village's collective story. The quarrel began over a disputed orchard, and now poisoned everything from children's friendships to the cider harvest. "We need thicker thread than this," Thistle fretted, pawing through their supplies. But Clara stared at the scissors' constellations, remembering how her mother once said the best bridges were built from small, brave words. She gathered spools of humble brown yarn, the kind used for darning socks. At the tier's edge, instead of cutting, she listened. The black threads hissed with old hurts. They called us thieves. They took what was ours. Patiently, Clara wove the darning yarn between the accusations, creating a lattice. With each pass, the darkness diluted. Here a strand remembering shared harvest festivals, there a thread of neighbors saving each other's sheep from wolves. "You're not replacing the story," Thistle realized. "You're reminding it there's more than one color." By sunrise, the tier had become a patchwork of earthy browns and stubborn greens, the quiet, growing things that outlast anger. Down in the village, no one could recall why the orchard feud mattered. Children from both families built snowfolk together while elders shared cider recipes, puzzled by the barrels of forgiveness suddenly sweetening the air. When Clara returned to the attic, exhausted but glowing, the wardrobe had changed. New threads shimmered among the old, a bright braid from the boy with the scarf, flecks of gold from the baker's mended recipes. Thistle presented her with a tiny badge, Threadkeeper First Class. "But I didn't do it alone," Clara protested. "Exactly," the badger chuckled. "That's the stitch that holds everything together." Years later, travelers would speak of a peculiar attic, where a woman with yarn-streaked hair mended the world's unraveled edges. They told of a wardrobe breathing stories like incense, of scissors that could cut doubt from silence, and a badger who critiqued everyone's embroidery. But in the village, children simply knew that lost things had a way of finding home, and that every mended tear made the world's tapestry warmer, brighter, and infinitely kinder. Story 28. The Whispering Pendant and the Fox of Autumn Twilight. Beneath a sky streaked with the soft gold of early evening, where chimney smoke curled into the crisp October air like lazy question marks, there stood a cottage older than the oaks that guarded it. Its stone walls wore ivy like a moth-eaten shawl, and in its attic window glimmered a single candle, the beacon of a girl named Leela, whose hands were always stained with berry juice and whose laughter carried the cadence of wind chimes. She had never noticed the peculiar silver thread woven into the attic's moth-eaten rug, nor the way it shimmered when moonlight struck it just so. Not until the night the thread snapped. The unraveling began with a sound, a faint, crystalline ping, as Leela tripped over a loose floorboard. What tumbled out wasn't dust or mouse-gnawed books, but a pendant the color of storm clouds, its chain as delicate as spider silk. The stone at its center held a swirl of colors that shifted like oil on water, and when she clasped it around her neck, the world breathed. The walls dissolved into mist, the floor became a carpet of moss, and Leela found herself standing in a twilight forest where the trees wore amber leaves that chimed like bells in the breeze. "You're late," said a voice like rustling parchment. A fox stood before her, its fur the burnt orange of maple leaves in mid-fall, one forepaw bandaged with woven reeds. It tilted its head, eyes 2 chips of polished jade. "The grove of hours has been waiting. Can't you hear it?" Leela blinked. The air did hum, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. Shadows pooled beneath the trees, but they weren't dark. They shimmered like liquid mercury, swirling into shapes that almost resembled faces. "Waiting for me." "For the keeper," the fox said, limping toward a path paved with opal pebbles. "The pendant chose you, now come. The unwoven are growing restless." The grove of hours, the fox explained as they walked, was a place where moments pooled like rainwater, joys, sorrows, and everyday wonders that slipped through the cracks of the human world. The pendant allowed Leela to see these fragments, a child's first step frozen in a dewdrop, a grandmother's lullaby trapped in the rings of a birch tree, the warmth of a campfire long gone to ash, glowing inside a quartz boulder. But the unwoven, formless creatures born from forgotten time were devouring these memories, leaving the grove's magic threadbare. "Why me?" Leela asked, brushing her fingers through a curtain of weeping willow that dissolved into starlight at her touch. The fox paused, ears twitching. "You notice things, the way frost patterns bloom on windows, the exact shade of your mother's smile when she thinks no one's looking. The unwoven feast on hurry and indifference, not," it added dryly, "on those who still see." By dawn, or what passed for dawn in this place, a sudden blush of apricot light across the horizon, they reached the heartroot, an ancient tree whose trunk split into 7 arches, each framing a glowing pool. Here the grove's memories gathered before drifting back to the human world as déjà vu or sudden, unplaceable nostalgia. But the pools were dimming, their waters thick with inkai tendrils. "The unwoven's work," the fox muttered. "They'll unravel the grove entirely unless we mend the threads. It knows that its bandaged paw. I've tried, but..." Leela knelt, pendant warm against her collarbone. Deep in the murkiest pool she glimpsed a flicker, a memory of her own, her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, their hands sticky with pine sap. As the unwoven's tendrils crept toward it, she did the first thing that came to mind. She hummed. The melody was wordless, something her mother sang while kneading dough, all soft rises and falls. The memory brightened, pushing back the shadows. The fox stared. "You nourished it." Memories need more than protection, Leela realized aloud. They need to be felt again. Their days settled into rhythm. Leela would tend the pools by singing to the fragile memories, while the fox, whose name she learned was Ember, taught her to read the grove's whispers, the way certain leaves shivered when a thread was fraying, or how the wind carried the salt scent of tears from a distant sorrow needing comfort. She grew adept at spotting the unwoven's intrusions, though their attacks grew bolder. Once a swarm of them descended as a screech of crows, trying to snatch the pendant from her neck. Ember drove them off with a snarl that shook the earth, his wounded paw forgotten mid-leap. Yet the grove's decline continued. "We're not enough," Ember admitted one evening, watching Leela revive a fading memory of a wedding dance. His bandage had loosened, revealing a gash that glittered unnaturally, like cracked glass. "The unwoven's roots go deeper than we thought. There's a wound in the grove, an old one." He led her to a place where the trees grew stunted and gray, their branches twisted into agonized shapes. At the center lay a crater, its edges oozing black sludge that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. "Long ago," Ember said quietly, "a keeper tried to sever the grove from the human world. He thought to hoard its magic. The rift he tore never healed." Leela's pendant pulsed, hot then cold. In the crater's depths she sensed it, a knot of anguish and loneliness so vast it made her knees buckle. He's still here, the keeper who did this. Ember's tail bristled. A fragment of him, a shadow. She stepped toward the edge. "Don't." Ember snapped. "Even I can't survive that corruption, you'll." But Leela was already sliding down the crater's slope, her boots sinking into muck that whispered, "You don't belong, you'll fail, you're not enough." The shadow awaited her, a hunched figure with eyes like dying stars. "Leave," it hissed. "This pain is mine." Leela thought of Ember's limp, of the way he'd flinch when he thought she wasn't looking. Of the memories she'd revived, how they'd floated back to their owners as dreams, easing old heartaches. She touched the pendant. "It doesn't have to be." And she began to sing. Not to the shadow, but to the memory within it, the faintest glimmer of the man he'd once been. A boy chasing fireflies, a teenager blushing as he gave a girl a wildflower crown, a young keeper marveling at the grove's beauty. The shadow writhed, screaming, but Leela kept singing, pouring into the melody every scrap of compassion she'd learned from evenings listening to her grandfather's war stories, from bandaging Ember's paw, from the way her mother always set an extra plate in case a neighbor needed supper. The crater began to bloom. Black sludge crystallized into snowdrop petals. Twisted trees straightened, bark smoothing into silver. And the shadow dissolved, leaving behind a man transparent as mist, his face streaked with luminous tears. "Thank you," he whispered, and faded into a shower of dandelion seeds. The grove's healing was swift after that. Pools glowed like liquid sunlight, trees burst into canopies of sapphire and citrine. On their final evening, Ember led Leela to the heartsroot, where a new arch had formed, smaller than the others, its pool glimmering lavender. "For you," he said. "A keeper's memory, should you ever need reminding." She peered into the water and saw herself, not as she was, but as the grove saw her, a girl woven from stardust and stubborn hope, with hands that mended broken things and a heart wide as the sky. "Will I forget this?" she asked, throat tight. Ember nuzzled her hand. "The grove forgets nothing, but you'll carry its magic in how you see the world." He nodded at the pendant. "That's the real secret, not the stone, the attention you give to life's quiet wonders." As twilight deepened, Leela returned home through the attic's thinning mist. The pendant's chain crumbled to dust, but the stone remained warm in her palm, its colors still shifting. Downstairs her mother called her to supper, a stew rich with thyme, its steam curling into the October air. Years later, when Leela had children of her own, she'd tell them of a fox with autumn in his fur and a forest where memories dance. She'd teach them to spot magic in mossy stones and half-heard melodies, to mend what's broken with patience and song. And sometimes on evenings when the light slanted just so, she'd glimpse a flash of copper in the woods, a familiar silhouette, limping but regal, guarding the threshold between worlds. The grove, after all, never truly says goodbye. Story 29. In a valley where maple leaves turned to spun gold in autumn, and snowflakes sang soft lullabies as they fell, there nestled a village called Hearthside. Its cobblestone paths wound past cottages with roofs like cinnamon-dusted pie crusts, each chimney puffing smoke that smelled of cedarwood and freshly baked apple turnovers. At the edge of town stood an ancient sundial carved with runes, its brass face warm to the touch even in deepest winter, the guardian stone that kept Hearthshire's seasons turning as smooth as a well-oiled clock. One frost-kissed morning, young Tess, a baker's daughter with eyes the color of storm clouds and a braid perpetually dusted in flour, noticed the first strangeness. The sundial's shadow had frozen mid-creep, leaving the village trapped in the brittle in-between of late autumn and early winter. Pumpkins rotted on vines crusted with ice, hearth fires guttered despite stacks of dry firewood, and the villagers moved about wrapped in both scarves and sun hats, their breath puffing summer's humidity into winter's chill air. "It's like the world's holding its breath," murmured Finn, Tess's best friend and a boy who could whistle any bird's song. His mittened hand brushed the sundial's cold surface, where a chip no larger than a hazelnut marred the edge. "Old Mr. Bramble says the sundial hasn't missed a tick since the first frost festival. Do you think?" Before he could finish, a sound like tinkling bells interrupted them. Down the path trotted a fox with fur the russet of autumn oaks, its paws leaving glowing prints that evaporated like mist. Between its teeth hung a silver key crusted in icicles. "Follow," it yipped around the key, voice crisp as cracking ice. The children exchanged glances. Everyone in Hearthside knew the woodland creatures were clever, but talking foxes belonged in grandmother's tales. Yet here it was, tail twitching impatiently. Tess pocketed a still-warm gingerbread star from her apron, an offering perhaps, and they followed. The fox led them past the last leaf inn, where Mr. Cotter the innkeeper stood baffled by his signboard swinging between vacancy and no vacancy of its own accord. Through the everapple orchard they hurried, where trees drooped under fruits half-ripe and half-rotten, their branches creaking in confusion. At the edge of the enchanted glade, the fox paused beneath an arch of frost-laden ferns. "Key finds the lock," it said, dropping the silver key into Tess's palm. The metal hummed faintly, as if vibrating to a song only it could hear. Then the fox vanished in a swirl of amber leaves. Finn squinted at the glade. "There's no door here, just—" He trailed off, noticing what Tess had already spotted, a circle of toadstools, their caps dusted in unnatural frost. In the center stood a pedestal shaped like a twisted root, and upon it a keyhole that glimmered like starlight on snow. The key slid in with a click that echoed across the valley. Air rippled. The toadstools bloomed into a ring of tiny doors, each no taller than Tess's knee. From them emerged creatures with caps of velvet moss and bodies like dandelion fluff, the glowcaps, guardians of seasonal thresholds. Their leader, a being with a cap like a frozen dewdrop, bowed. "Sundial's heart is cracked," it chimed, voice like wind through icicles. "Without repair, seasons unravel, but to mend it, you must brave the cave of echoing light and fetch a crystal that remembers all rhythms. Summer's laughter, winter's hush, spring's thaw, autumn's sigh." Tess's fingers found the chip in the sundial key. "How do we find the cave?" The glowcaps hummed in unison. Light pooled at the children's feet, forming a path of glowing paw prints. "Follow the helpers," they sang, "but beware the echoes, they hunger for stillness." The journey wove through a forest where trees whispered secrets in languages forgotten. A hedgehog with a cloak of frostberries nudged them away from a patch of earth that sighed like a sleeping giant. A owl with feathers like molten bronze dropped a compass into Finn's hands, its needle pointing not north, but toward the faint sound of dripping water. When they reached the cave, its mouth a jagged smile in the mountainside, the compass dissolved into fireflies that lit their way. Inside, walls glittered with embedded crystals pulsing in time like a heartbeat. But with every step, their footfalls echoed a dozen times over, the sound swelling until Tess's teeth rattled. The echoes. Finn shouted over the din. The glowcaps said they hunger for stillness. Thinking quickly, Tess pulled the gingerbread star from her pocket and crumbled it into the largest echo. The sound consumed the crumbs, then softened into a contented hum. Finn whistled a lullaby his mother sang to newborn lambs, the notes taming the echoes into gentle ripples. Deeper they went until before them stood a crystal column, its light waxing and waning with the cadence of tides. As Tess reached for it, a whimper echoed. Behind the column crouched a fox kit, no ordinary creature, but one made of living shadow and starlight. Its paw was trapped under a fallen crystal shard. The mother fox, Finn realized. She wasn't leading us to the key, she was seeking help for her little one. Together they lifted the shard, using Tess's apron as a makeshift sling. The kit nuzzled their hands before darting away, its healed paw scattering light like spilled constellations. Where it had stood lay the perfect crystal, a twin to the sundial's missing chip. By the time they returned to Hearthside, the villagers had gathered around the sundial, breath held. Tess pressed the crystal into the chip. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the sundial's shadow leaped forward in a joyful dance. Autumn's final leaves spiraled down in a blaze of crimson and gold, followed by the first true snowflakes, plump as eiderdown and sweet as powdered sugar. Hearth fires roared to life, their light painting the dusk in buttery hues. That evening, as the village celebrated with a feast of spiced cider and maple-glazed pears, the mother fox appeared at the bakery window. She dropped a single frostberry into Tess's palm, a fruit that would never melt, never sour, a reminder that kindness ripples through seasons. You know, Finn mused as they sat by the mended sundial, watching the northern lights weave ribbons of emerald and rose, I think the seasons needed that little hiccup. Makes you notice how each one's special, like chapters in a favorite book. Tess twirled the frostberry, its coolness a perfect counterpoint to her cinnamon-spiced mittens. And that some stories, she smiled, need more than one pair of hands to set them right. Above them the stars dimmed politely as the moon took its watch, wrapping Hearthside in a quilt of quiet wonders, and somewhere in the enchanted glade, a circle of tiny doors clicked shut in perfect, contented rhythm. Story 30. The amber light of dusk settled over Willowbrook like a quilt stitched with fireflies, the kind of evening that makes cobblestones hum with lingering warmth and chimney smoke curl into lazy spirals. In a cottage crowned with ivy, where the scent of rosemary bread lingered in the air, a girl named Leela traced her finger along a crack in her bedroom wall, a fissure shaped like a keyhole, though no one else had ever noticed it. Her palm tingled whenever she touched it, as if the house itself held a secret too large for its timber bones. One twilight, as crickets began their nightly sonata, the crack glimmered. Out slipped a porcelain thimble, cold as starlight and etched with symbols of vines and crescent moons. When Leela pressed it to her ear, the thimble whispered in a voice like wind through barley, "Seek the roots where shadows dance, and you'll find the door to the unseen grove." The invitation coiled around her curiosity like ivy. Packing a satchel with blackberry jam sandwiches and a jar of fireflies for company, Leela crept past her sleeping grandmother and into the ink-blue night. The forest beyond Willowbrook had always been a tapestry of ordinary magic, frog choruses, fox trails, the occasional owl's wink, but tonight the trees leaned closer, their branches knitting together into archways. The thimble grew warm in her pocket, pulsing in time with her footsteps. By a brook silvered with moonlight, she met a rabbit wearing spectacles. Not a talking rabbit, for such things are rare, but one who nudged a mossy stone with its nose, revealing a staircase spiraling into the earth. The thimble's glow intensified, painting the steps in hues of periwinkle and sage. Down she climbed, the air thickening with the scent of petrichor and ancient paper, until she emerged in a cavern lit by floating lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds. This was the Unseen Grove, a library for forgotten stories. Books grew from the ground like lilies, their pages rustling without wind. Spirals of dust motes twirled into tails above velvet reading chairs, and ink pooled in cerulean puddles, shaping itself into characters who bowed to Leela as she passed. A librarian materialized before her, an androgynous figure with antlers crowned in candles, their voice a harmony of pages turning. Welcome, thimble bearer. Every century, one soul is chosen to mend a story that's come undone. They led her to a book weeping inked tears, the chronicle of the sundered valley. Its pages showed a once vibrant land now choked in thorny silence, where a young inventor named Corin had shattered the world's oldest song into 7 notes to power his machines. The melody's absence left the valley numb, colors leaching away like dye in rain. You must help Corin remember, said the librarian, placing a quill in her hand, for his heart is the final page. And so Leela stepped into the story, the thimble humming on her finger like a second heartbeat. The sundered valley smelled of rust and resignation. Leela arrived in a village where clockwork birds perched on dead branches, chirping a tinny imitation of birdsong. People moved like wind-up toys, their eyes downcast as they trudged past factories belching smoke into a sunless sky. In the town square, a brass monument of Corin loomed, its gears frozen mid-turn. She found him in a tower of creaking pipes, bent over a blueprint, his hands stained with oil and ash. He'd once been kind, the book had shown her, a boy who'd sung to broken clocks to ease their ticking hearts. But now his inventions devoured beauty like fuel, and he'd forgotten why he'd begun. Your machines are hurting the valley, Leela said, her voice softer than she felt. Corin didn't look up. Progress requires sacrifice. The song was wasteful, drifting on breezes, heard one moment and gone the next. I've made it useful. To prove it, he activated a towering engine. Its piston screamed, and a jagged beam of stolen melody shot into the sky, fracturing the clouds. But the ground shuddered in protest, and Leela's thimble turned ice-cold, a warning. That night, as Corin slept fitfully at his desk, Leela explored his workshop. Beneath cogs and coils, she discovered a music box with a dancer whose face mirrored Corin's. Its tune was a fragment of the lost song, and when she wound it, the dancer spun, scattering glimmers of gold. A label read for my son, who fills the silence with wonder. She returned to him at dawn, music box in hand. You used to believe songs were alive, she said, playing the melody. Corin's hardened face faltered. The note trembled in the air, brushing his cheek like a mother's hand. For a heartbeat, the real boy flickered beneath the inventor's mask, a child aching to fix a world that had never asked him to. The valley doesn't need your machines, Leela pressed. It needs you. A tear hit the blueprint, smudging the ink. Then a sound he'd thought extinct, the ping of a single raindrop on copper. Together they stepped outside, where the engine's beam had pierced the barren sky, allowing a sliver of true moonlight to waltz with the smog. I don't know how to stop it, Corin admitted, his voice cracking. The engine's too powerful. Leela touched her thimble, now glowing like a captured star. Stories remember even when people forget. Let's follow the rain. Their journey wove through the valley's wounds. They met a river spirit whose water had thickened into sludge, her voice choked by pollution. Corin dismantled a dam of stolen notes, and as the melody trickled free, the spirit coughed up pearls of clear water, her laughter a bubbling brook. Next, a forest of glass trees, their leaves frozen mid-shatter. Leela placed the thimble on a trunk, and its warmth spread like liquid sunlight, restoring the dance of light through branches. With each act of undoing, Corin's inventions transformed. Gears became wind chimes, steam engines sprouted flower vines. Yet the final note remained trapped in his chest, a shard of song embedded so deep he feared its removal would kill him. In the shadow of the fractured engine, Leela faced him. "You have to let it go." "It's all I have left," he whispered. "No." She took his hand, pressing it to the music box. "You have what she gave you." The last note surged from his lips, a raw, trembling sound that dissolved the engine into a shower of cherry blossoms. The valley inhaled and the world burst back into color. Cerulean skies, emerald meadows, the ruby blush of apples ripening instantly on skeletal trees. The villagers stirred as if waking from a dream, their clockwork birds shedding metal feathers to reveal living ones beneath. Corin sank to his knees, not in grief but relief. "I didn't realize how heavy it was," he said, "carrying all that noise." The librarian awaited Leela in the unseen grove, the mended book now radiant. "Stories are living things," they said. "They heal when we listen." Returning home, Leela found her bedroom unchanged, the thimble silent but for a faint warmth. Yet dawn revealed a new detail. The crack in her wall had sprouted tiny porcelain flowers, their petals glowing when touched. Downstairs, her grandmother hummed a familiar tune while kneading dough, the same melody from Corin's music box. That night, as Leela drifted to sleep, the thimble whispered once more, not a quest, but a lullaby. Somewhere in a valley reborn, a boy laughed beside a river, his pockets full of seeds and second chances. And the world, in its quiet, boundless way, kept spinning stories. Years later, when Leela became a storyteller, children would ask, "Is the unseen grove real?" She'd smile, polishing her thimble, now a paperweight on her desk. All stories are real somewhere. Listen closely, and you'll hear them breathing. Outside, the wind carried the scent of rain and possibility, and the old cottage sighed contentedly, its walls humming with secrets yet to unfold. Story 31. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Layla, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of her grandmother's attic. The space smelled perpetually of cinnamon and aged paper, with slants of afternoon light painting golden stripes across trunks filled with forgotten treasures. It was here, beneath a moth-eaten quilt patterned with stars, that she discovered the teapot. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple ceramic piece glazed the color of storm clouds, its surface cool to the touch. But when Leela brushed her thumb over a faint crack near the spout, the vessel hummed softly, like a cat purring in sunlight. Curious, she filled it with water from the rain barrel outside and placed it on the attic's tiny iron stove. As steam began to curl upward, the teapot shuddered gently, and from its spout poured not tea, but a ribbon of silvery mist that pooled on the floorboards and shimmered like liquid starlight. The mist thickened, forming the shape of a small, prickly creature with eyes like polished acorns. "Well," it said in a voice like rustling leaves, "it's been 3 generations since anyone's bothered to brew a proper memory." The creature, a hedgehog, Leela realized, shook itself, sending droplets of mist sparkling into the air. "Name's Bramble, you've awoken the thistlepot, which means you're either very clever or very nosy." Thus began Layla's education in the art of memory steeping. The thistlepot, Bramble explained, could brew glimpses of the past using objects imbued with meaning, a locket, a pressed flower, even a well-loved spoon. But its true magic lay in weaving those memories into stories that could mend hearts or spark courage. "Most humans forget," Bramble said, nibbling a biscuit Leela had smuggled from the kitchen, "that memories aren't just yours, they're threads in a grand tapestry. tug one and the whole pattern shifts. Their lessons might have remained a secret forever had Leela not noticed her grandmother's fading smile. Nana had always been a lighthouse of tales, her hands shaping the air as she recounted adventures from her youth. Now her stories grew tangled, her laughter less frequent. "She's losing the threads," Bramble murmured one evening as they watched Nana stare silently at a photograph. "Time's a clumsy weaver, drops stitches when you least expect it." Determined to help, Leela devised a plan. With Bramble perched on her shoulder and the thistlepot tucked securely in her basket, she embarked on a moonlit journey to the Whispering Glade, a place Bramble claimed held the roots of memory. The path wound through forests where trees hummed old lullabies and across meadows where fireflies sketched forgotten faces in the dark. Along the way they gathered fragments, a blue jay's feather from a nest Nana had climbed to as a child, a pebble smoothed by the river where she'd learned to swim, a curl of birch bark from her first camping trip. The glade revealed itself at dawn, its ancient oak trees forming a cathedral of trembling leaves. Beneath the largest oak sat Moss, a creature woven from lichen and patience, who tended the glade's memories. "Ah," they rumbled, voice deep as tree roots, "you seek the first memory, the one that anchors all others." Moss lifted a hand and the air rippled, revealing a doorway framed by ivy. But be warned, what's lost isn't always meant to be found twice. The memory realm was a labyrinth of shifting scenes. Here Nana as a girl raced through fields of golden wheat. There, she wept over a skinned knee beneath a cherry tree. Leela stepped carefully, the thistlepot glowing warmly in her hands. "Look for the quiet moments," Bramble advised. "The big ones shout, but the important ones whisper." They found it in a pocket of stillness. Nana at 7, sitting cross-legged in her mother's garden, carefully planting marigold seeds. "See how the dirt holds them," her mother murmured, brushing a strand of hair from Nana's face. "It's not the flower we remember, but the tending." The scene dissolved, leaving behind a single seed glowing with soft light. But as Leela reached for it, the realm shuddered. Shadows seeped from the cracks, formless things that hissed of loss and fear. "Regrets," Moss warned, appearing suddenly beside them. "They feed on unanswered sorrow." The shadows coiled around Nana's happiest memories, threatening to smother them. Bramble bristled, but Leela knelt, pouring a stream of mist from the thistlepot. "You can't fight them," she realized. "But maybe we can understand them." One by one she brewed memories of Nana's sorrows, a lost friendship, a failed recipe, a rainy day when loneliness had felt endless. The shadows paused, then slowly shaped themselves into their true forms, not monsters, but sorrowful wisps that sighed and faded as the memories were acknowledged. "Grief untended grows thorns," Moss observed. "But you've offered it kindness instead of fear." With the seed cradled in the thistlepot, Layla returned home. That evening, as fireflies danced outside the kitchen window, she prepared a special brew, Nana's favorite chamomile mingled with the glowing seed. When her grandmother sipped it, tears welled in her eyes. "Oh," she whispered, "I'd forgotten how her hands smelled of soil and sage." Nana's stories didn't return all at once. Some days the thread still slipped. But now, when she faltered, Leela would brew a memory, not to fix, but to remind. They'd sit together, Nana's hands cupping the thistlepot, laughing as Bramble recounted their adventure. "I carried the basket," he insisted, though it had been Layla. In time, Leela learned to steep memories for others. A homesick baker found courage in the smell of his mother's bread. A timid musician rediscovered her voice through a childhood lullaby. The thistlepot never overflowed, its magic deepening with each act of gentle listening. Years later, when Leela's own granddaughter discovered the attic teapot, it was Nana's voice she heard in the mist. "Stories don't live in things," the memory whispered, warm as a hearth. "They live in the spaces between hearts." And as the new generation's laughter floated up through the floorboards, the thistlepot hummed contentedly, its cracks glowing like constellations, a map of all the love it had helped tend. Story 32. In a valley cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young girl named Leela, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil, but whose heart clung to things staying precisely as they were. Her cottage at the edge of Willowbrook village bore a thatched roof patched with velvet moss, and its walls hummed with the quiet magic of generations, a magic that thrived when nurtured by open hearts. Yet this autumn, as amber leaves pirouetted from the ancient oaks, an unseasonal frost gripped Leela's garden. Her sunflowers hung their golden heads, petals brittle as old parchment, and the enchanted maple tree at the garden's heart, a sentinel said to mirror its keeper's spirit, stood skeletal, its branches clutching dried leaves like closed fists. The villagers murmured about the unyielding frost, unaware that Leela's resistance to change had crystallized into something tangible. That year had brought whispered rumors of roads stretching beyond the mountains, of young folks trading herb baskets for compasses, and each conversation left Leela scraping wax from the cottage's leaded windows, as if sealing out the world might halt time itself. Only her dearest friend Milo, the clockmaker's grandson with perpetually ink-stained fingers, noticed how she avoided the path where new cottages bloomed like spring mushrooms. "You can't pickle a season to keep it forever, Leela," he'd say, tinkering with a pocket watch that sprouted living ivy instead of gears. But Leela merely wrapped her fraying shawl tighter and stirred remedies for her shivering plants, their roots thirsting for warmth she couldn't provide. One twilight, as Leela scattered ash from the hearth around the garden's edge, an old charm against decay, a peculiar fog rolled in, carrying the scent of distant thunderstorms and something sweetly familiar, like her mother's rosemary cake. Through the mist emerged a fox, its coat a tapestry of autumn leaves that rustled with every step. "Little gardener," it spoke in a voice like wind through barley, "your fear has made winter where life should dance. Follow the moon's path to the glowing glade, where roots drink starlight and shadows sing truths." Her boots crunching through frosted ferns, Leela ventured into the whisper wood, where trees leaned close to share secrets. The forest tested her gently. A brook offered her reflection not as she was, but as a woman with weather-creased hands tending a garden where all seasons bloomed at once. A thicket parted only when she hummed a lullaby she'd long silenced. When dawn's first blush painted the sky, she stumbled into the glowing glade, a hollow where mushrooms pulsed like earthbound stars, and a spring bubbled with liquid moonlight. There, beneath an elder tree wearing a cloak of luminescent lichen, sat a woman weaving clouds into thread. Agatha, the valley's wandering story spinner, whose hair held constellations, and whose loom's shuttle was a fledgling phoenix. "Ah," she smiled, fingers never pausing, "the frost-hearted gardener arrives. Tell me, child, when you pruned your roses last spring, did you weep for the thorns you clipped, or rejoice for the blooms to come?" Leela's breath fogged the air as she knelt by the moonspring. "Change feels like losing pieces of myself," she confessed, watching her rippling reflection fragment into countless Leelas. A child stacking pebbles, a girl planting her first seeds, the woman she might become singing to strange flowers. The water showed her grandmother's hands, gnarled as ancient roots, pressing a maple seed into her palm long ago. "Gardens grow in spirals, little one, not straight lines." Agatha's loom clacked like a heartbeat. "What if your magic isn't in keeping things rooted, but in helping them transform?" From her basket spilled threads that became migrating geese, their wings singing of horizons. Even mountains grow by letting rivers carve their skin. For 7 dawns, Leela returned to the glade, each visit peeling back layers of resistance. She learned to weave cloud thread into cloaks that warmed frosted soil, guided by a family of hedgehogs who taught her their underground ballads. Milo joined her on the 3rd day, his pockets full of curious tools, a trowel that hummed to buried seeds, spectacles revealing hidden nutrients in soil. Together they nurtured a patch of frost-bitten earth until snowdrops pushed through, their petals edged with starlight. Back home, the enchanted maple began its metamorphosis. Where one brittle branch fell, 3 new shoots curled skyward, leaves shifting colors like dawn clouds, crimson to gold to tender green. Layla's hands, once frantic to preserve, now worked in rhythm with the garden's whispers. She let the climbing roses abandon their trellis to embrace an old oak, their thorns softening into velvety tendrils. When villagers brought cuttings from new plants beyond the mountains, she planted them alongside heritage herbs, discovering how foreign mint strengthened local lavender against frost. The true test came during the moonless harvest, when the valley's magic thinned and every gardener's resolve was tested. As winds howled like forgotten storms, Leela stood barefoot in her trembling garden, the maple's branches groaning above her. Ice needled her cheeks as she pressed palms to the earth, no longer demanding permanence but offering trust. "Grow as you must," she whispered, tears melting frost where they fell. "I'll learn your new shapes." With a sound like 1,000 unfurling petals, the maple erupted in blossoms never seen before, flowers resembling captured auroras, their fragrance shifting from jasmine to wood smoke to fresh rainfall. The garden awoke in a symphony of seasons, spring ferns unfurling beside autumn gourds, winter ivy embracing summer poppies. Villagers gathered, breathless, as children rolled in grass that chimed when touched and elders wept at the sight of dream flowers they'd thought extinct. Milo presented Leela with a new timepiece, a pocket watch with transparent face revealing swirling seasons. "For remembering," he grinned, "that now's just the seed for what's next." The fox returned often, its leafy coat now speckled with snowdrop petals, bringing curious seeds from distant lands that asked only for a chance to try their roots in her soil. Years later, when travelers would ask about the valley's ever-changing garden, Leela, her hair streaked with silver like birch bark, would press maple seeds into their palms. "Magic isn't in clinging," she'd say, eyes crinkling as children chased fireflies that bloomed from her compost pile, but in composting fear to feed courage. Even endings are beginnings wearing different coats. And on quiet evenings, when the cottage smelled of drying herbs and the maple's blossoms glowed like lanterns, you might glimpse Leela dancing barefoot with her grandchildren, not a static portrait of the past, but a living testament that the most enchanting magic grows when we dare to let the soil of our souls be turned, watered, and surprised by what takes root. Story 33. The Amber Locket and the Whispering Woods. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Leela whose pockets were always full of acorn caps and questions. Each afternoon she'd wander beyond the stone bridge where the willows wept, following the scent of sun-warmed pine resin into the forest's deepening embrace. The villagers warned of shadowed hollows where the old magic slept, but Leela listened instead to the way ferns trembled their hello and how brook stones chuckled beneath silver water, until the day the woods sang her name in honeyed light. It began with a glint beneath the grandfather oak, its roots cradling a locket the color of forgotten sunlight. The clasp resisted until a ladybug landed on Layla's thumb, its wings brushing her skin like a whispered secret. With a click, the locket opened to reveal not a portrait, but a living swirl of stardust. When she fastened it around her neck, the forest inhaled sharply and exhaled a world remade. Ferns unfurled into velvet banners, dripping with liquid amber. Foxgloves chimed soft purple notes that hung in the air like soap bubbles. Before her stood a fox with fur like embers banked in twilight, one ear tipped with silver. "You've worn the sundrop chain," it said, voice like wind through ripe wheat. "Now the veil sees you, little keeper." The fox, called Ember, led her down a staircase of mushroom rings into Sylvan Hollow, a realm where moths carried moonlight in their wings and rivers flowed upward to feed the clouds. But the once vibrant heart tree at the valley's center stood leafless, its crystalline branches weeping sap that hardened into grief stones. The lumen crystal that sustained our seasons was stolen, Ember explained, paw tracing scars in the soil. Shadows thicken where the crystal's light doesn't reach. Their quest wove them through bioluminescent caverns where glowworms wrote riddles in the dark, and across meadows where grass blades sliced time into ribbons. They befriended a hedgehog who navigated by smelling colors and a heron whose feathers held forgotten memories. When shadow hounds with eyes like dying coals cornered them in a ravine, Leela discovered the locket could catch sunlight like a net, but only when she hummed the lullaby her grandmother had taught her, voice trembling as the shadows recoiled from the melody's golden threads. Deep in the obsidian wastes they found the thief, a spectral wolf named Nox whose pelt drank the light. But where they expected malice they found anguish. Nox's den held a whelp trembling with frostbite, the pup's breath shallow as paper. The surface world's cold invaded our burrows, Nox growled, though his eyes glistened like wet coal. The crystal's warmth was the only cure. Here, the story turned like a key in a lock. Layla knelt, ignoring Ember's warning hiss, and pressed the locket to the pup's chest. Stardust flowed into the small body, and as the frost retreated, Nox's snarl melted into a whimper. "You'd help one who wronged you," he rasped. "The cold hurts everyone," Layla said, remembering how village winters made her father's hands stiff as driftwood. Together they carried the lumen crystal back, Nox's howl parting the clouds so moonlight could guide their path. At the heart tree the crystal floated homeward, branches erupting in blossoms that showered the valley in light-scented pollen. But magic demands balance. As Sylvan Hollow bloomed, the sundrop chain began dissolving, for no keeper can hold both worlds forever. Layla's tears fell on the locket, and where salt met stardust, roots erupted from the soil to weave her a pendant of living wood. "The bond remains," the heart tree murmured through rustling leaves. "Walk both paths, child, and tend the bridges between." Years later, villagers still speak of the woman who walks with foxes, her hair threaded with ivy and laughter. They bring her wilted gardens and fractured friendships, and from her cottage where the stone bridge meets the wood, she teaches them to listen, to the unspoken words beneath arguments, to the fear hiding in a bully's jabs, to the quiet ache of lonely soil. The locket now hangs above her hearth, its wood still growing, tiny leaves unfurling whenever someone in either world chooses understanding over anger. On winter nights when the wind carries the scent of far-off blossoms, Leela swears she hears Ember's chuckle in the crackling logs and Nox's deep purr in the kettle's steam. And to wide-eyed children she whispers the truth they feel in their bones, that every act of compassion is a star sewn into the veil, and the most ordinary hearts can hold entire worlds. Story 34. The old quilt had always been there, folded at the foot of Mira's bed like a slumbering rainbow. Its patches showed generations of love, faded violets from great Aunt Sylvie's wedding dress, cobalt triangles from Papa's childhood sailboat curtains, even a square of buttery silk from Mama's first ballet recital costume. But it wasn't until the night the harvest moon painted silver stripes across her floorboards that Mira noticed the threads glowing. She sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes, as delicate stitches began to shift like liquid silver. The embroidered roses unfurled into winding paths, the zigzag borders became mountain ranges, and there, just beside the emerald scrap from Grandma's gardening apron, a tiny stitch house sprouted a chimney puffing starlight smoke. Mira's fingertips tingled as she traced the suddenly three-dimensional landscape. When she pressed the moonspun thread where a willow tree arched over a river, she heard distant laughter, sweet as wind chimes. The next morning, Mira bundled the quilt into her sunflower-patterned backpack. Her journey began at the mossy stone wall behind Mrs. Calloway's orchard, where the quilt's map indicated a hidden gate. But finding it required help from Thistlewick, a hedgehog inventor whose waistcoat pockets jangled with gears and peppermint candies. "Ah, the Moonstitch map," he squeaked, adjusting his brass-rimmed spectacles. "Opens only for those who ask the right kind of question." "What kind is that?" Mira whispered. Thistlewick's nose twitched. "The sort that starts with "I wonder" instead of "I want try it." Mira knelt, breathing in the scent of sun-warmed apples. "I wonder if the wall remembers being part of a castle." Ancient stones rumbled. Ivy cascaded away, revealing an archway strung with bioluminescent vines. Thistlewick presented her with a farewell gift, a honey-dipped acorn for when the path feels too steep, before scurrying off to mend a disgruntled sundial. The quilt's next landmark led Mira to a twilight grove, where a willow tree wept amber tears into a brook. Its spirit emerged in a rustle of silver-green hair, her voice the creak of branches cradling nests. "Little mapwalker," she sighed, "you seek the heartspring, yes, but its waters won't shine for lonely travelers. Have you made space for companions?" As if summoned, a whimper floated from the ferns. There crouched Glimmer, a firefly whose lantern sputtered like a dying match. "I'm supposed to light the way for brave adventurers," he hiccuped, "but the dark, it growls sometimes." Mira opened her palm. "What if we growl back together?" Glimmer's antennae quivered. When shadows coiled around their path that night, Mira hummed her grandma's lullaby while Glimmer buzzed the harmony. His light bloomed brighter with each verse, painting courage in gold circles on the forest floor. Days unfolded like the quilt's ever-changing patches. They navigated honeycomb caves with Thistlewick's glow-in-the-dark compass, crossed rivers on the willow's living bridges, and once outwitted a grumpy cloud dragon by tickling its belly with dandelion fluff. Each challenge demanded kindness over cleverness, sharing provisions with a hungry river spirit, braiding friendship bracelets for quarrelsome goblin guides, listening patiently to a mountain that just needed to vent about erosion. When they finally reached the Heartspring, a crystalline pool where liquid starlight swirled, Mira's reflection showed not just herself, but Thistlewick's grin in her dimples, the willow's wisdom in her posture, Glimmer's light in her eyes. The spring's guardian, an owl with galaxies in its feathers, nodded. "You've brought the true key, hearts stitched together stronger than any magic thread." The pool rippled, revealing not some grand treasure, but Mira's own village. She saw Mrs. Calloway nursing a lonely tea ritual, Papa sighing over unpaid bills, the schoolyard quiet where laughter used to ring. The owl blinked slowly. "The map's final question, child, will you keep this magic for yourself or unravel it into the world?" Mira didn't hesitate. She plunged her hands into the Heartspring. Warmth cascaded up her arms, the quilt stirring in her backpack as the Moonstitch map dissolved into 1,000 fireflies. They soared across the valley, settling where needed most, a flicker in Mrs. Calloway's teapot brewing companionship, a spark in Papa's ledger revealing hidden opportunities, a constellation over the schoolyard inviting play. The journey home was shorter, though Mira paused to press her cheek against the willow's trunk and leave peppermints where Thistlewick's tunnels wound. Glimmer stayed, now guardian of the Heartspring's shore, his light steady as a lighthouse. That winter, when Mira spread the quilt over her knees, its patches held new stories. A hedgehog-shaped button, a pressed willow leaf, a firefly's molt shimmering like crushed diamonds. Downstairs, Papa laughed with neighbors sampling Mrs. Calloway's infamous friendship cake, now mysteriously delicious. Outside, children chased Glimmer's distant cousins through snowflakes. As sleep tugged at her, Mira smiled at the quilt's newest thread, a barely visible silver spiral waiting for someone else to whisper, "I wonder." The embers in the fireplace sighed contentedly. Somewhere a teacup steamed with stories, a garden bloomed with mended hearts, and the world turned ever so gently toward dawn. Story 35. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler." The grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 62. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. "The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage." As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. The hum of the starship Warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. Greetings, carbon-based life form, it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed. 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. We request assistance. The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. I'm Layla, let's see what we can do. The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. Stop, you're agitating the photon broth. Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. I thought you said it was a nutrient processor. Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light. Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. We chew things. A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the Warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells. They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix, Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. Figured it might make them sturdier, and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrench turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you'd glimpse the tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose, and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 75. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, Have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 80. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila." A voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Story 81. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 82. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdantii had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantii named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it. the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Story 94. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power. But its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it, he explained. It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom. Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldric's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. "And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Lila, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisper stone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. "South," he hooted, "where stone kisses sky." The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rockslide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. "Clever," rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. "But cleverness won't sway me, little thief." Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. "We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost." The hare, named Thorn, studied her. "The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him." Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. "Please, help us save your home." Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. "Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites." Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. "The locket remembers you," she trilled. "You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago." In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. "The magic chose your bloodline," Win murmured. "But magic fades when stories aren't shared." The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. "Go." Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. "The final warden's here." Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. "Wake up," she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. "You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together." Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. "The keeper returns," it intoned. "Speak your wish." "Heal the forest," Leela whispered. "And the Shade King." The keeper smiled sadly. "To mend a wound, you must first claim it." They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. "Stop," Leela cried. "You're killing it." The Shade King stilled. "I am saving it," he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. "The blight must be cut away." Ember stiffened. "He's not the enemy. He's a guardian gone mad with grief." The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. "You tried to protect," Leela realized. "But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever-fighting infection." The stag trembled. "I forgot the balance." Leela approached, unafraid. "Let us remember together." Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic, Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Leila smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper. Well done." Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come, and the stories yet to be told. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Corrin with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Corrin, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the Lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Corrin to stay and recover. The Lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Corrin, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the Lumens worked to help Corrin rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Corrin the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Corrin shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The Lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Corrin's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young Lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Corrin, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Corrin's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Corrin did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Corrin, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Corrin's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Corrin began to understand the Lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the Lumens adopted some of Corrin's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The Lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Corrin, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, Lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Corrin's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the Lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Corrin, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Corrin's ship was finally ready. The Lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Corrin addressed the Lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Corrin. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Corrin's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The Lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the Lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, There lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced in the silver glow of twin moons, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a vibrant world where crystalline trees shimmered like rainbows, and rivers sang as they wound their way through emerald valleys. On this enchanting planet lived a gentle being named Arlo, whose skin glimmered with the soft light of the stars above. Arlo's people, the Luminarians, were known for their peaceful nature and deep wisdom, gathered over millennia spent in harmony with their world. One serene evening, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Arlo sat beside a crackling fire, surrounded by the soothing hum of the forest. His heart was a tranquil sea, but a longing for adventure tugged at his thoughts like the gentle pull of the tides. Little did he know his wish was about to be granted in the most unexpected way. From the velvety darkness of space, a ship appeared, its sleek form cutting through the night sky with the grace of a shooting star. The vessel was from Zorathia, a neighboring planet known for its rugged landscapes and hardy inhabitants. On board was Nyla, a spirited Zorathian explorer with scales that shone like copper under the sun's embrace. Nyla's species, the Zorathians, were famed for their strength and resilience, yet beneath their sturdy exteriors lay hearts as warm as gold. As Nyla's ship descended with a gentle whir, Arlo watched with wide eyes, curiosity sparkling like the dew on morning leaves. When the ship touched down, Nyla emerged, her eyes scanning the strange, beautiful land. She had come seeking new knowledge and perhaps a friend. Their first meeting was marked by a series of comical misunderstandings. Arlo, with his serene and measured speech, found Nyla's directness both startling and intriguing. Nyla, on the other hand, struggled to comprehend Arlo's poetic expressions, mistaking his pauses for reluctance. Yet beneath these initial challenges, both sensed a kindred spirit. Determined to bridge the gap, Arlo invited Nyla to explore the wonders of Luminara. Together they wandered through fields of luminescent flowers that whispered secrets of old and climbed hills that offered vistas of endless beauty. As they journeyed, they shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their hopes, weaving a tapestry of understanding that grew stronger with each passing day. Their bond was truly tested when a sudden storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling like a pack of wild wolves. As rain poured from the sky, turning the earth into a treacherous mire, Nyla's ship was damaged, stranding her far from home. Anxiety flickered in her eyes, but Arlo remained a steady presence, his calm voice a beacon in the chaos. Together, they devised a plan. Nyla used her technical skills to repair the ship, while Arlo gathered materials from the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees. Under the shelter of a great crystal oak, they worked side by side, their differences blending into a symphony of harmony. In the quiet moments between their labor, Arlo and Nyla found solace in each other's company. They laughed about their initial misunderstandings and marveled at how those very differences had brought them closer. Through shared challenges, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcends words, born of trust and mutual respect. With dawn's gentle arrival, the storm relented, leaving the air crisp and fresh. Nyla's ship, now gleaming under the soft light of the moons, was ready to journey once more. But as she prepared to leave, a new understanding settled in her heart, one that spoke of the enduring nature of true friendship. Standing at the edge of the forest, Nyla turned to Arlo, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice a tender breeze. "For your patience, your wisdom, and for showing me the beauty of your world." Arlo smiled, his light shimmering like the first morning star. "And thank you, dear Nyla, for your courage and your strength. May our paths cross again under the light of these twin moons." With a gentle hum, the ship ascended, leaving behind a trail of stardust. Arlo watched until it became a mere speck against the vast tapestry of the sky. Though Nyla was gone, her presence lingered in his heart, a warm reminder that even the most unlikely companions could forge a friendship as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, under the canopy of 1,000 twinkling lights, Arlo sat by the fire once more, the peaceful song of the forest enveloping him like a beloved friend. He closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the universe was vast, yet small enough to bring together those who were meant to find each other. In the heart of Luminara, where dreams took flight on whispering winds, Arlo knew that true friendship was a journey, not a destination, a journey that he and Nyla would cherish forever, bound by the stardust of their shared adventures. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." But why now? Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Why at this time? The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest. Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons. As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Oren made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook Village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Lila's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Layla's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Leela scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Layla confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerroot Grove at Moonhigh. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Leela stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away, trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Leela's chest. Yours has been all thorns and no rain. Nettle nudged Leela's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Leela planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Leela to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Leela returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Leela saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silver Stream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Leela said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Leela's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Leela released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past." Never. The lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Leela's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures, her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Leela planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Leela's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season, the one between winter and spring," Leela asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Leela. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers, The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The well of whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back. It likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic danced with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the delicate balance of their enchanted world. The forest, a verdant tapestry woven with towering oaks, delicate ferns, and fragrant wildflowers, was home to creatures both seen and unseen. This was a place where sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold, and where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Among these creatures was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was a map of the time he had spent wandering the forest. Thistle had lived through many cycles of growth and decay, and his heart beat in rhythm with the seasons. His wisdom was sought by all, for he understood the forest's secrets and the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its slumber under winter's blanket, Thistle was approached by a curious young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the vibrant autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief and wonder of youth. He was known for his adventurous spirit and his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens when the first snow falls. Can you tell me about it?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the dance of the frost spirits," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "It is a wondrous sight, my young friend. As the first snowflakes descend, the air becomes alive with the spirits that weave winter's tapestry." Pippin's ears perked up with excitement. "What do they look like? What do they do?" "The frost spirits are as elusive as they are beautiful," Thistle continued. "They shimmer like morning dew in the light of dawn, and they dance silently among the trees, leaving intricate patterns on the leaves and branches. Their touch brings the stillness of winter, a time for the forest to rest and renew." The young squirrel's eyes widened with awe. "How can I see them?" Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "To witness their dance, you must first understand the balance of nature. The forest thrives because each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining harmony. Respect the cycles of life and death, and the spirits will reveal themselves to you." Pippin nodded, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Determined to witness the frost spirits, He set out to learn about the forest's delicate balance. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Pippin observed the industrious bees storing honey, the careful way the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the way the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. With each observation, Pippin saw the interconnectedness of life in the forest. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, affecting the whole. He understood that the forest was a symphony, each creature playing its part to keep the harmony. Finally, the day arrived when the first snowflakes began to fall. The forest was hushed, blanketed in a serene silence that amplified the soft crunch of snow underfoot. Pippin perched atop a sturdy branch, his eyes scanning the ethereal landscape. As the snow continued to fall, the air shimmered with a silvery light. Then, as if stepping from behind a veil, the frost spirits appeared. They moved gracefully among the trees, their presence painting the world in delicate frost. Their dance was a silent symphony, a celebration of the earth's slumber and the promise of spring's rebirth. Pippin watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday beauty of life's cycles and the harmony that bound them all together. When the dance was over and the spirits had vanished into the winter's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his mind alight with stories to share. "I saw them, Thistle. They were more beautiful than I ever imagined," he exclaimed, his voice a joyful whisper. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, Pippin. Remember this lesson and keep the forest's wisdom close to your heart, for it is in understanding and respecting the balance of nature that we find true magic." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the wise old tortoise, Pippin grew into a guardian of the woodland, sharing the stories of the frost spirits and the harmony of nature with generations to come. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the wood lived in peace, bound by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in the quiet moments, when the snow fell softly and the world was hushed, the dance of the frost spirits could still be seen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature's gentle touch. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of bird song, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged. Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth, and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward. her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Tellara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Tellara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Tellara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Tellara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn. Love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, there existed a world veiled from the hurried eyes of humans. This forest, known as the Sylvan Hollow, was a place where the roots of time stretched deep, intertwining with the veins of magic that pulsed beneath the earth. Here, the seasons were not mere divisions of the year, but living entities that danced through the woodlands, each with its own rhythm and story. As the first light of dawn kissed the canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. Leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was sweet with the earthy perfume of moss and damp wood. In this enchanted grove, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the elder tree, an immense oak whose branches seemed to hold up the sky. The elder tree was more than just a tree. It was the heart of Sylvan Hollow, a sentinel of balance and wisdom. Its bark was etched with the lines of countless stories, and its leaves murmured the songs of time. At its roots lay a gathering of creatures, rabbits, foxes, birds of every color, and more, all meeting to share stories and learn from the ages past. Among these creatures was a gentle deer named Fawn, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves. Fawn was known for her kind heart and her curiosity about the world beyond the forest. She would often venture to the edge of Sylvan Hollow, peering into the unknown with wide, wondering eyes. But it was not just the creatures of fur and feather that called this place home. There were beings of a different kind, spirits who danced in the moonlit glades and whispered in the rustling leaves. They were the guardians of change, the keepers of the seasons, and each had their role to play. As the days grew shorter and the air crisp, the spirit of autumn, known as Cider, began her work. She was a presence of warmth and color, painting the leaves in shades of amber and gold, infusing the air with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. Her touch was a gentle reminder of the cycle of life, of endings that made way for new beginnings. One day, as Fawn wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon Cider in a sun-dappled clearing. The spirit was weaving a tapestry of leaves, each one a part of a grand design that only she could see. "Hello, Fawn," Cider greeted, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "What brings you here today?" Fawn bowed her head respectfully. "I was hoping to learn more about the balance of our home. The forest is changing, and I wish to understand better." Cider smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 sunsets. "Ah, balance is the dance of life, dear Fawn. It is found in the harmony of the seasons, in the ebb and flow of time. Come, let me show you." With a gentle nod, Fawn followed Cider through the forest. They passed under arches of brilliant leaves, their footsteps silent on the soft earth. As they walked, Cider spoke of the forest cycles, the way the trees shed their leaves to rest and renew, how the streams flowed with the rhythm of the rains, and how each creature played its part in the great symphony of life. Fawn listened intently, her heart swelling with every word. She saw the forest anew, not just as a collection of trees and creatures, but as a living, breathing tapestry of interwoven threads. As they reached the elder tree, Cider paused. "Here lies the wisdom of ages, Fawn. It teaches us that every end is but a new beginning, that every challenge holds a lesson. This is the balance we must cherish and protect." Fawn gazed up at the mighty oak, feeling the weight of its wisdom. "I think I understand," she said softly. "The forest is not just our home, it is a part of us, and we are a part of it." Cider nodded, her form shimmering with the colors of twilight. "Indeed, dear Fawn, remember this always, and you will walk with wisdom." With that, Cider faded into the breeze, leaving Fawn alone beneath the sprawling branches. The young deer felt a newfound sense of peace, her heart aligned with the rhythms of the forest. As the days turned to weeks, Fawn shared her newfound wisdom with her fellow creatures. She spoke of balance and harmony, of the importance of living in tune with the world around them. Her words were like seeds, taking root in the hearts of those who listened. Winter came, cloaking the forest in a blanket of snow. Yet even in the cold there was warmth, a promise of spring whispered in the crackling of the fire and the soft glow of the moon. The creatures of Sylvan Hollow huddled together, their spirits bright with the knowledge that they were stewards of a precious world, bound by love and shared purpose. And so the forest continued its eternal dance, each season a note in the melody of life. The lessons of the elder tree endured, passed down through the generations, ensuring that Sylvan Hollow remained a haven of peace and harmony, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred into a wondrous dream. As the stars twinkled above, Fawn lay beneath the canopy, her heart full and her spirit light. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in its balance, a delicate thread woven through every leaf and creature, binding them all together in a tapestry of life. And in that understanding, she found a contentment deeper than the roots of the elder tree itself. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn.